Good
I think
job.
we're close enough to 9 o'clock to call this meeting to order, and if you wouldn't mind standing for an invitation and the pledges. Councilmember Ellsor is going to lead us in a prayer, I think.
Yes, sir.
Y'all please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you for today. This is the day that you have made. We rejoice and are glad in you and in it. Father, you said if we lack wisdom, we should ask for it, and we ask for wisdom for the things that we need to be doing to honor you, to serve the citizens of Friendswood. Guide this meeting in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you all.
So is this rehab?
Oh, I'm
Post
using
tab?
so.
Okay.
Make it worse. It's
It's prehab. It's even worse than
She's
rehab.
like, we'll make it work. I'm because I need to get Rosa up to speed.
So item number 4 is
Make it worse.
council comments. I guess we're recording this.
We are recording this.
This microphone's going to pick up.
It will pick, well, we encourage folks to
Project?
just reject, but the microphone should pick up everything.
All right, well, if I say anything stupid, I hope it doesn't pick that up. So, just to kick off council comments, I'll start by saying thank you, all the staff that are here. You guys, you know who does the work here in the city, and it's you guys and your teams, and I appreciate all that, and giving up a whole day. I know sometimes we ask you to come in on a Saturday, which isn't fun either, but giving up a work day to devote to this is, it's important work. We gotta talk these things through, and I'm glad you're here, and I appreciate all the preparation you've done, and let's go. Anybody else want to say anything?
Well said.
Anybody? Comment? Sally? No? Okay. Sally is a little late. She will be here.
She will be here, and
with
she
her
has a-
father,
Yes.
taking care of some things, so. I haven't been presented with any cards, so I don't think we have any public comments. I recognize everybody in the gallery, so, thank you all for being here. We talking about fire or something? Maybe? Okay, maybe. All right, so, Rod, I'm gonna turn it over to you for discussion items related to city council.
Yes, sir. Again, thank you for giving a part of your day up to attend today. We try to do this at least once a year to discuss long-term issues and get direction from council on a number of initiatives. Briefly, before we go on to today's topics, we want to review some of the things that were discussed last year. You may recall some of the discussion items last year was a review of our mission statements and our values as an organization. We're not suggesting to rehash any of that today, but council adopted it by resolution last year and it's included in our budget. We talked about a number of community initiatives relative to HOAs. We're going to talk about that again today. We talked about some communication strategies and outreach, and I don't know why that slide's not in there, sorry. In short order, we nearly doubled our folks that sign up for our emergency alerts. We went up another 3,000 followers on our social media, which is substantial. We parallel slightly higher than the city of Pearland, which is double our size, so that's something to be proud of, but it's also not the end. We have to continue to improve in that regard. Simply put, we're always here, just like y'all do, that I didn't know this was taking place, or I didn't know that happened. So any ideas that y'all have, we welcome them, and to the extent they're feasible, we will definitely implement them.
Well, along the lines of communication strategies, I said this to Glenda already, but I'm glad to see that the electronic billboard is serving us a little bit, because it does have a screen up there that is reminding people they can sign up for our notifications, which is great. That owner said that he would incorporate city words for us, and he's true to his word, and I saw it last night. So like that sign or not, at least it's getting the word out for people to sign up, and we'll use it, I'm sure, for other things too.
And as a follow-up to that item, I know Councilmember Ross is aware of this, as is Councilmember Branson. Staff and both council members attended that HOA meeting. They extracted their pound of flesh from us.
She was
Hopefully
good at
from
it.
you, not the council members.
No, she went straight at Murad.
Yeah.
Good, well,
But
that's why we have it.
I volunteered to attend all their HOA meetings so they know what's going on. I even volunteered to meet with the homeowners that are upset about it to mitigate the concerns. We have not heard anything in 2 months now from them.
That was before the sign was operational, right?
Correct.
Yeah, because I've gone by there several times at night and driven in that subdivision. I don't know if the light's low or what, but it's not.
So they're required to dim it at night.
Okay.
So
Okay.
their brightness and lumens have to come down
Okay.
somewhat. But there's already existing vegetation within the park that
Yeah, it does.
kills the sight line
But
from that.
those lights in the parking lot and the tattoo place are blinding when you're driving into. Yeah.
Okay, so I took us off track the first time, so.
No, but then it's fine, but the
back to you.
offer still stands, as far as HOAs go, because we're gonna talk about it later today. If they want somebody from staff to attend, myself included, we gladly will accommodate. The next item that we're gonna discuss and need some direction on is with regard to the fire department. We currently have a contract that expires this October. Brian and his team has been in talks with the FVFD about an extension to that contract, and as it stands now, there's a proposal for a 1-year extension. As such, fire is a vital component of the services that we're obligated to provide our citizens, and we wanna make sure we're there for them in emergencies. Since it's only 1 year, we need to start making plans as what happens after that 1 year. So I've asked Brian to develop some slides regarding that issue and have a discussion today to get some direction from council as to where to go. So, Brian, and I'll move the slides for you.
Before we get started, I do want to recognize the fire department that's in the galley, including our current fire chief, Matt Fuentes, assistant fire chief, Tony Crumbus, and our retired fire chief, Stan Clausen. And as a reminder to everybody here, Brian Mansfield, the Director of Emergency Services. Currently, Emergency Services incorporates fire prevention, so that's our fire marshal team. We try to prevent things from happening, and also on the backside, also investigations as well. So it's currently under our heading, emergency management and EMS, or emergency medical services. By contract, we have EMS billing, and then also a current contract with the fire department for suppression, and that's what we're gonna talk about today. So kind of a history of where we've been at for the Friendswood Volunteer Fire Department. They have been serving the community for 75 years, providing suppression services for the city. And at some point there was EMS as well, if you look to the timeline. As of recent, the 2019 is the most current contract. It was a 5-year contract with 2 extensions, so we're ending that this year, going into September of 26. And right now, we are at a 1-year, looking at a 1-year contract for suppression services with the volunteer fire department for 27 to 28. So fiscal year, that fiscal year coming forward. The major changes, there's not a whole lot, but what we have been providing, what they have been providing services. They provide the volunteer workforce. Also, they provide a day captain, part-time administrative assistant, and a day crew, basically Monday through Friday, excluding major holidays. This year, there is a little bit of extension to that for a couple hours. I believe they're gonna be going from 10-hour shifts to 12-hour shifts on the day crew to help extend that coverage in this year's, in the proposed contract for 27. The city does own, as a reminder, the city does own the facilities, so we own the fire stations, we own the majority of the equipment, the rolling stock, and are responsible for maintenance at all 4 of the fire stations as well. So I know there's been a lot of discussion on response times and how we're responding. So as a kind of let y'all know what's going on with the contract and the NFPA standards, the contract starting in 19. The goal is to have, by NFPA standards, is to have 10 responders on scene within 10 minutes, and that's 80% of the time. Technically, ADA standards. The city of Friendswood meets urban area requirements, which is actually a little more stringent than that. So 15 responders within 9 minutes, 90% of the time. So just kind of give you an idea where we've been. The current contract going into 27 will maintain the 10 and 10. That's the goal. Mark is trying to get 10 responders in 10 minutes, 9% of the time.
So I did note that you said goal. That's a goal.
It's a goal.
So you're not saying that's the rule, that's hard and fast. We have to meet that every 80% of the time, or.
So if you give me a second, I'll show you the numbers and what we've been doing. And that's part of the discussion and a lot of why we're at, 1 year trying to figure out what the best plan moving forward is.
And keep in mind that this contract provision is not being changed. So the current contract
Understood.
limitation is
I heard it now.
maintained.
Thank you.
So as we start looking at the calls of service and how that's kind of done, I did want to give you an idea. So, someone says, well, it took 20 minutes, and just know at the front end, there is a little bit of, there could be a lag sometimes before they actually get the call. So, if you look at the presentation here, we have anywhere from 1 minute to 2 minutes, depending on how long it takes to get the call go through, trying to get the correct information, trying to get as much information as possible from the caller, and then by the time it gets dispatched, those are the times, and acknowledge that's the time that we're actually looking at for the response time, so that's that 10 minutes that you're on the stopwatch.
So it starts at the
Yeah,
dispatch.
so you don't start just as soon as they get the call, you start at dispatch once you receive that.
Yes, once they've received that call, yes, sir.
Now, are responders, required to go to the station first,
Yes,
get equipment, and then go to the, emergency?
so as a volunteer responder, yes, so
Okay.
they're in their house, they're going towards, they're going to the stations, getting the equipment and going back out.
Yeah, we don't send them straight to the emergency.
Only the chief
Okay.
officers have the ability to do that. We have a duty officer, call 2199, that goes straight to the call and does the initial size up. But it is not a fire truck, so correct.
Thank you.
So first engine, and then we'll discuss that a little bit here too as we go through it. To step back for 1 second, and 25 fiscal, and you don't have to go that way, but just to give them the information. 25, we made about 822 calls. What we're reviewing is, and what I'm showing you today is the data of 31 calls. That's what we consider structure fire calls. There's other calls for service that they make all the way from normal smell of smoke, fire alarms, gas leaks, medical help. We also have vehicle accidents. All those other calls are included in that 820. Okay? So 31 structure fires. Usually that is either signs of smoke or fire, either by a reportee, passerby, or the homeowner. So out of the 31 calls, this is what we're kind of looking at, the standard, meeting standard. So that's that has 10, so that's the standard of 10, 10, 80. So that they meet the 10 folks in 10 minutes of that call time. So if you look at the day crew, we have a lot better standard of meeting that when we have that first engine already kind of staffed during the day. And it declines quite a bit during volunteer hours. Now, I will say with the 31 calls, there is some of those calls that they've been downgraded. We use that 31 as a clip to kind of give us an idea. What I mean by downgraded is they could have been called and said, hey, we no longer need you. Or by the time that duty officer got there, hey, there's no smell of smoke, there's no smoke showing, we can downgrade the calls. We went through the calls kind of manually, auditory, and just go, hey, if at 8 minutes in, we didn't have enough, we would have met the standards, the answer would have been no. And that's where you have some of the unknowns. So if it was canceled at 4 minutes, then we don't know if they would have met standards or not. Just to give us an idea and to give us a little more to work with on the database. Okay. So if you look at the average response times that we have overall, we're looking at about 6 minutes with day crew response time and just under 10 minutes average response time. And this is that first engine on scene, so not a first unit, not the 2199, not the chief officer, but we're looking at a fire engine scene. If you, there is a little caveat there that we do need our mutual aid partners and our auto aid partners. That's our surrounding cities. Auto aid, we have Forest Bend, mutual aid, we rely heavily between Pearland, Webster, Lake City, Alvin, helps a lot. They come into a lot of our fires, so that means that 25% of those times, even with the 10 minutes that we may have had, one of our neighbors actually beat us in as that first engine through in. Am I answering your questions, Mayor?
Yes.
As we're going through this, okay.
Yes.
Just as some of the ranges go for that first engine, yes, there's always variables to that. We've had some as, if you look at the volunteer side, some as long as 15 minutes, and some great responses as short as 3 minutes. Now, there's always outliers to that. They may have already been staffed, it may have been on a day that they were doing training, they may have been in another call, and coming straight from another call to another, from one call to another call. And it's the same thing on the day crew. They could have been another call going from one to the other. That's why they have longer response times or shorter. But you do look at, right now we're kind of showing as a day crew model, as our part-time guys manning a truck, that they're making a little bit faster, they're making quite a bit faster response times, and that window is a lot narrower, right? And some of the reasons why this is happening. A lot of it has to do with growth, population, the number of calls, but really traffic lights and the traffic congestion, and the time of calls. So a lot of that is the factors that we're facing. I know that we've talked about it quite a bit on the dais. You all mentioned traffic and trying to get from one side of town to the other. It's not easy doing that. So when we
I don't know
are.
how you make it anywhere now in 20 minutes.
Correct. Correct. There was a time, and when I started, there was a time that I could get to any side of town in less than 10 minutes, and now trying to get from Public Works to it's 20 minutes. You have to, so.
And again, it's not traffic when they're in the engine, because they have sirens. It's traffic for the volunteers responding to the station.
And it's both. It takes a minute even with the engine. I mean, even with our ambulances and all, with response time, but Rod's correct. It's almost, there's a link to that, right? They have to get to the stations. And then the location of the stations as well. So we don't have all the stations located within neighborhood pockets, right? Especially if you look at Fire Station 1, there's no way on the backside to get from any of those neighborhoods. You have to get to the FM, get to the station and go back out. Station 4 has a little bit of those areas where you can get to through some of the neighborhoods a little bit easier. Station 3 is the same way as well. And Station 2 is even kind of set up a little bit easier for that, just because it's on the edge of the bottom of town.
But even with our lights and sirens going, it's gotten more difficult.
It has gotten way more difficult.
I've even seen y'all trying to get through places, and it's been pretty tough for you guys.
And it helps having those light duty
Right.
vehicles. People kind of start looking around, right? So you start seeing fire, EMS, the SUVs going by. They have a tendency to kind of, okay, what's going on? Oh, okay, I'm seeing more. It does kind of wake them up a little bit sometimes. Not
So
just
infrastructure on our part too could be opening up corridors for you guys, for
Yes.
everybody.
And we're pushing hard on that.
Oh, I know we are.
So yeah, anyways around, and then it's very little bit, but I do have, decrease in volunteerism. I do want to hit hard that our volunteer fire department is working hard and heavy. I know that was mentioned by the council member on Monday that they went to the badge pinning. They were looking heavy on recruitment. They are working to make sure they keep their numbers up, and that is needed for the 10 to 15 the additional personnel. But the other factors are really the reason for having issues with trying to get there in a good amount of time, right? To change those times. So with a 1-year contract from the volunteer fire department and making sure that I'm giving you all visibility on the future of the department, what we may need to do to get these numbers down. We always look at a pretty 5-year window. That's usually what we look at to try to help for planning. Proposing a model to help try to get those numbers down. So the 2028, after the 1-year contract, the proposal is bringing the volunteer fire department in-house into the city of Friendswood, a lot like we did with EMS, bringing them in and bringing that leadership within us, that same model that we have currently, the organizational model we have.
For how many stations?
It
Well, the initial staffing would just be for one station.
Right.
And again, it's not a requirement that we do this. If we can get another contract extension or something else in 2028, we can potentially delay this. But the costs are going up regardless, both as a FEFD operation and as a city operation. So we need to anticipate those cost increases to be able to.
Yeah, I was just trying to get an idea on how many we were thinking.
Oh, we're just thinking one,
Okay.
so we're still gonna have to rely on mutual aid and Brian's gonna go into
And
more detail
volunteers,
on
right. So
volunteers.
if you
yeah.
look at my and we'll get to the 5-year plan, it only has it's just to kind of give you an idea of just manning one full-time. This right here, just that first year, you're looking at just bringing on, and the thought is bringing on a part-time, full-time, part-time truck all the time. So basically a full-time day crew, 24/7.
24/7, and
But
that'd be
with
12,
part-timers.
that'd be 12/12s, cause we just went to 12/12s with the police department, and I think they really like that.
So with part-time, you would do 12-hour blocks,
Uh-huh.
and then allow them to come in 12-hour blocks. Some of them could work 24 depending if they're off or what have you. Full-time, you would not do that. We would mirror what we do with our EMS, but for part-time, they would do 12-hour blocks. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then they currently have a day captain, just looking at kind of bolstering that to the battalion chief. He's positioned to help us with day-to-day operations, more day-to-day operations, when we don't have volunteer chiefs and other folks around. Just for an idea, just real quick, Mark, we'll go back.
Yes, sir.
To run that truck is 35,000 hours, so it's 4 people on that truck, 24/7. So one truck is equivalent to 35,000 man hours. So it's a lot of time and effort, so we're looking at the volunteers, asking them for that much time, being on a truck for 24/7 and to man it. It's a lot of time, so just to kind of give you all that visibility on those hours and what it takes. It's double, obviously, what we do on our medic vehicles. Our medics are 2, so this would be 4, so a crew of 4.
And that's where the hours come from. They're
Yes.
multiplying the employee hours times 4 for every
Right,
truck.
and so as far as staff, Mayor just mentioned to me that they would do something very similar to EMS, 48 hours on, so that also increases your staffing.
So
Which is-
that's out in the plan, that's out in the future,
Okay.
but not necessarily the first step. So one of the first thing is when we kind of looked at going back at our numbers, is trying to get that bottom line down a little bit, that first engine. That average is close to 10 minutes. We want to get it down
Right.
as close as we can. Yes, we want to stay within what the NFPA regs are, but ultimately getting that first engine there is what we can affect a lot of change on by possibly putting in a 24-hour part-time crew. And then you look at the structure, and that's the next model, Ron, is more of a 5-year plan where we have the 1-year contract for 27, 28 is the battalion chief and the part-time firefighters. And then you start looking at starting to add that on. Once again, this is a 5-year model, and what Murad was trying to hit home is that this doesn't have to be a 5-year window. I'm giving you all a 5-year look. The part-time with the battalion chief, that model may last 5, 6, 7 years. We've been doing day crew for decades now, and it's been a very effective model. So as long as we have additional volunteers and mutual aid partners to bolster our numbers, then we get to scenes. We still need more than one crew ultimately to show up to the scenes. As long as we can continue that, then we can continue a volunteer model with supplementation for quite some time. But this is just to give you a 5-year picture of what that may look like as far as budgeting goes, our 5-year model, and a lot, the plan, what finance is trying to give you a big picture. So
Part of the issue is gonna be what our growth does over the next 5 years as
Yeah.
well. So if traffic continues to be a concern, or we have the inability to respond to fires, we're gonna have to supplement the part-time crew. It's impossible.
By growth, you're really talking about surrounding areas as opposed to us for traffic, because our growth has been pretty stable for a long time, right?
Correct.
So,
But
but just, I
Yes.
get it, we've got all of League City off to our west deciding to grow really fast, and they'll tend to come through our town quite a
They
bit.
all work in Pearland, and the Pearland guys all work in League City.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't figured out how to locate closer to work, but yeah.
We can do subdivisions for that too. and
We do.
more houses.
East.
we do, but the majority of it is outside our city limits, but it's immaterial, it's
West
impacting
Ranch.
our ability to operate.
And we're by no means the only community affected by growth seeing it throughout the region as far as fire departments, EMS, agencies as well, needing more folks, having trouble getting to the, their staffing, all those things are playing a role in it, so, being, 100% reliant on
Increasing
our neighbors.
certifications too, I do believe, following in FPA rules and stuff, more people are being certified and being qualified in areas of.
It's true, but I will say our volunteer staff are all certified.
Right, I
With the
know
same
that.
standards, and a number of them are career firefighters and other agencies.
Right.
Yeah. So from a logistics standpoint, one of the questions I have, because just like our parks, when we're dealing with where we place our fire stations and emergency services, are we coordinating that with the adjacent cities? Because I know they just kind of live in their own little bubbles, like I need a fire station here and here, instead of putting them more accessible to multiple, since we're doing mutual aid with each other, like, hey, let's not have these two this close together, let's space them apart.
That's
Just
a good idea.
questioning wise, because I don't think I see a lot of that on my business side, that there's not a lot of city cooperation on, hey, we can staff here and reduce the number of fire stations. When they're starting to get to $14 million, like they're telling me in Texas City, this is a huge number for putting fire stations on the ground, that we're needing to do a better job of placing these, and so we can coordinate that better.
So there's a lot of coordination, and ironically, it's not coming to council just yet, but League City, because of that coordination, is wanting to start charging us a standby fee for EMS mutual aid.
Yeah, they're trying to do that with Dickinson too. so.
Correct. They're doing a money grab at the moment, but if we rely too heavily on mutual aid, eventually more agencies are gonna have to do that because they need to cover their own costs.
And this will spill over to fire if they're
Yeah.
not careful, so.
Correct.
Yeah.
Where's the stop, so,
Well, while we're talking about mutual aid, I assume that we give almost as much as we get in mutual aid on both fire and EMS, am I wrong?
EMS, no, not historically, not the last few years, no, sir. We've been getting a little bit more than we've been giving, and that's one of the numbers, when we do have a DP in for more medics, for a third truck. So it is a need that's coming up.
Is that
Fire is really close though, you're correct, fire is a lot closer on the numbers, just because we don't have a huge amount of structural fire calls that are getting mutualated from other companies. So the fire calls are a lot more even, but on the medics, no, it's a little bit disproportionate.
Is it demographic based? Why we have more EMS than?
No, so it's a function of the age of the population.
That's what I meant.
Yes.
And it's also a function of the location of hospitals, how long it takes us.
We also have a pretty high transport rate, so, we've been seeing the numbers over the last 7 years go from 50%, and we're actually higher on the 60s, almost close to 70% transport rate. So that means those trucks are out longer, so a transport call on average is close to a 2-hour turnaround, not always,
Okay.
but versus if I just go out to you and you just need someone to look at you and you go, I'm gonna go to the doctor on my own, that could be a 30-minute call. Whereas a transport call can be an upwards of 2 hours turnaround. So you're out of service for a lot longer. on
Yeah,
those
I was hoping the freestanding ERs would mitigate for
and
that.
they are
a bit.
using those when they can, but they don't
Yeah.
have access, you can't take heart patients, there's
Right.
a lot of things
Yeah,
they can't handle.
Right,
So, but yes.
Specific
this
to our
group
population.
is really good at making sure that they take what they can to the freestanding.
So our median age has grown by over 15 years, in the last 2 decennial censuses. It's impacting our tax base too, because everyone's getting their taxes frozen, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But yes, it's impacting operations.
yeah.
So this is a hybrid plan, basically, we're gonna
This is a hybrid plan that
Yeah.
may not have to be activated if
Okay.
we're able to get a longer-term contract with the FBFD.
Okay.
But just for full disclosure, I can't give y'all a 1-year contract and hope for the best next year, so I needed y'all to be fully aware of what's potentially out there. And there's still some more slides to cover.
And working with finance, this is a possibility of some of the cost factors for that plan, so.
Year 1 is that 1-year extension with the FBFD.
So the first one is an additional 3, yes, so that year 1 is, there's an additional amount going from the end of the current 7-year contract to the 1-year contract. Most of that cost is on operations, we're trying to do NFPA requirements for operations. That's on getting our hose and our fire protective clothing up to specs and doing a lot of things a lot of things that needed to be done there. extended the day crew hours and recruiting as well. And then the rest of them fall in line with the amount each year for the additional staff. So that 27 is the day crew and the battalion chief. The 29 is the additional, I think, first 6 staff of the fire engine, and then 30 is the second.
And if
last year is a chief position.
If the 2028, if we do go to a full-time day crew, for instance, and it works out for us for multiple years, then 29 doesn't necessarily have to be $1 million a week if we're able to extend it. But if we're not
Currently,
able,
are we giving you all the resources that you need to do your jobs? I mean, all the equipment, all the things that y'all need to do what y'all do?
So we just got the
I'm
new,
just looking at the 1.5. I knew it was around 1.1 or 1.2.
got the new ladder truck, and
Yeah.
it's very well appreciated. I know you all saw it on July 4th. We'll have there's a couple of fire engines that you'll be seeing that we need to plan for the future that are close to that 20-25 year mark that we need to start replacing as well. You'll start seeing that heavy equipment on there as well, and then we work with the fire department on what they need as far as operationally. So that's the increase in cost for vehicle maintenance, the gear, the gear replacement, the gear cleaning. I know that you talked about some requirements, so there's some requirements on health screening and stuff like that. All those are included in the budget from 26 to 27 currently. Business focus is a little bit more heavy on mainly the personnel piece. There will be some increases in operation as we go as well. Try to include what we can, but there will be some increases as well in operation as we go over the years. It focused heavily on the personnel costs, but it was just to give you that like I said, Rodney, to give you that kind of window picture.
on that question though, Robert, we don't have a vehicle replacement program much like we do with our police fleet and our public works fleet for the fire and EMS. What that means is, we've had to replace them as they were due and had to borrow money to do that. So, the reality is, we should have a VRP in place in this year's budget, we'll talk about it more later. We'll have a component of that so that we can start setting aside funds to replace these vehicles, much like we do for a VRP. Councilmember Hale and Ross, our vehicle replacement plan, basically we do an internal charge to our departments, an annualized cost of those vehicles over the time period they're supposed to last, so that by the end of that time period, we have funding in place to purchase a new one. Obviously, that's somewhat of a guessing game because the price of these vehicles continue to escalate at a very fast clip, so we're constantly chasing our tails in that regard. But in order to set aside that funding, we have to have revenue to get the funds.
On that subject, is there a justification or a requirement for, I mean, I understand police vehicles need to meet a certain standard, and of course, fire trucks obviously do too. But for like public works and vehicle replacement, again, I know I'm going a little off topic, big SUVs versus little SUVs and inspectors driving little trucks instead of big trucks kind of thing, is that part of the?
So that's part of the thought process when they're selecting their vehicles, the type of work it has to fulfill. So for instance, a public works vehicle, if it's streets and drainage, it has to be able to haul a certain amount of equipment and trailers. Obviously, it has to fit a full crew of 4 individuals. For inspectors, we are starting to look at smaller vehicles, one for gas, the mileage savings, and then also for just utility, the ability to,
Cost of the vehicle?
yes.
Okay.
We did experience that in PD. Historically, we were in the Crown Vics, and then we went to the Tahoes, and then when the price of Tahoes got expensive, we went to the Ford Explorers, which were a tight fit, with all the equipment they have. And even the Explorers now cost as much as the Tahoes do, so it's just, before you know it, we're gonna put them in smart cars, and I'm just. Still make smart cars.
Well, that brings up the question I want to get back to, reminding me on the $6 water donation. I want to check on that, but before we get off this slide, I wanted to ask you, Brian, so that 313,000, how much detail do you get into with the experts here back in the room on, this is what we're using, we need turnout gear, we need this many hoses. Do you get down to that level of detail? I mean,
Yes, sir.
You're checking them on, we're not buying all new hoses, in 1 year. We're spreading that
Correct.
out,
So they're-
like the trucks,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we went line item by line item on the budget.
Okay, good, good.
President Maxwell's not here, but,
She probably has a job.
but we were able to go through that along with Fuentes, Chief Fuentes as well. Some of the things that we have done and added over the years, so for example, the thermometers, that was something that was done as a capital expenditure in the past. We've built that into their budget going forward to where they're replacing so many of those annually now, and we're not doing all of them all at one time. There's some things like their air bottles or their packs, it just doesn't make sense to do it that way. So some of those items have to be done in a big expenditure all at one time, replace them so they're all the same and they're all up to date, they're all up to standard. So things that we can, so like the hoses and stuff, this is built into their operating budget to where as they're getting certain ones, either they're getting inspected annually, and then they know that somebody will come out of commission, they put somebody on a year, so yes, sir, we are doing that as far as operationally.
So,
Well, I'll just tell you that 300,000 does not shock me. I mean, as an annual increase for our fire department, that seems in line to me. I mean, but I'm glad that you're saying that we are going line by line and checking things and not just accepting a number.
and we weren't presenting that as a negative. The cost,
No.
whether it's a volunteer
No, I
department
wasn't.
or a city, it's gonna always go up because
Sure.
the cost of equipment, people continue to rise.
Cost of increase of that.
With regard to donations, it's steadily declining, for two reasons. One, we knew when we instituted EMS billing that fewer folks were apt to donate. Obviously, the revenue we were getting from the donations were about 200,000 a year. The revenue we're getting from EMS billing is over $1 million, so it made sense to bill, especially considering only the insurance companies were getting the break, not the patients. But the other thing is we're growing, so much like it's impacting volunteerism for the VFD, finding new members, folks are less apt to donate, because they're donating to youth sports, or they're busy with their own lives, and they don't wanna pay an extra fee. We've tried to make it easier for them to donate. I do chastise staff if they live in Friendswood and don't donate, obviously, because it equates
Really?
to.
You got a list of people?
I do, we'll call them out. But outside of that, we can't force people to donate.
I donate.
Yeah.
I believe that donation fee is barely covering the debt services that we have on a couple of capital items right now. So that's really the pinch on the capital stuff that Murad's alluding to later on this afternoon for discussion, but.
In the last probably 8 or 10 years, it's dropped by over 100,000. So it was never very high, but it's dropped by.
And then also the increase in equipment costs. So over the last 25 years, there was a time and place where that cost was doing great, and it was all on the VFD. They were, we were getting the money, they were replacing vehicles, and there wasn't a whole lot that we had to do as a capital. But, I mean, fire truck, when I first started was between 250 and $500,000. Now, the standard one is we were going 1.5 million, so.
Yeah, and lag time.
And then the same thing with our medic vehicles, we could replace the whole thing for about 150, and now it's, $500,000 for the whole thing. So it's not even 100%, it's 200, 300, 400% increase. And we can't keep up with it as far as donations go. Then just real quick, just wanted to point out a possible alternative funding source. So if we continue to see that we're not able to keep up with demand, if we can continue to see that we're not able to, effectively start working at that number, which is reducing our response time and the amount of people. One alternative possible funding source is the SAFER grant that we could apply for. The first couple of years is that traditional 75-25 match, and then it flips mainly on us. And by the fourth year, it's completely on the city. We've had some neighbors like Pearland that have gotten it. I don't think they got it to start their department. They've got it to add additional staffing to their stations, additional stations to their staffing. But it is a possibility. But just like with anything else, once we start this, we're going forward. We're not be able, you can't unwind it. So just to throw it out there.
Has those agencies, performances gone up or better because they staff? Or are we seeing problems with, staffing versus volunteers? Because, we have such a familiar group and a fraternal group of volunteers. And I think when you change that volunteer spirit to a more employee, types, you lose a lot of what makes Friendswood so unique as far as volunteers are concerned. So my fear is I'd hate to see us maybe turn to something like League City, where I've heard things are not necessarily that great. And of course, Pearland's huge, and League City's huge. They of course have to consider what they're looking at. But I know where we're at too, and we need to look at it too, but I would hate also to jeopardize what is really working well in our fire departments.
So, League City is a volunteer department, they don't even have a day crew.
They don't even run a day crew?
No, they
With
do,
a hundred and something thousand?
stipending for their volunteers
Oh,
to man the
okay.
stations, but it's all on the volunteers.
So,
So they're paying them a stipend?
Yes, sir.
and we pay a stipend too in response to
Right.
calls, but they're trying to stave off as long as possible bringing in a full-time day crew, because there's a cost there. Or a full-time, sorry, staff for fire department for League City. I will say, every one of our volunteers, and just like those other agencies, are certified in their career firefighters elsewhere, so.
They're awesome.
The level of service is not gonna change. In fact, if they were to come to become a city department, a lot of those members may work for us, on a part-time basis. So I don't think you're gonna lose anything. The biggest difference is, do you have a volunteer receive a call, go to a station, get outfitted, and then go to the scene, or do you just have somebody already at the station that responds?
So,
And so
I did
that's-
have a question about this, and I'm sure logistically you've tried to work this out. Is there a way for the day crew to show up with the equipment at the scene so the volunteers can just start gearing up at the scene, so you can get that there faster?
So the difficulty is gonna be, one, the folks that are responding are doing it in their own personal vehicle, so they're still gonna be
Yep.
limited by
Yep,
traffic.
that's why I was
congestion.
just really, it's still trying to cut that time instead of there and back to just
Still need
there.
multiple engines
Yeah.
at the scene, and one to establish water, one to establish red.
And I know nothing about firefighting, Brian,
There's a
so,
lot of, you still need multiple engines, multiple companies, so.
yeah.
The one apparatus, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but the one apparatus alone is not going to do what it needs to do.
Yeah, because that's what my next question that I'd had is like, how important is response time to suppression? I would imagine as a fire is just getting going, it's a lot easier to suppress if you're there as fast as possible. Then once it's rip roaring, then you need a million people, like ants running around and trying to suppress it. So, that seems like the problem we're trying to solve is to make the response time as low as possible to make the suppression as easy as possible.
And the number one way to do that is through fire prevention. And I'm not proposing sprinkling every residential and commercial structure, but if you're seriously interested in limiting the spread of the fires, you have to do it with the rules. When it comes to the firefighters, they're being reactive and
Yeah,
responding.
no, and I get that. I mean, I'm real interested in, like you said, 31 calls. What was it in 2024, 2023, 2022? Are we seeing a ramping? Are we seeing,
So one of the deals, and we can look at it, one of the reasons why I have the 31 calls, and that's the last 9 months, is there is some discrepancy. We're trying to get better reporting on that, but unfortunately, from the raw data from the CAD that goes into our system, there is some lag time on those calls, and so they're not very accurate. So the calls that I'm showing you and the calls that we vetted, they've actually listened to the recording tape, and they're going, okay, at this amount of time, this is here to vet those calls. So this has been, I guess it's filtered data. And we are working with Chief Rogers and his group to try to see if there's a better way to get that, but we've been having some issues with that data being 100%. It's not, but it's a couple minutes off. But the problem is with what we're talking about,
Right.
a couple minutes is a
every,
big deal.
yep,
20 seconds, 15 seconds is a big deal. So I don't have accurate data to go back that far. I mean, we could just do clips, but I don't have accurate data to give you that.
So those 31 calls were fully vetted. We listened to every one of those calls from
Yes.
start to finish.
Sure.
But we can definitely do that for pastures. It's just gonna take some time.
yeah. Well, I'm looking at, is this a ramping problem, or is this just something we're really just starting to address today? And it's, one of the things I think I'm hearing is, we'd really like to negotiate a long-term contract with the volunteer fire department, but we haven't been able to accomplish that. And so, what's the obstacle of accomplishing that?
So one of the twofold, before I was city manager, we had the volunteer fire department, during our budget cycles, we're treated much like a department in the city. So they would have a seat at the table and they would vie for equipment and stuff that they needed, and then much like we do everything collaboratively, the departments all collectively rank stuff. In 2019, I pushed hard and asked Brian to push hard to treat them more like a contractor, so that much like we have with our other contractors, they get an annual increase to their budget based on CPI, unless there's something in addition to that that they need, so that they were no longer competing for gear that was essential to their operations amongst all the other needs of the city, so that it sort of guaranteed their ability to continue to provide a service. That has helped. So we saw this model changing. We knew that this wasn't fully sustainable. One of it was EMS. There was a change in our ability to get volunteers to volunteer their time for EMS. So we had to start paying volunteers on the EMS side, and that changed the dynamic of EMS and the VFD. So then we separated that out in hopes to prolong the volunteer fire department and the volunteer setup. We've seen this for the last probably 15 years. It's becoming more prominent in the last 2 or 3. I don't know if that answered your question.
Ish. And I still wanna know, how do we get to the table and negotiate a rate that makes sense? Or at least see a rate.
It's not necessarily a rate, the main crutch is that it is very difficult for the VFD to present a model that is a model that really dramatically decreases that first engine response.
I understand that.
Without having staffing.
Without somebody on
stations.
site.
So anything they do towards staffing, so whether that's a stipend program, or they do the day crew, it starts to degrade, as long as Griffon said, it starts to degrade that volunteerism to where we're going career. Well, they can't really own that. The city has to own that, obviously, because we're paying for the services. So it makes it difficult for them to do a long-range contract under those guidance. They're working heavy and hard to get more recruiting and more folks, and that will help with that number piece, so that the 10, 15.
Right.
But does it really
Still doesn't
reduce
solve
the
time on-
bottom line of that first engine in? And the answer is, without putting fire stations in every single neighborhood, or, manning that first engine crew in, it's really hard for that to be an effective long-term model. So I believe, that's what we're gonna have.
So can the stipend effectively mitigate some of that without having to bring in full-time firefighter?
The stipend
crews?
still is innately flawed, even though if you're still relying on folks responding to a station, we still have the dilemma.
Yeah.
If we were to give them a stipend to stay at the station,
Well, that's what I was, I mean,
yeah.
I work
caps.
from home, a lot of people have work from home type jobs where they can now work from the fire station, potentially, I don't know.
There's caps on how much we can stipend, so one of the issues is with that 35,000 hours, so if you were having that truck staffed all the time, and one truck staffed all the time for that 35,000 hours, with the amount of volunteers, they would meet their stipend caps in about, I think the estimate was 6 months, and I could be wrong, Chief.
Okay.
It was like 4 months, so they would be capped out. So a lot of times when you see, and once again, that's degrading the model. Once we start paying volunteers, and we saw it with EMS, they don't show up. So we start paying them,
Yeah,
then all of a sudden, okay, you're capped out, I can't pay you any more money for the year, I want you to volunteer for the other 8 months. They don't show up, so
Okay.
the model that myself and Murad is presenting is one that has stability, a little more stability than, and that's what, than that model, whereas they can't guarantee it. So that's what they're concerned about, is presenting us a model under contract and not be able to obligate, go through the obligation of that contract.
Well, go back to the slide, that showed the 5-year.
This one?
No, the employment, that one, no, one, yeah. So by 2030, we're looking at 6 firefighters. In 2028, we're talking a battalion chief and part-time firefighters. The part-time firefighters, is that 6 or?
So this slide is a building on the previous. So in 2027, we're gonna 1-year extension with the fire department. In 2028, we're gonna bring on a battalion chief and part-time firefighters so that we have a 24-hour
Resident.
There's 4 people on one truck, 24/7, 4 part-time people, that's a pool of people. It'd be like 35 to 40, I'm just putting on the number, because we still want volunteerism too, so I'm just saying that's a pool of part-time people to make those hours.
That's a pool of part-time firefighters.
But 4 people, you need 4 people to operate one truck.
Okay, so that's your crew,
Yes, sir.
and then.
And then just for visibility on the cost of the plan, it's another, close to $1.5 million to bring on full-time, it's 12 people. So you have 3 shifts at 4 people,
Okay.
so it's 12 people
What's
to
the,
man.
what's the support staff behind the 4? So the 4 in the front, and just like
So
our
that's
police
the
department,
battalion chief,
we go back and it gets like this. I mean, we might have one guy out there, but he's got a backup of communications and everything. So how does that flow back in the fire department? We don't just put 4 guys out there, 2, an engineer, an operator, and maybe 2 guys that actually, but what is their staffing behind that? You've got.
So you have multiple trucks responding first off, so it's not gonna just be 4 firefighters at the scene. It will be the 10 per the
it
requirement.
would be a different company, so different engines coming from, that's be the volunteers still for supplement that would be coming in.
From us or
From
whoever.
us,
Oh,
or our neighbors, and remember that 2 of our neighbors are career, and 2 of our neighbors are volunteers. So
Webster,
and Pearland, we call on our career departments, and League City and Alvin, or volunteer departments.
I got you.
How much is the stipend, the show up on a call out for a fire or whatever?
There's a mathematical equation you have to take on your surrounding cities to be able to determine that. I believe it's somewhere between 21 to 25, depending on how you do the math, and I could be wrong on that, Chief, I don't know if you did that.
$21 to $25.
$1,000 a year. Is that,
Oh, the cap?
The cap.
The House Bill 24,
Yes, sir.
24. The cap is, it's 20% of the firefighter rank in the highest paid department in your county, which right now is, Texas City at 76,000, so your cap would be somewhere around 13, 14,000.
So again,
a lot lower than that.
that's a state law cap, it's not
Yeah, I
a
got it.
contract cap.
Yeah, that was a little confusing, it's like throwing in caps, but of course the state wants to get in the middle of all our private business.
If
So
I don't leave you with anything on your term on council, is the state.
state
caps
is
us a
evil?
lot of crap.
And they don't like us. So I have a question on this 5-year plan. So this is, the plan is to maintain a part-time volunteer fire department. Is that correct?
If we can't get a contract extension beyond that first year, it's to maintain a part-time department supplemented by volunteers.
Not to eventually have a full-time fire department as part of the city.
It will happen eventually, it's
But
inevitable.
that's not part of this 5-year
That's not part of this 5-year plan, and that, if it were to be, it'd be even more expensive.
multiple trucks, right, this is
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
that cap of getting you to first, so
So when Councilmember Ross asked the question, what is the barrier that we're really looking at right now? You listed a lot of barriers, actually, location of fire stations, response time, the personal vehicles getting to the station, all that kind of stuff. These remove some of those barriers?
So this removes the barriers in terms of response time, because we would already have individuals at the stations and responding to calls. The other barriers are astronomically more expensive to change
Yes.
than the staffing issue.
And
So
is
to-
there an interest to come on board with the city as a city department?
I can't speak for the VFD.
the VFD at first contract, or the little bit of discussion we've had on that model specifically, the answer is no. So they are here, I don't know if that is appropriate for you to address them, but
But they like the volunteerism.
they
and
love the
that,
volunteerism,
okay.
they wanna try to get to that number
And then they
down
can-
lower. The biggest concern, and something that we're presenting to y'all, is there's been discussion and there's been concern on how long that response time. So if you go back, and it's the reason why it's the response time. So with a day crew model, so having one engine staffed at the station, you're looking at, 4-minute best response to 7-minute worst response, having that first engine there versus the best at 3 all the way to 15. So
So that's the number one issue,
so that's really what I'm presenting, or what Rod and I are presenting, is something that actually puts us in a more level playing field. As far as that first engine in, that's what we're affecting, is that first engine. We still want volunteerism, we we still want those other crews coming in, not just from our volunteers and from our city, but from others as
So-
well.
So we like the model that we have.
Correct, but,
We just want to increase the response times.
we do, but, just
I mean, you
point
know
of,
what I mean.
point of distinction
Decrease
though,
it. Yeah.
the contract for next year, we're not changing the response time criteria, so we're not telling the VFD that you have to improve your response time, in order for us to work with you.
Yeah.
We're still keeping it at the 10 and 10.
We're just
But they're just
supplementing.
showing
We're
us
just
their
supplementing,
need
yeah.
on that.
So
Okay.
then my question is the volunteer fire department amenable to a long-term contract with this hybrid solution? Where we're just supplementing, so we can get first responders on scene quicker, at least one engine, and that therefore, we can get a long-term negotiated out with them so that we can run this hybrid model for maybe a decade or whatever. I know you think this is a fait accompli, that we're going to be a full-time paid fire department, but it still seems like there's a way to make this at least supplemental and get there first with the new engine.
Absolutely. I mean, I would imagine if that's what y'all tell us to do, we could pay third party and continue to pay them quarterly to continue to run the model as long as they can run the model, including the additional help and so on and so forth. One of the reasons why kind of pitched bringing this into the city is to align us more with what we currently have and to make sure that we're at the table, not as a contractor, but at the table with Murad and with all of y'all, to make sure that y'all know exactly what the needs are and moving forward, how, you know, are we able to make the, our hours or our time spot, and are we able to reduce it, and that's what y'all wanna see.
There's two fun factors here, though. The cost of the VFD is going up, it's inevitable. Their cost of buying equipment and stuff is going up, just like it is for us. If it continues as an outside department going up, we'd had the same evaluation done for EMS. If it's an in-house department, we have somewhat autonomy over those cost increases and can leverage those for
Is it, or what, are they charging us cost plus on equipment? It should be
No, but
cost, right?
There are things that functions such as HR, such as legal, such as things that the volunteer fire department still has to pay for
Okay.
the operation of their stuff, that we already have those services, so some of those costs get reduced.
What's the percentage of the total cost that's attributable to this, let's call them soft costs or HR?
I believe it was about $140,000 that's in their baseline budget, somewhere right around there, based on the information we have that is going out for them to support their staffing,
Okay,
that we could do in-house.
so that's $140,000 out of it.
Correct, but just.
But then on the cost of a full-time employee with benefits and everything like that, just eats that a
But we're
lot.
not recommending a full-time employee, so.
But we are
Not now.
eventually. We're going part-time to step up to full-time in 3 years, from what I see, right?
We're saying if our calls continue to escalate and we're not able to respond fast enough, or we're not able to get a pool of part-time employees sufficient to respond to scenes, we're gonna have to then go to full-time.
Yeah, and
But if that model in 2028 continues and it's sufficient for us with the.
well, and that's what I was getting at. If we can run the 2028 model of the part-times where we do have staffing and the engine on scene in
Yes.
4 minutes.
I was just
or
trying to
5
clarify
minutes.
whether that was
Let's-
them as a contractor or them
but-
in line with the city.
That seems like the reasonable negotiation is to say, hey, we're gonna try to change this a little bit so we can have the faster response time with the engine on scene, but we still need the volunteers just as much as we did yesterday. And we want a long-term contract to be able to run that out for multiple years instead of just guessing. Now, I get that they're having problems with equipment cost and committing to a contract. You know, basically, I think what I'm hearing is the way our contracts are structured is we're trying to get them to commit to 5 years and they have no idea what their equipment costs are gonna be over those 5 years because it's going up at 12% instead of 3% or whatever.
So our last contract in 2004 was a 15-year contract.
Okay,
And then in 2019, it was a 5-year contract with 2 one-year extensions. And now they're only proposing a 1-year contract. So we will do our best, and if it continues to be with the current model, we will do a
It's-
10-year contract, but I can't guarantee, because I only control one side of the equation.
this is kind of an odd conversation. They're sitting in a room with them and I can't hear from them necessarily, but what are their wants and needs on long-term contract?
You
Is
can-
it, can we hear from them?
Well, we're not here to negotiate this contract.
No, but I wanna hear what the metrics of why the contract.
Well, I think that we trust the people in the room, you know, to negotiate in good faith, and I know all the people know what they're doing, and we don't need to get in the weeds on, hey, well, why don't you accept less for this, and why don't we pay more? We're not going there, because, thanks for standing up, Chief, but, I know you're ready, but, we got a lot of things to cover today. This is just one piece, and I will say it again, we love having the volunteer fire department, as long as we can have the volunteer fire department. Yay for us, I think it's a great thing. I brought up the question at the beginning, the tail that's wagging the dog here is response time, and I asked, is this a goal? Is this a hard and fast rule? Or is it, it's a goal, and we're trying to achieve that goal, and I understand you really want to get fire trucks to the fires. I understand, things are burning down, and response time is important, but at the same time, I would hope that we'll just continue to negotiate this with these guys and, work with them and see if we can't do what Michael's alluding to is, hey, yeah, if we need to do some things to get the response time better, great, but let's not, throw the volunteers out just because, we started going in that direction.
And so let me leave y'all with,
Yes.
one, we don't intend to throw the volunteers out. We don't want to throw the volunteers out. We love the volunteer fire department, and we want to continue it as long as physically possible. The response time is a concern, but we're not changing the response time criteria in the one-year extension. So it's still the same response time requirement that they're under contract for today. So it's not as if we're saying, hey, you need to now meet this new metric, otherwise we're not gonna work with you.
And I know the guide says that, if we were urban, it would be even,
More than 10 and
it would be
10, yeah.
stricter.
It would be
15
stricter.
and 9 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And so 10 and 10 is probably suburban rule and.
But we meet urban criteria, but we're
I
still
understand.
going with suburban rules.
Yes, I understand. So I
but-
appreciate that, if we're giving them that.
The direction from council is they wanna hold on to the volunteer contract as long as physically possible.
Definitely do. If anybody says we should go full-time fire, say it right now, because I don't think any of us are saying that.
And staff is not saying go full-time either.
No,
I mean,
I
trust
know
me,
you're-
I have enough
I know you're-
costs to be concerned about
I know you,
bringing on.
and Rod, hey, I know your job is to make sure that we're viable in 5 years, and you can't just, snap your fingers next year and make something happen without thinking it through. So I appreciate your job, what you have to do, and Brian Mansfield for being at the tip of the spear here, negotiating with these guys. They all look like good, friendly people back there.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
How many volunteers are we short?
So it's not a function of being short. So they have a roster of close to 100 volunteers,
Okay.
but it's 25 people. Typically, they respond to most of the calls.
And is that, do you put the call out to all 100 at a time?
Yes.
Yes.
So in theory, 100 people could show up to one fire.
They,
Or one car.
well,
They may.
they obviously would have
I
limitations
understand.
with what the fire engine can hold, but, as if you attend their banquet, you'll see the same people being recognized over and over again, because it's the same dedicated volunteers that.
Okay, I have to say something funny
No, it's a
about the
funny story.
banquet.
Go for it.
Okay, so, I love going to the fire department's, banquet every year. And, I think Steve Rocky and I were sitting there, and all of a sudden they said, well, this guy, he's made 160, trips. And he runs up there and he gets his award. And this next guy, he's gotten 360 trips, and he kind of walks up there a little bit slower, and the next guy shows up. This guy's made 560 trips, and he's going up there with crutches on. And he gets his award. This has really happened. And then the next guy made 700 trips, and they rolled him up there. And he got his award. I was like, man, that guy volunteered a lot. But I love going to y'all's banquet. It's awesome, and I remember when we were all talking about all the things that y'all went through to try to pick out that fire truck. And I mean to tell you, they did not just go, oh, let's go get this most expensive fire truck. They explained everything that they went through to try to determine what was best for the city and why they picked this and everything. And that discernment, I was like, those guys got it going on. So thank you all for what you do.
Thank you. Chief, if I may, if you have time, I would love to have a bit of a download on how firefighting actually works, in this volunteer system.
You could volunteer to be a firefighter.
They saw how crippled my body was, they would trip.
You will be at that banquet. Be at that banquet.
They would not want me on their scene, because they'd be like, he's likely to be
They will
carted
give
off
you
in the
more,
EMS.
more
But,
than you ever wanted.
but I do think this presentation's been excellent, because it's answered a lot of the questions that I've had, because last year we just scratched the surface of this, and I really didn't comprehend what the problem was and where we're trying to go. I think y'all done a great job of putting that together for us today, and thank you for answering all our questions, and then I still have many more questions, so I would appreciate some of y'all's time.
That's the cream of the crop right there as far as the volunteers. Those are the ones that, they're taking on extra headaches that the other volunteers don't, because they're trying to manage the other volunteers. And they're giving more of their time.
And to the extent, if anybody doesn't know, I've over-volunteered enough already, but I'll be willing to volunteer some more. My wife looks at me like I'm insane, because I probably sleep 6 hours a night between all the different jobs I have, so.
So you're gonna be a firefighter?
I might.
All right.
If they can prove to me I can do it safely and effectively.
Oh, I'm sure you can.
You'll
I
have
know
to
at the
prove
fire
to them.
school.
All right, I got direction from you guys. Thank you.
Good, good. Next.
Great presentation,
Yeah,
thanks.
thanks.
All right, the next item is to discuss our rules and procedures, and I'll turn it over to Karen.
So each year at the retreat, we always go back and kind of look at our rules and see if there's anything that needs to be tweaking or changed. So, this year, I found that, one of our things we did last year is we looked at our decorum and we established, what is gonna be acceptable, what's not acceptable in our rules. And so, I failed to remove these provisions last year, so we already addressed these in 5.3 of our rules. It talks about disturbances, it talks about charges against employees, it's kind of that First Amendment stuff. And there was a case that actually came out just last week, I believe, or the week before, that says that some of this very language that we have in here is overbroad. We addressed that last year, I just failed to ask you all to remove it, so.
Can you read it?
Oh, can I read the language?
It's still hard to read.
It is very small. Okay, so
Well,
the charges.
just paraphrase.
Sure, the charges against employees just says that, the members of public should not make charges against employees because they're governed by the city manager.
Yes.
And that if, we should instruct them to get with the city manager. The second one just says that there shall be no, impertinent, slanderous, or boisterous comments. And that was the language that was recently struck down, saying it was overbroad. And we've addressed it though elsewhere. So again, this is on me. I just failed to remove this last year. So, that's one possible change that we could discuss or could do this next year. The next one is procedure. We have adopted Robert's rules as a guide in our rules of procedure. And so we've altered those a little bit in here. And our first one up there is our motion to table. So we've kind of changed our motion table. We don't do that anymore because truly, under Robert's rules, a motion table is to delay something until later on in the meeting. What we've done is done a motion to postpone, either indefinitely or to a definitive time. And so that seems to be working. So I'm not sure a motion to table is good. I also have concerns about it because if you motion to table and then you pick it up later and people have gone or whatever, I think there's some concerns there just with transparency.
Can
So,
you reemphasize the council on motion to postpone? I do not like that motion.
I'm familiar with that.
I want you guys to come prepared.
You're ready to
You
go.
know,
I know.
Yeah, we're ready.
You're
If
about
there's something
acting.
on the agenda, if we put it on the agenda, it's to act on, not to wring our hands and say, oh, we need more time, and I got a question about, ask your question. Raquel is so good. Raquel, you're sending out this stuff to us like 2 weeks before a meeting. I mean, we have the material so far in advance.
I'm pretty sure I've only asked for one thing to be postponed. And that was a.
Strike one, okay. But you're fine, you're still up at bat, you're still doing.
That was my first council meeting, and I've learned, you've taught me well
Well,
since,
see,
Mike.
now I'm putting it out
There.
there.
so you're okay with getting rid of the table?
I'm good with getting rid of table, leaving postpone is not so good, but I'll deal with it if I have to. I will chastise, I've chastised Councilmember Ellis or.
Well, I'll state that sometimes questions and information come up that we didn't have at the time before the meeting.
Agreed.
So it's
Agreed.
reasonable sometimes before you act to get more information.
I
Right,
agree.
right,
And I
yes,
stand by that.
yes.
And I think the way you're handling it, Mayor, is appropriate. You're conducting the business and
I am.
you leave it as an option.
And if people need more information, if I got 4 votes, I'm leaving them behind, I'm sorry. We're gonna get it
There you
done
go.
and
I
move
mean-
forward. But,
Okay.
We'll see how that goes.
So the next two are basically objections to consideration and closing the debate. Both of those are also handled in Robert's rules. The difference here is that we have a supermajority, it appears, that we can require at least 4 members regardless of who all's in attendance or what our quorum is. So we cannot get rid of this. It's just basically a repeat of what's in Robert's rules, except for that supermajority requirement. So that's something that also we can consider removing if you want, or leaving it.
I'm not sure what we're talking about.
Okay, so objections to consideration. So before a debate even is brought up, you can object to consider it.
Yeah.
And so.
Because there's only 5 of us there, for instance.
Right, if there's 5 of you there, then you need 4 rather than 3 to vote yes or no. So it is in Robert's rules that you have to have a 2/3 vote. So I'm not sure that, we need a supermajority, but if y'all want to keep that, that's in there. I was just going to go
You're
through.
specifically speaking to an objection for consideration needs a supermajority? Or
Yes.
any, okay.
The objective consideration, similar to closing a debate. So closing a debate, currently our rules say the mayor can ask people whether or not they want to close a debate. If they don't have a consensus and it's put up to a vote, still need 2/3 people to vote for that in order to call the question. So this just, again, we use Robert's rules as a guide, and this affords that flexibility. I don't know if it'd be needed in the rules, so that was a
Does
thought
it
that
have
we
to be
could.
voted on every time if we do something like that?
So again, we say Robert's rules is a guide, so the mayor uses that as a guide. He
Okay.
can either close the debate or leave it open. He can
But
take
with a
vote.
supermajority vote?
This was
for
with
less
the
than that.
supermajority vote was in your rules, so we can remove just the supermajority, leave the rest of it there. Then it just kind of mirrors Robert's rules, so therefore I don't think it's necessary. But again, no harm, no foul. I just kind of go through the rules each year to see if there's anything
I
that we
don't
can get
think
rid
we've
of.
ever
or
had
we
this
need to
come up,
change.
have we?
No.
You
I
haven't?
just leave the supermajority.
Just leave it,
Otherwise, yeah.
Just leave those 2 as is, okay?
No, strike those, the ones, the way you have it. I think we're okay with Robert's rule.
Okay, all right, the next
Okay with Robert's rule.
portion, there we go, our appointments. So we have appointments elsewhere in our rule, or elsewhere in different policies and stuff, so this kind of brings everything together. So the first one is A, it's not up there, but that deals with our ad hoc committees. So ad hoc committees are appointed by you all for a specific term or purpose. And so the next one is standing boards and committees, and it had some ad hoc language in there, so I thought we'd just remove that as a suggestion. All of your standing committees are addressed in Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances. Back in 2022, you all passed an ordinance and you put all of those standing committees in there. It tells you whether they're advisory, non-advisory, what the roles are, their makeup, everything of that nature. So I thought that last portion really didn't need to be in there. It was kind of confusing because it made it look like they're kind of ad hoc, and when you appointed them, you were going to decide each time what their duties were. We have that established. So the next one I thought.
Karen, before you go.
Sure.
So does everybody understand the difference between ad hoc and standing
Oh,
committees?
that's a good question.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So ad hoc, again, just for a specific purpose for a limited period of time. Standing are those. that
Usually
we're
the
gonna-
mayor appoints an ad
Right.
hoc committee.
Absolutely.
We had an ad hoc committee to consider bonds,
Yes.
whether or not we should go out for bonds, so.
But you don't have to release them you don't have to release that ad hoc committee when they completed or accomplished their object?
No, they are released.
They
It's
are
once
Automatically.
Automatically.
So scratching that wouldn't cause anything.
Scratching that's already addressed really at 8.1A, which I don't have up there, but it talks about those ad hoc committees. This and B kind of confused it. It looked like it was trying to address standing committees. It said citizens, but I really think it was just a standing committee, so I just revised that and removed the verbiage, because for standing committees, we have the language already in Chapter 2 of our code. Next, at 8.1C is council liaisons. So we have the appointments. We're kind of talking about all the different appointments that you all do. And so council liaisons is addressed elsewhere, but I thought it'd be nice just to bring it all together so it's all together in one document. So the idea here was our council liaisons are appointed annually. We'll talk about that later on today by the mayor. And so this just brings it into here so we can see all the appointments together. And the next one is just attendance of liaisons and alternate liaisons, which just says that liaisons and alternates should go, or the liaison should go to the committee members' meetings that they're assigned to. If they can't, it just says that they should try to call the alternate in order for them to attend. So at least we have someone there, because that's point of liaison so that council members can go to these meetings and then report back to the rest of the council if there's something to report back. The next one is just attendance at council members at these meetings. The thought was here is that, if there's a desire for council to be able to go to council meetings or go to meetings of the committees, that, we would like to know that in advance so we can actually post the meetings.
This is
So there's
Michael
no
Ross rule?
open- No, it's happened several times, so we've tried to make sure that, this is just a possibility, this is a thought for y'all to consider. That we could have a process by which if a quorum does show up, what happens? The courts have been really lenient or very expansive, I guess, on their thing of deliberation, which is specified in the Open Meetings Act. You can't have a deliberation amongst council members. Well, the courts have really said it's a discussion, and it doesn't really even have to be, there's a case in 1999 that says it really doesn't have to be amongst council members. It can just be someone asks a question here, someone answer a question here, and then you possibly have a violation of the act. So I just suggest that maybe if there is a quorum, that council members try to work it out. If not, council has a fallback rule that, hey, first in time, or it could be whatever rule you want, but that was just one thought I had. So,
Well, for someone who's been trained on this 16 times, that is an important thing, though, and it's a good thing for us to establish, because it can come back and get you. Because I've always been trained too, it's not deliberation among council members, it is discussion of city business or school business when I was trained, most of the 16 times. So I think we should decide how we handle that.
and it can be this way, it can be some other
My
way.
solution is to just notice all of them that there's a possible quorum present.
So notice possible quorum gives the public an idea that there could be a quorum, but under the act, you have to say what you're gonna be discussing. So we'd actually have to do more, we'd have to do minutes, we'd have to do all of that. So if that's the case,
Why don't we just call the liaison and say, I'd like to come, and the liaison could say, you know what, I just had so-and-so, so that's it. And we let y'all know. And if somebody else calls the liaison and says, I'm coming, you say, I'm sorry, I've already had 2 other calls, so there's 3 of us now going.
I've been voted in place to represent the citizens of the city, and if I have time to make a meeting, which I don't always know, I'd like to be able to attend, whether it's 5 minutes before the meeting or 5 days before the meeting.
But they didn't elect you to break the law.
That's not breaking the law.
Having a quorum present at city business is breaking the Open Meetings Act law.
And this is why I want to come up with some alternative solution to manage this.
So
This was just-
posting every meeting it's problematic in the sense that we don't actually, we're not actually giving notice. When we post a notice of possible quorum, it tends to be for a social
Yeah, I noticed that.
reception to really kind of, it's an extra protection for the council, but it tends to be purely social, and you may, in an off chance, have some city business discussion or some comment about the city. The challenge in posting a city council agenda for every single advisory and non-advisory board that we have is creating an agenda, an additional agenda, or creating joint agendas, and everything that we do for a council meeting would then step in. We don't have the capacity, honestly, and the resources to have all of those advisory and non-advisories also be a city council meeting. So again, we'll do whatever you guys want. It is a large amount of time and resources that may or may not actually work to allow compliance with the Open Meetings Act. And I'm,
And is it really necessary? I mean, are we having a problem?
We don't have a problem with this, and I think Michael.
I understand
Yeah,
where you're coming
I
from.
think, you know, you can go to as many of these meetings as you want, and
It's
I think it'll be
courtesy.
very rare that you have to ask another council member, would you mind leaving so that I can stay? 'Cause
Unfortunately,
that's not-
it's been
It's happened one time.
It's happened twice, and the only time I've showed up to meetings, so. Literally, the only 2 meetings I've showed up to, it's happened both times. So that's why,
On that committee?
on any committee. So it was P and Z one time, the first time I showed up to P and Z, the only time I showed up to P and Z, and I was asked to leave. And then the second one was the comprehensive plan committee.
But you showed up to other committee meetings, but that didn't happen to you.
Those are literally the only two committee meetings, except for I've been to one of Robert's meetings,
You talked about, other than your own.
other than my
liaison.
own liaison
You can
position
decline
meeting.
committees. Nobody ever asked you to leave, I don't think.
Well, that's true, I went to that one too, so I've been to about 4.
To be clear, for the new guy, excuse me, 3 people are there. I go to the door, look around, there's 3 people in there. 4 makes quorum, so I just leave.
Correct.
Theoretically.
Well, not
Or-
theoretically, or
Or
I could,
you could poke your head in, you can say, hey,
Can I sit on
Michael,
here?
Would you leave?
I will gladly leave. I got enough meetings to go to.
I understand.
If it's me in the room, kick me out, because I'm looking for an excuse to leave, but
At a
I got 2
specific
meetings already.
place where several council members have shown up in the past, me not being one of them at the time I was not a council member, is the drainage district meetings.
Sure.
So Robert's been the liaison, Michael shows up occasionally, and I've been a regular for a while. So does that rule apply at that meeting as it
does
would
every-
with any?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're all in a restaurant, we can't sit at the same table.
So if you're in a drainage district
Again,
meeting,
I'm
and
sorry
it's,
for
no,
the
if you're in a
basics.
drainage district
We're-
meeting and there's 4 of you, someone takes a picture of you, files that as a complaint, with the, Attorney General, that is a valid violation of the Open Meetings Act.
Okay,
And
so-
and I'm very passionate about it because it really is a protection for you guys. Now, if you are in dinner, if you walk in and you're all at Escalante's and you're having a few margaritas, you know, that's purely social. And the idea is that you're not gonna sit there and hold a council meeting when you're drinking your margaritas,
Somebody may
right?
still take your picture and still file it.
They could
Right.
still
General, yeah.
file it, but you have a,
So
you
if there are
have
3
a.
people in there, and
Yeah.
the 4th one shows up, you're
That's
like,
the
hey,
issue.
oh, bye.
But here's the deal.
You're
Here's the
buying
deal.
margaritas.
If you're
I think
having
we-
margaritas together, or anything together, 4 of you, and city business starts getting discussed, and this has happened numerous times, somebody says something and one of us leaves, so as not to break that law. That has happened numerous times.
So you guys
with
police
me.
yourselves.
You have
Yeah.
to,
Yeah.
because we're all accountable to
Mhm.
that law.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you have to. But I didn't think the drainage district was not discussing drainage city business.
But it's always discussing city.
It's all,
related
yeah,
matters.
there's always
Okay,
some
so
form of
that's
city
like
business there,
related.
yeah. I mean, they're inside our jurisdiction effectively, so therefore.
That's
Okay.
B and 8.3, so 8.3 is the drainage district or any
We can
other,
just police
of
ourselves.
another
Yeah,
governmental entity.
I get it, I
Just
Yeah.
So that's,
And the
I will do my best to
chair mentioned
notify.
If you've had enough margaritas, you call Uber.
Yes,
But
yes,
there's a change of hours.
it's right there too.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Please don't take it to go.
Yes, sorry.
And then the last one, this is just access to information. This last legislative session, the legislature enacted a new section of 552.404 of the Public Information Act, which says that council is entitled to any information that the city has. But if there's any sort of confidential information, that we can request that there be a confidentiality agreement signed. So this just kind of incorporates that into your rules and says that.
I've
that would
always
be-
thought we could get any information.
And you can.
Yeah, and y'all been always so forthcoming whenever I've asked anything, so.
Right, right. So
I've
this
never
just kind of
thought this was a
codifies
problem.
that rule, and so we can.
It's
that
not
was
just
a thought.
you.
Well,
This
No,
all
I'm-
looks
So anyway, those are just,
I'm just
again, my
the
thoughts,
agitator.
just running through it again, we look at them each year, these are just some things that you might wanna consider coming up. If
Thank
you do
you,
wanna
Karen.
consider them, we can put it on an upcoming agenda meeting, and y'all can vote on those as a resolution to adopt change of rules.
Yeah, please do that. Great job, as always. Karen, by the way, for those of you who don't know, if you don't come in here every day, Karen Horner is here every day, Saturdays, Sundays, I swear. You know,
I used to be the last one in the building.
it's her. She's always,
Oh, the new one?
you know,
Devoted.
devoted. So, and just
We've
for,
got a lot of devoted personnel and staff here.
so I think we can get this next item and the one after that, and then take a quick hygiene break.
Okay, then.
How do you like that?
There you go, Robert, no
How do you like that?
problem.
How do you
Yes.
like that? All right, so moving forward,
So we already
We
talked,
should ask in front of
we talked about council liaisons.
yes.
And here is my proposed liaison assignments. Some changes in there. Randy, you're the new guy. You know, my rule in the last few years, new guy gets the library board, and, you know, it's kind of a soft opening for you, you know. I mean, hey, Melissa and all the library board are great people,
I'll
you know.
promote you every time you come.
They will, you know, they'll get you a library card, whatever you need, you know, and take care of you, but.
You know,
So if, you know, I'm open to suggestions on these, but this is what I came up with. It's really well balanced. If you notice, I have a few assignments, and the Mayor Pro Tem has a few assignments, and then other council members have a little bit more, but not much. It's not a whole lot of, we have a new board. Where do we put that one? We have new Capital Improvements Advisory Committee.
Yes.
John, you get that one. You know what that is? That is the new board that we have to have by state law to talk about impact fees. And it used to be able to be done by planning and zoning, but they won't let us do that anymore. We have a separate board. So is that you? Oh, that's Hill. No, that is, yeah, it is Hill. Hill gets the liaison with those guys, but that's a new committee we had to add this year. Thank you, State of Texas, but anyway.
So, just as a question, is there any conflict with me being the liaison for the zoning board of adjustments with my son being an alternate?
Whole watershed and all the stakeholders.
No, because that's
Committee
not
member.
financial.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure.
That's a good question.
Now, you can't get up to the podium and tell them how to vote, but.
Please don't.
You do realize this is my child, and
Do that out in the parking lot.
Yeah.
So he
he's
doesn't take
still,
orders well?
he's still kind of teenagey.
Okay, well,
whatever he's
yes.
doing, he's doing the opposite.
All right,
Yeah.
so, yeah, talk to me if you have a
They'll say, "I'll
problem with
take that
that, but
under
we're gonna put
advisement,
that on
do
the
what I
next
damn well please,
council
Dad."
meeting, we'll approve that one. And you notice that I get to make these appointments, but I do ask for your concurrence, so I'm that kinder, gentler mayor that, you know, kind of strokes you on the back as I'm giving you the hard jobs. So, next, charter review.
So.
One more, this will be quick. This should be quick.
Go to,
Charter review committee.
there you go. So charter review is, in, the charter, it's also codified. It's composed of 7 citizens, the registered voters, the mayor, selects them, and, the council concurs with his appointment. The duties are to review the charter, make possible recommendations for changes, and if you do, decide to move forward with those proposed amendments, it is a charter amendment election that would happen in May. If,
We have to do it every 5 years.
every 5 years, yes,
That's
sir.
what our charter says.
That's what the charter says, that the charter review committee has to be called and they meet. It does not, however, require you to hold a charter amendment election. We've done this pretty consistently, so we will get to a point where there's nothing really to amend. That will not be the case this time. So, no. Here are the applicant names that the mayor has put together. They're all residents, they all have passed background check, and they have strong volunteerism. Joe Matranga, Robin Hall, Ron Cox, Kitten Brizendine, Dave Smith, Yolanda Belker Watson, Madeline Short. Miss Yolanda is on the Harris County side, so we made sure that we had a representation from the Harris County side as well as Galveston County. We have administrative background on council. We have experienced people that served in the last committee, because Mayor wanted that continuity from what we did in 2022 to this one. That will be placed on the agenda for your August meeting for concurrence.
And they will come with recommendations in our January meeting?
Yes, sir, the final report, the report is completed in December. This is a 6-month appointment. You will receive that that presentation in your first meeting in January of 2027.
All right. Important dates. All right, so,
Those dates, you can't know those dates, but.
all right, hygiene break, thank you.
This bakery popped up inside of like one of those Mexican like burrito things, like a Chipotle-esque kind of.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Melissa.
You, sir. Very efficient break, and on with the show.
So the next item for discussion was regarding homeowners associations and to some extent private properties and to what extent the city engages and uses public funds for private purposes. The reason I bring it up, it was a timely discussion Monday night when two individuals got up and spoke about the property at 2205 Pine Avenue. I don't disagree with you that the pool is not up to code compliance. The property needs some work. Code enforcement went to the site. They noticed a violation, the property owner, they even summoned the individual to court. The guy didn't show up. So we're not gonna send PD out to arrest people that are code enforcement violations, obviously, or didn't fail to show up to court. The dollar amount to fence the property was only $3,700, which doesn't seem like too much money, but I want you all to take into consideration our total annual budget for the entire city for that type of service is $3,500. So, it's not as if we have a line item sufficient to go fence that one property, and then also where do you draw the line? There are probably 150 vacant properties throughout the city of Friendswood. So is it fair for the taxpayers to take care of some properties but not all properties and make it the onus of the property owner versus what have you? The other part of that equation is there are a number of HOAs throughout the community. And when pressed and asked for help, we obviously want to help them wherever we can, but there's not a consistent policy by which, how do you decide who wins the race, basically? Which HOAs do we partner with and use public city dollars to benefit them versus the other ones? If y'all want to partner with every HOA, and I've shared this with you before, that's a policy decision by council. And once y'all set the policy, I will implement it and staff will implement it. But if you do that, we need the corresponding budget to be able to accomplish that, so.
So I'm assuming that if we went out and put up a safety fence around that pool, that we would put a lien on that property.
Correct.
The cost of that, and then when that property sells, if ever,
We'd get it.
we'd get the money back.
But the properties rarely ever sell, so we mow probably, and I'll defer to Aubrey because it's her department that does it. We have a handful of properties that we have mowed just this year out of that $3,500 budget, and liens have been placed on it. Those properties aren't likely gonna sell this year or next year. They're vacant for a reason. They're not turning over.
How much responsibility do we really have? I know that I've gotten several calls. I've gotten several calls on this. I've called Stephen Ray. Stephen Ray has even gone out there and he mowed it himself.
Him and Renee did and painted the garage himself.
And picked up the trash. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. And I was like, holy mac, Stephen, but that's going way
And not even on city time. He did it on his, after hours.
So, I mean, to me, that's private property.
Correct.
And I don't know what we can do to force them to, but we're the ones that get calls on it. The neighbors are like, oh my gosh, there's a bunch of wasps up here, it could sting somebody, you know, and then you're like, oh gosh, so. I don't know what we can actually do about something like that. It's not really our property.
Our code enforcement officers, I mean, compliance is the goal, at the end of the day. They are very good at working with, property owners to try and get, compliance. It's usually a last ditch effort if we do have the property mowed. I will say, the cost of these one-off, has increased significantly. I'm like $400 to $700 to mow these properties, because by the time we get to them, you're not mowing, 6 inches of grass. It's,
But you would think that
it's weeds.
If they're in an HOA, Aubrey, that HOA has the money, and it's their beautification project, not ours. And you would think that they would be responsible for it, but I know they're hollering over there about my mother-in-law's house that was purchased. And that person went bankrupt, and my wife goes by there every day, and she's just sick about it. But the HOA complains about it, well, get in there and cut it, you know, that's not really the city's problem.
Our HOA does, and we file a lien on the property for the amount, and then their HOA dues are past due and all that, and we file a hard lien on it, and we take care of the mowing and the to a point. So, of the 3,500 or whatever we spent, most of those homes are not within an HOA, are they?
No, they are. So, I mean, so Forest Bend, not to pick on them, because we just talked about the electronic billboard, we will do things using city dollars, much like the partnership project on the detention pond, and go mow areas outside of what we approved, just to be good partners. And then they don't want us to allow citizens outside of their neighborhood to use their facilities. So there are HOAs that don't operate like yours, Councilman Brando.
But is it because they don't have it in their restrictions and paperwork, or they just choose not to?
They choose not to because their attorneys, at the end of the day, they'll have an attorney give them an opinion that this is not really something we can enforce based upon our deed restrictions. Get the city to do it. But a lot of them have the same rules that y'all's have. Most deed restrictions are pretty identical for residential development.
I have noticed that some of the, like you said, some of the restrictive covenants enforcement in the various neighborhoods is all over the board. You know, Wedgewood Village versus Forest Bend versus Eagle Lakes. You know, and having been sat on those boards and having these same discussions like Randy is, you know, there is some level of, hey, you know, we can go take care of this and we'll eat the fines. One of the things that worries me is like the health, safety, and welfare. Those pictures were rather stark, because it did look like a putting green as opposed to, you know, a pool.
Yeah.
And I actually looked at buying the house adjacent to it a few months ago, and I didn't want anything to do with buying the house, because I knew that house wasn't going anywhere, and it was gonna continue to look at that. So I was, I just
So
don't.
that's hurting their neighbors.
It
property
is,
values.
so, you know,
But the
When do we
HOA
get
is,
to a point of condemnation? When does the city condemn a piece of property?
so it would have to be a severely, we don't have a property maintenance code. We do have non-substantial, not whatever.
Substandard
structurally deficient,
structure.
Yeah. Substandard structure ordinance, so they would have to be to the point of collapse. So at the very least, they would just have to secure the property. I will note that property on Pine Drive is in the Poly Ranch neighborhood, so it's not as
No,
if,
it's-
it's not a derelict community.
but if you also look at how they enforce their restrictive covenants, it appears that they don't. I mean,
They don't want to, so
No.
that's.
A lot of
Not
HOAs,
Go ahead.
a lot of HOAs
Yeah.
use the city as the heavy because they're friends. I mean, for the most part, some of them, because you don't
Right.
wanna have
Yeah.
to go tattle on your friends about the trailer in the driveway, or there's cars parked in the street, or something like that.
oh yeah.
So the city's used as the heavy, and so whenever they are reported, we run through our prescribed process. And this one has gone, I mean, to the extremes for the most part for what we get into, taking them all the way to court, and then when they don't show up, again,
What recourse do we have?
So
Yeah, what's y'all's suggestion with something like this?
Well, the easiest suggestion is raise the budget for it, if y'all want us to handle these type of things.
Which
But-
is our responsibility?
I don't
Correct,
think
which
we
is-
should be
but, I mean, it goes back to, like,
But the pool part. I
yeah,
think
that's
is,
the thing that's worrying me,
yeah.
because, and, you know, I guarantee there's many pools like that around the city, so if our enforcement ability on that is to, you know, chastise them and tell them that
Take
they're,
them
we need them to act, or we need to be able to act, and,
Any of the citations for a code violation it's like a speeding ticket.
yes,
And so they may go to court, let's say this individual showed up to court, they pay their speeding ticket, they don't have to fix the pool.
but there's not
ticket.
like a daily fine for that, just like we do, you know, when they're on the building code side, if you're in violation of the building code side, you get a daily fine until you fix it.
We can do that, but it has to also be prosecuted, and the judges have to accept the terms of it. And a lot of times when we take a case to them, most of the prosecutors will say, because they're independent, they're allowed to make their own professional legal adjustment, we don't have a sufficient enough case to fine them daily. So they will throw out long before it's even tried.
Even on a pool case like this? This is the one, I'm just using this because it's the most stark, because I've had a little child in my neighborhood drown. Now, not because the pool wasn't secured, but at the same time, I saw how it devastated the family and the surrounding community. So,
And I understand, and there's also still limitations to state law. So for instance, if this pool was in somebody's backyard behind a fence, even though the pool was substandard, and if we can't see it from the public right of way,
Yeah.
we can't notice a violation. Because the state's very specific. Our code enforcement officer has to be able to visibly see the violation, from the roadway.
or adjacent property where they have public access or whatever.
Correct. Or we offer the complainant a lot of times, if you wanna file what's known as an unobserved misdemeanor affidavit, meaning that we didn't observe it, but you observed it, and you're willing to provide evidence and take it before municipal court, we'll gladly do that. But it doesn't mean necessarily that we'll achieve the results that we want. So the simplest solution is if there's a certain type of violation that council is so concerned about, obviously with the pool being as stark as it is, we need additional funds to be able to address those issues and place liens on the property. Or we can defer back to the,
What can we do to the HOAs? Can we do anything to the HOAs and say, hey, there's no citation we can issue to an HOA, or
It's the property owner. So
how
go
about a
after the
strong
property
letter?
owner.
Strong letter to the
We
HOA
can do
saying,
that, which Maddox is the HOA, because it's not their responsibility.
no, but he means, making the HOA step up to.
making the HOA step up to the fact that you're
Well-
not enforcing your restrictions.
But there's no deep restriction on necessarily in these old HOAs for fencing your pool or securing your pool, like there is a state statute and city ordinances related to that. So,
Well, the liability is on the owner, and if someone, a little kid or anyone drowned in there, those people would be held, liable for that. And I don't know what recourse that would entail. I don't know if it could go criminally. It looks to me like that's a criminal offense, but it's really those people are liable, and they're the ones putting their neck out there to allow that to be like that. I don't know what we
Would we
can
put
do.
a chain link fence up? Is that what we would do?
Well, right now, the property owner's representative is gonna put a fence up this weekend, so that particular
Oh.
issue is gonna be addressed.
Okay.
I sent an email to that effect yesterday,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
there are gonna be others. And
Yeah.
so what I need from council, and I'm not arguing right versus wrong,
so
what I need is.
what's the budget? What's the proper budget for, and I don't wanna mow everybody's lawns.
Correct.
mean,
It
that's-
doesn't mean that we'll use the budget every
But
year.
I'm more interested in fixing this pool problem because,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I just,
The severe safety
Yes.
yeah.
threats.
the-
that we
I mean,
need.
and
I
Maybe
agree.
that's the policy decision by council, it has to qualify as a severe safety threat,
Yeah.
not just because they don't like rodents in their yard, because they don't mow the yard.
yeah, that happens. I'm-
Neighbors can go
In this
mow.
instance, it was almost $4,000 just to fence the pool.
Yeah, which.
What
our-
kind of fencing
our
was
current-
this? Like just cyclone fencing or what? Or this
it
sounds like a
was-
permanent fence.
Hold on.
The
was
fence
a-
that
it
the
was a 4-foot
contractor
tall
was
pool fence.
proposing was like a wood framed fence with like,
The
I guess, some kind of.
privacy netting, something like that?
No, it was more permanent, cause they were gonna put posts in and a gate and everything, so.
So it's probably a pool safety fence is what it sounds
Okay,
Yeah.
like a
That
4-foot
sounds like a
pool
pool
safety
safety
fence.
fence.
like. It was gonna meet the requirements for pool safety.
Well, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, just in that instance, so even if there's 5 or 10 of these things at $4,000 a pop, I mean, that's 10 times the current budget that's there now. And there may not be a whole lot of pools, but on the Harris County side specifically, there are lots of buyout houses and zombie houses that are still there that we constantly chase for mowing and to keep secure, to keep squatters out, to keep
Yeah.
kids from playing around. I think for our level is the expectation, is it just plywood on the windows and it's secure and mowed? Is it the fence needs to be in repair? I mean, is it a beautification effort for the neighborhood? Because that's what, we do get the calls from the HOAs to say, here's our list of 10 zombie houses. What can you do? And we run the same traps every single time. But the expectation is to do something like this throughout. The budget is gonna have to be increased, at least a little bit, because one house is gonna wipe out.
Well, yeah, especially
Theoretically,
in this
what's there.
situation, yeah.
Our current annual budget, it's actually 5,000, we're at $3,700 right now, cause we've spent some.
That's what you got left.
There's invoices literally on the printer yesterday, I think boarding at the house was 1,500.
Yeah.
I think there's a 700 and a 400. We are giving the property, by law, we have to give the property owner an opportunity to pay before we file the lien. And we did have one property owner that actually paid, the amount instead of filing the lien on the
Yeah.
property.
Well, the lien is,
but-
the lien is always, Councilmember Hale's been trying to say a word.
Well,
Yes,
on
sir.
the lien, okay, so we go do $4,000 fence or a $200, $400 mowing job and give the homeowner an opportunity to pony up the money, and then we go back again in a month, do it again. This time he doesn't pay, so we file first of all, do we have to only file the lien for what it actually costs to do the job? In other words, could there be an ordinance that if we do this, it's gonna cost us $1,500 if it gets to the point that we do it?
Yeah, fine,
And, well,
effectively.
okay, I don't know if it'd be a fine or this is what it costs if
Yeah,
the
you'll-
city does it.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
But, and the rest of that question is foreclosing on the lien, because, I mean, these houses may have notes on them or mortgages and such. But if the equity's there, do we have the wherewithal and the authority to go ahead and proceed after a time with the foreclosure and let that money go into once we foreclose and sell, let that money go into a fund that would fund the other problems? Again, complicated question, but probably not
Good question.
a simple
The
answer.
first question is, we can only put a lien on the property for the cost. We can have an administrative cost of like $100 or something just to cover administrative costs, but it has to be tied to our cost of actually doing it.
Actual
It can't-
cost, right?
It can't be a
Punitive
fine.
in any side.
So, and then the second question was,
Can it go into the fund, or does it automatically have to go back
Well,
to the
So we
general
can
fund?
Second question is,
Yeah.
when can we foreclose on it, or, because
So our
usually you
lien-
don't,
those
but,
liens are subordinate to tax liens, so usually if it's in that state of repair, you've got tax liens first, so they would pay first, and then we would be next in line. We would come before any mortgage lien in this case, but we are subservient to the tax lien. So when we do get paid, it just goes back into the fund where it came out of.
if they owed us
It doesn't, or does it go
$2,000.
back into the general
It goes
fund?
to
and
general
then
fund,
we
and then we
reappropriate it?
So-
I think part of
But
the
if-
question was, how can we force the foreclosure in order for that all to
Can we
happen?
be the foreclosing entity that, if the equity is there?
For tax purposes, you can foreclose it for tax, but you can't
They can't
foreclose
for
for mowing.
delinquencies.
Okay.
Brain just went out, I'm sorry. Oh, I totally forgot that question.
And this is one part of a broader discussion too. I mean, I'm talking about as individual private property, but we do need to talk about homeowners associations in general.
Yeah.
And because, as much as we wanna work with Wedgewood, we also have to take, I believe it was Councilmember Hanks said, hey, well, how do we make those determinations? Which HOAs do you partner with? So it's probably best to have a policy in place.
Some version of
some-
how the public benefit is, whatever it
Well,
is.
that's not a policy decision. There has to be a public benefit, period. Otherwise, we can't legally do it. And then if it does meet that public, purpose nexus, then we can go into, which HOAs do you partner with?
Well, it seems like it's case by case, isn't it? I mean, we need to bring these issues to council and discuss them.
So-
It's not gonna be, I don't think we're gonna be able to write a blanket statement that says we cover HOA's costs in certain, I don't know.
Are you talking about the other things? Like
No, just
like
in
the
general,
Wedgewood
no,
or
but no, like through the parking
chairs?
lot, the parking, on-street parking. for
Or whatever the
Whatever
common
the thing
benefit
I think it
is.
seems to be,
Yeah.
it needs to be discussed.
Because I see those two separate issues.
Yeah.
One is, we're talking about some safety issues of dilapidated property, and what's our responsibility? Okay, yeah, so did we finish that one?
Well, my last thing on that is, and would be my fear, is once the HOAs or people find out that the city's willing to go out there and start mowing these things and taking care of these things, the next thing you know, you're gonna get
Yeah.
a lot more calls than you're getting right now.
There is
If
that
there's
expectation.
$100,000 in that budget, there's people gonna find a way to spend it.
We do get calls from certain HOAs with a list of properties, every month. So it's not as if they're just complaining about one property. They said, here's 10 in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
We want you to go.
Have we set a precedent?
I'm passing
by going
this
ahead and
around. I
addressing
mean,
their
whoever
issue
wants
Who wants to come by and
on
mow
that
your
list?
lawn? Here, pass it to Steve.
I've already got it.
That was perfect. Steve got it first.
Sorry, sir. Can you repeat the question?
Now, have we already set a precedent, if you will, of addressing a particular one or two HOAs that presented you with that list of 10 houses and gone out and taken care of them on their behalf?
So if it's a violation of our code of ordinances, then yes, we will, any complaint we receive, we're obligated to respond and evaluate. And so if it violates our codes, whether or not the HOA was responsible as well, we go ahead and start enforcement proceedings. Now, we are, much to my chagrin, not issuing citations fast enough. Like, after a while, especially when it's a repeat offender, I would rather just go in and cite them right off the bat. But our code enforcement officers are a lot more a lot nicer, I'll put it that way, to try to achieve compliance without having to take everybody to court. If, after we do the requisite notice of violation, wait the subsequent 10 days, and then give them another notice and wait the requirements by state law, then we can issue a citation. But no, we haven't set a precedent, because we've just been
We're just following
We're following the ordinance.
our code of ordinances.
State statutes.
Okay, so we haven't set a policy,
No.
and not everybody knows about it yet.
Yeah, we do have a policy that if it violates our ordinance, we're obligated, just like a police officer, if they notice a violation of local and state law, they're enforcing both.
And we're at right now, if we spent the $3,500 that was left in it then, and what would come to us now is a budget amendment to fund that deal, and we would look at that funding, and we budget it, we would fund it. I think we leave it the way it is, because I'm afraid if you, let these HOAs know that there's $100,000 in there for this type of thing, they're gonna go crazy.
Yes, sir.
And
Okay,
just,
so
we'll do a budget amendment.
That pool is an ordinance violation.
Yes, it is.
Because
Correct.
it is unfenced. So
Yes.
we're going to look at that and address
But
that.
And
that's
we
being
have been, that's being
Yes.
addressed, but we had already been looking at that. We took that
Okay,
individual to
but-
court.
Okay, but when you said you go out there, you're not talking about fixing the thing, you're talking about citing them and taking them to court or whatever, when you say it's an ordinance violation.
Correct.
But I think what, I don't know if this is what Randy was asking or not, but if you do something like mow or put the fence up, are we setting a precedent? Is that what you were?
Well, if we, as a policy of addressing a HOA's concern in mass, with a list of 10, for example, have we already set the precedent of handling it that way, or are we still, as we should, taking them one bite at a time, one incident at a time, spending whatever money, filing the lien as soon as we do it, and then going after the homeowner, be it with citations or with
Yes.
whatever we can.
And
legally.
the lien is the last resort, so taking care of the issue ourselves is one of the last resorts, because we, again, try to achieve compliance with,
Our HOA, it's a first resort. If we spent money, we're filing a lien. And I don't know if the city can do that, but I would recommend it.
and
Not-
I've been ignoring
It's a
Councilmember
two.
Ellisor. Hold on real quick, Aubrey.
As a practical matter, HOAs have a lot of power through the deed restrictions that are there.
Correct.
And they go through a process of sending notice, saying if you don't correct whatever it is, mowing the yard, fix the shutters that are falling down, you're gonna have costs, you're gonna have attorney's fees, we are gonna follow up. And as a district court judge, I had HOA lawsuits every year, numerous ones over these very issues. That usually helped resolve the issue. If it didn't, then we went through the whole process of getting a judgment, they follow their process to get the foreclosure going, and they're getting in line with taxes and mortgagees and all those type of things. But
Yes, sir.
HOAs throughout the county and the state, they've got a lot of backup legally, and they usually do this. But if they can defer and let the city do their work for them, they certainly will.
Correct.
But it needs to be referred, first of all, when a citizen calls, have you contacted your HOA? Because they will take action. It's within their purview to do so.
Yes, sir. And we
Well, then
encourage
that
it.
begs the question, do we require the HOA, do we require proof that the HOA has done their due diligence before we go out and do stuff?
If we want to amend, and I'm going to defer to Karen on the legality of this, but if we want to amend our code enforcement efforts that require that if an HOA exists, that the HOA has to respond before our code enforcement officer looks at it, we can, I don't know if that's legal.
Right, so if it's a public nuisance, it's, it's our responsibility as well, right? Or we could take that responsibility. So we have the obligation to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. So to say that we're not gonna do it, you can do it, because we both have the authority to do it. Probably we can certainly put that back into their mind, as Judge Ellisor said, but just saying that until you do that, we're not doing anything, I don't think that we can.
I think a lot of times we'll tell that, complainants, if you have an HOA, usually the HOA's restrictions are a lot more strict than ours. Because the only thing we're gonna check is to make sure, it's secure and the grass is mowed. Usually the deed restrictions of the HOA are, addressing shutters, and there was a house over on Blueberry Lane, I think, that was vacant for a long time, and they kept, the HOA kept complaining, and the house was secure, from the street, there were no issues, there was nothing violating our ordinance, but, it was a vacant house and it wasn't.
And we mowed the yard.
Yeah, so.
And they were behind on their HOA dues, and somebody bought it, it's gonna be a flip, and we have a lien against it. So when it sells, we will get our money.
And it's not just pools and mowing the yard. I mean, I've gotten calls on puppy mills and smells from dogs and, oh my God, why didn't the city do something about this? Well, that's not really our purview, right?
Well, that goes back to what I was saying, can we force the HOAs to get involved, somehow, and make them use their power that John is alluding to, and say, hey, you guys do this, and we'll take you to court, and we'll.
And I believe Karen is suggesting we can't.
Yeah, I don't think we can force them to, because I think we have.
But we can maybe put that in our process
It could
as
be our
a
practice to make
step.
sure, hey, have you checked with them first?
Or even us call the HOA and report, the violations, so.
Assuming we have the correct HOA contact information, because we've
going?
solicited continually.
How hard is that?
Of record at the Galveston County Courthouse, it's all there.
It is, or is it,
Absolutely.
okay.
So we
And- but
pulled all of the HOAs that were on record.
Yeah.
And we input those into our system. However, the number of informal HOAs that are across the city, we don't have their accurate information.
If it's not of record in the courthouse,
Yeah.
it doesn't exist.
Yeah, and so we have a lot of those across the city that's like, well, we had an HOA, they don't exist anymore, but we still meet, and so, there's some that are like community groups that still check their stuff, but, we did check, all of the HOAs that had filed the appropriate paperwork to show, and a lot of those have, third-party, management companies, so we have their third party, but we don't have their local. So.
I will say the majority of the time, code enforcement efforts work. So when the code enforcement officer notices violation, we start getting compliance. Maybe not as quickly as everybody wants, but they do achieve compliance. I would be hesitant to recommend, if we notice a violation, not do something and just hope that another entity takes care of it. It would be much like telling Josh and hey, if you see somebody speeding, don't address it. Maybe a state trooper will address it when they get by, because the end result is to make sure that our nuisance ordinances are complied with, and that the health, safety of the community is.
I think adding that step in there to engage, have our compliance, I know it's more work, have our guys engage with the HOA to make sure the HOA's been informed. You can't just ask the complainant, hey, does the HOA, because,
What happens when the HOA calls us and gives us the list of 10 properties?
well, then you refer them to John. Judge Ellisor.
We've had
Please
this
call
complaint.
Councilmember Ellisor.
Mirage, when they give you that list, do we not get code enforcement to go out and
Yes.
look at all 10?
We do.
And contact the property owner and say, you got 10 days?
Yes, sir.
But I think first
Do they get a
making
second
sure
10 days after that?
So
Can we
once,
eliminate the second 10
That's
days?
state
just so you
statute.
got
That's
state law.
state
State
law.
law.
Just like the HOA has to give them 30 days, 30 days, 30 days, and then they can finally do something.
If I had my brother, we'd just go in with a citation once our code enforcement officer saw it.
And just from our point of view, on the citation point of view, we're gladly accepting those, because a lot of times, like Ruben had 2 last week that we sent a judicial summons to, and those were taken care of within 2 days. So he, so then we just present it to the prosecutor as Ruben would like for you to consider dismissal because it's taken care of. So a lot of times, just that piece of paper with the judge's name on it seems to help.
I could see that happen.
So we don't have a problem with the citations coming in, because I'll be honest, probably 80% of the time, they fix it and
Take care of
it's
it.
recommended for
Yeah,
dismissal.
and just from the HOA side, since I've run dozens of them over the years, you follow the process, it takes forever, but once the fine, and it's not fines, but it's the administrative fees start racking up, then you start getting their attention, but they still don't do anything until you basically file that lien. You file that lien and then they start moving because they may or may not, most of them have a mortgage. So that tends to elicit some more responses, but I've got stuff where we've having to foreclose on it, and we're not really gonna foreclose on them in the end of the day, cause their mortgage is gonna take care of it, but yeah, you almost have to take them to foreclosure to get them to pay a bill that was $500 that's now $5,000. So I get it, it's very difficult to make somebody pay attention, but I think if you do at least the paperwork and, get a judge to send something out, it's gonna get some of them.
I heard firsthand at the Forest Bend HOA meeting, they had one house that had a squatter in it.
Yeah, that was crazy, but that's got its own set of crazy laws. So when we do file these liens, I'm assuming on the permit side, we do not issue a permit for any until a lien's been paid, correct?
So we flag properties in our system,
Yeah.
and if we haven't, we will make sure that.
Maybe cross-reference and make sure that, hey, there was a lien filed because they were in code compliance issue, so now they're coming in to put a fence up or whatever it is. We can capture that money then. Okay.
Seems like we've beat this one pretty well.
You beat that pretty well, and.
But thank you, because, after that meeting the other night with that pool, I don't know, pool's driving me nuts.
But the other side of the equation is HOAs, partnerships with HOAs. To what extent does the city?
Well, I think case by case. I think if they come to us and they want city tax dollars to do something, we gotta address it. We can't make a blanket rule that says, up to a certain amount, we're gonna partner or whatever. I think we just need to treat each one. Do you have a suggestion?
I just need consensus from council, because I see Councilmember Hanks shaking
She's
her head too.
nodding.
No, she's.
I would say, no, you can't do that. You
We
can't make a
spent zero.
blanket.
Yeah, oh, okay.
I agree. I'm with Mayor on this. Case by case basis, they should probably come in and make a pitch as to why this is benefiting everybody.
So do you guys wanna do it kinda like you do naming city facilities, where we schedule it, when you bring it to a retreat, we compile them and bring them to you, or? Well,
We
bring
also-
it to-
we also-
How many
How
have
many
we
do we
had?
get?
I mean, we only have.
They're
only
Well,
had
few and
that's
far
the,
between,
that's
right?
that's the thing is you get one-offs, but as soon as one gets something, then everybody wants
That's,
something.
yeah.
And so I think that's what we're trying to preempt here, is that if it's a zero and hey, we're never gonna talk to them, that's super easy on our side.
Yes, it is.
If it is, oh, well, anybody can make their pitch, when we get asked, and it's like, well, it's totally up to council, so you would have to make a pitch, you would have to fill out a form or a document, or whatever it is, and run the process. Even if that's all you do, now it starts.
I
That's-
think if
So
they,
it's just kind of a,
you make a process or something like that that says you at least need to do this if you're going to.
Is it an intake form?
correct,
What is that?
Yeah.
correct.
And I agree
What are
with
you
John.
asking for?
I agree with
Correct.
John on that.
Just blanket and zero.
And
Yes,
that's,
Judge Ellis, I think that's right.
those are the easiest,
No,
those types of determinations are the easiest for city staff.
Those are the best.
Blanket zero, okay?
Is that the consensus?
That's,
Well, at least this side.
I agree with John.
At least until it's not.
At least until it's not.
Blanket
fine.
zero.
All right. The next one, on to another fun topic, e-bikes. So we had this discussion at a council workshop, and as you know, it's continually become a greater issue. The police department has been doing quite a bit in enforcement, to include the chief of police himself. I think you knocked the kid off the bike.
One up.
Yeah, he picked one out.
Or maybe,
Yeah.
knocked him off, but
Yeah. And so he's also advising his guys as they see violations to engage, obviously in a safe manner. You don't want a kid to get hurt in the process. But even enforcement's not gonna solve the problem, because as I've said before, unless the industry overall changes, there's people are gonna still continue to purchase this for their kids and have it available in the community. The state is gonna look at some new laws, I understand, in this next session, that may further strengthen our compliance capabilities and enforcement capabilities. Aaron had provided a survey, Councilmember Ellisor had asked for a survey of other cities.
And some of these you'll note are just a codification of state law. So, you know, yeah, they have something in the ordinance, but really it's no more than state law requires. So, that's reflected here, you know, that's a requirement of state law.
Do we need to do something that says that our ordinance reflects state law?
So, no, because they just have, the police can enforce state law, and they have been, they've submitted materials out, to the public to let them know what the state law is. It's a lot of the kids, I don't even think it's the e-bikes, it's mostly the dirt bikes and things of that nature that we're seeing. So, and we have mechanisms to take care of that, and I think the chief can tell us about the different things that he's done and what he's seen, lately. But, I know that there's some cities nearby and elsewhere that have passed ordinances. There's others that have decided that there's sufficient, laws on the books that they can enforce to take care of this or to address the issue. A lot of it is just parents making sure that they know what their kids are doing, making sure when they buy an e-bike, it truly is an e-bike and not something else that they received in the mail. So it's just a lot of education things, and I think that a lot of cities have determined that that's what needs to happen in this state.
Are we educating? I think I've seen some engagement stuff.
Yeah, so the communications department, it's not just because Glenda's sitting to my left, has done a great job working with us to get that out. And they've also coordinated quite a bit with the school districts as well. So, the school districts are enforcing at their bike racks.
Perfect.
The illegal bikes as well. And they're doing the education. They're following some of the same, stuff that we posted, here, Know Before You Go. And it's done the education there. Cause that's where most of these violators are. Not saying that there's not adults on them that too have had, some crashes, but, it's mainly, it's been mainly the children. And what we've seen is that, now that we're as educated as well, because you can see how this is this is a lot on this chart, as far as officers to memorize off the top of their head, when you go out there. But, when you see them, what we found out is that most all of them weren't even supposed to be on the roadway to begin with, on the e-motorcycles, plain and simple. Now, some of our habitual violators have transitioned, and they will, they're on the pedal assisted ones. So, one of the particular ones that Murad had mentioned before, when he sees my car, he'll go ahead and start pedaling to let me know that his is legal. It's just not the peg, bike, because, that's that section there. So what we're seeing is that they're getting educated. Not for sure the number of them are being reduced, but they are getting in compliance with state law a little bit more now because of the education. And we'll continue to push that stuff out, and maybe even go a little step further where we'll talk about maybe some safety, maybe do some safety seminars. We've got our both SROs reaching out, and they've done videos with them up there at the schools to pass that out. So this was a good segue. I think the point that Karen made when we looked at these other city ordinances is that maybe they were just feel-good city ordinances in other cities, and that's not necessarily what we have done here in the past with city ordinances. We want good, solid, enforceable, city ordinances that may not be covered by state law, and that's the intent, I think, of some of those. But these are feel-good, and they're just reinforcing what's already there in state law. It's gonna change, obviously, with the amount of accidents.
What is staff's recommendation here? I mean, I'm with whatever y'all wanna do.
I would recommend stay the course.
Yeah, we're gonna stay the course, keep doing the education. There's no reason to mandate that we come up with a city ordinance that says you can't violate state law.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we're seeing here.
One of the things I think you hit on when you were describing this is that the classification of each of these bikes is not really easily discerned. And the Highland Park, I think, was the first one I saw, had a law that they put in e-bikes. And they made any e-bike, regardless of which level it was, come in and register, and they basically put a sticker on them that was easily discernible which classification it was, so that the officers could see in quick order, okay, they're on a compliant bike or they're not, so.
So
that-
e-bikes are required to already have that on them, they have to say
Okay.
what class they are
Yeah.
currently.
And
yes,
we're-
they
But this
have-
was more
they
like
have
they were
additional
registered,
registration.
yes, you can ride this on the road, no, you can't. So that the parents are notified, you know, hey, you've got one that's not compliant or you don't. So that was just one of the ones I saw that was actually taking a step further than state statute and just trying to make everybody be aware of what they had, so.
But much like anything else
Yep.
that y'all consider as far as legislation, I would always take into account the enforcement side of it. So
Yep.
if it's not easily enforceable, for instance, the registration program is fantastic, and I'm picking.
But you're gonna go the
dogs.
dogs.
Yeah, I'm gonna go dogs. The residents have to know that that program
Yep.
exists, and now that once you know it exists, so your dog, I assume is registered.
Nope, he's still not registered.
I was gonna say, we have to what?
But where can I make that payment? I have payment on me today.
Yeah, right across the hall. It's
And I think I have his rabies tag number on an email.
But, we will do our best to communicate and educate the community on all the offerings the city has, both from a recreation standpoint as
Yeah.
well as an enforcement standpoint, but it's still not gonna reach everybody, so,
And I get that, and I think this did more than you know, because I've seen a dramatic drop in the amount of children on the road doing things they shouldn't, and the bad e-bikes that were way too fast. I've seen a dramatic drop.
Well, I'm gonna give you some kudos, Josh, because my 15-year-old was on his e-bike with a couple of his friends, and they were going through Eagle Lakes. And at that intersection, there were a whole lot of younger kids on these motorized bikes. And the police officer was calling them all over, and so he got the older boys too. And they listened, and he told them, you know, he was fussing at some of the younger boys for what they were doing. And the 15-year-old that I know came home and said, you know, it was really good. What he told all those kids was really good stuff, because they were acting crazy and they're gonna get hurt. So I think your officers are addressing it as they see it too, because he said the police officer pulled over, called the kids over, said, you, come here, you know, and just got them all together and educate them, so.
it's awesome.
Yeah.
So the consensus from council is continue to.
I think the course we're running is working really well, in my opinion, and I think just to keep up on them, and enlisting the school to help with that has probably been
Yeah,
most effective.
yeah, I think so.
So,
Josh, on the frequent flyers that you mentioned before, frequent violators, when they're minor, does state law allow enforcement that involves cost to the, and I know any fine would be borne by the parent, but holding the parent accountable for the actions of their child, that we can use state law currently to enforce?
So, maybe not necessarily state law on some, other than allowing a licensed driver to operate a motor vehicle, you know, on the roadway, if they know it. But what we have found is pretty effective is calling the parent out to come pick up the bike. Your bike's at the school, you need to call mom up here, and she's gonna come pick up your bike, because you're not riding it home. And mom has to come up there, and now we educate mom on what the violation is.
Wow.
And we say, you're aware of it, your kid's aware of it, they're in our computer system now. This one's on us because probably you don't understand it. No one understands it too well, but now we're explaining it to you, you understand it's illegal, can't operate it on the vehicle. He's seen on the roadway again with it. You know, it can be towed just like a regular vehicle can be. But what we're getting at is, I think that education piece of it is working, they understand. Oh, I had no idea, we've been seeing them riding all over, we thought this was legal. We didn't know these classifications, we didn't know this or that, so majority of them are working. The frequent flyers, then the ante is upped a little bit each time that we run across them.
Yeah.
And that should.
And I've seen the comments on the various places where they're saying, oh, leave the kids alone, let them, you know, better than sitting playing with their iPad or whatever. So they're kinda like, let them go, but you can't do that, so, okay, thank you.
It will just take one fatality.
Yeah.
yeah. And you saw in another jurisdiction, I think it was in California or somewhere, where a mother was letting their child operate an e-bike illegally, knowingly, been told several times, and then that child ran into an elderly person and killed them, and then now they're being held accountable, not civilly, but, you know, in criminal court for that, so I don't know if our state
Yes.
allows any of that, but.
And we're not saying at all that this is gonna prevent that.
Right.
We all know in this room, distracted drivers, impaired drivers, and when you start putting kids on bikes like this and are operating, we've had some serious ones.
Yeah.
But we will, you know, this is not gonna solve that. This could happen at any time. You mentioned the intersection over there. This could happen at any time. And this not be a issue or a fault, you know, of ours as a governing body. This is truly, if you as a parent feel that it is okay to let your 8-year-old go jump on one of these things with no helmet and go cruise in the neighborhoods, that's not anything that's gonna be on, you know, on us or you guys or anyone else. That is truly a parental issue. It is unsafe. And I think everybody in this room agrees with that.
Yeah, because what is it, I mean, you're still doing 20 miles an hour. A 20-mile-an-hour impact with a curb and no helmet on is going to kill you.
That is correct.
I mean, I don't care who you are. So, awesome. Thank you, though, for addressing that this year. I appreciate it very much.
So the next item is a meeting topic, and in that regard, we were gonna suggest having a working lunch if y'all would
I
like to
agree
do
with
that.
that. So let's take, come back, 11:45, get your lunch, start eating it, and, Rhonda, you're on in about 15 minutes. How about that?
Sounds good.
I just want to say at the outset, this is my 11th budget cycle, and I look forward to this now. I really do. I can't say that the first couple of years I was excited about sitting through all these meetings, but now I am, because mostly I'm just so impressed every year by the staff and how creative you guys get and how you come to solutions. And I'm not going to say council doesn't help, because I think we do in some cases, maybe not always, but I'm always impressed. And so I look forward to this, starting this new budget cycle, my last budget cycle.
Oh my, we definitely need your help. That's part of the
We're here to
reason we're
help.
here, is to get feedback from you, so,
And in case Rhonda doesn't mention it, this is extremely preliminary. We
Yes.
don't have certified values. The numbers will change if we get certified values, and that is protested value filters, you just keep that in mind.
They don't come in until,
So,
July 25th.
and that'll just be Galveston County, we won't have the Harris County, we'll have the certified estimates sometime in August.
Right, but Galveston County is also telling us that there's a possibility that we may receive certified estimates this year because of the number of protests.
How many protests have been filed?
So there's that possibility, so.
But we will,
Preliminary, right?
it's preliminary.
Yes,
Very preliminary. It's
very
preliminary, to make sure everybody
preliminary.
on our side of the table understands.
But by charter, we will have a draft budget to you guys by August 1st, because that is a requirement of the city manager.
So today we are sharing with you an overview of the multi-year financial plan, as well as a preliminary proposed budget for FY '27. As a reminder, the multi-year financial plan only takes into consideration the general fund. Our planning tool for the water and sewer fund is the rate study that's done every 3 to 5 years by a consultant. And that last rate study was done in FY '24. With the preliminary budget, we will be discussing both the general fund and the water and sewer fund. But we're gonna start off with the multi-year financial plan. So to start off with, we'll go over our planning assumptions for revenue. We're estimating about a 7% tax-based growth in year one of the plan, and that's based on the preliminary values that we received from the appraisal districts on April 24th. And then we're expecting, we're planning for a 2 to 3% increase in values in years 2 through 5 of the plan, and that includes any new construction. And then most other revenue sources in the out years are increased by 2 to 3%.
So very conservative.
And when I say out years, that's 2 through 5, because.
Sorry, go ahead.
Because the first year of the plan is our projected proposed budget.
you have the most information.
Yes.
That 7% figure does include new construction though, so it's not just valuation growth, it's a combination of valuation growth plus new construction.
Do we have a delta of the two, like it's 2 or 3% for valuation growth and then this X amount of dollars for
Not until
Not
we
yet?
certify values.
Okay.
But these are conservative numbers as usual. You guys very conservative in your planning and
Hoping.
projecting.
Yes.
Well, hope is not a strategy. I mean, I think you're
Astronaut
Yes,
says
they are
it's not.
conservative.
I think you're very conservative in your
We
investment.
usually are.
Well,
Receiving that letter from GCAD wasn't the best news about the number of properties in protest, so
And it's not a matter of, the protest, fine, that's the private property owner's right. The concern is we don't have, certainty of what the tax rate needs to be with those properties in protest. So historically, for instance, if the appraisal district says we have $200 million in protested values, we were able to say, we're gonna assume we're gonna get 85% of those values certified. Because they'll knock off 15%. But the sheer volume of protests this year, it may not be 85%, even though that's what we've seen historically, it may be 80% certified, so, once the protests are adjudicated. This is a concern as well, because you've seen in the last 5 years, there have been 2 cities that have, adopted the wrong tax rate, because they didn't appropriately calculate some of those protested values or account for some of those fluctuations in values, to the point where they had to cut $10 million from the budget, Pearland being the most recent example. So we don't take this lightly, so when Rhonda says these are estimates and this is preliminary, they're wanting to make sure they've dotted every I and crossed every T to make sure that we don't run into those situations. Sorry.
okay, so the tax rate assumptions used in the plan. In FY '26, just for your recollection, we used a tax rate of, it was the flat tax rate, a little over 52 cents. In the plan for FY '27, we're using the voter approval tax rate plus any unused increment that's available, and right now, that's about a penny. In the out years of the plan, we're using the no new revenue rate.
So on the second point, the voter approved tax rate plus the unused increment, the reason for that is twofold. One, as we mentioned to you during the volunteer fire department discussion, we do have capital equipment that needs to be replaced that isn't currently being funded, because we don't have a vehicle replacement program for that capital equipment. It's not just, we already just replaced the ladder truck. Brian will confirm or deny this, but we have to start putting in our order for the next fire engine right now, in this next fiscal year. It's not gonna be a $2.4 million engine like the ladder truck, but it's still gonna be a substantial investment. And because of the numbers we're seeing for mutual aid calls on the EMS side, and the wear and tear we're having on the ambulances, we have to put in the remount.
Based on the number of vehicles we're using, every year we're needing to remount our new vehicle pretty much on ambulances.
So we'll get into more details, but I wanna tell you, we didn't just throw out voter approved tax rate for the sake of it. We're seeing some substantial costs coming down the pipe this next year that need to be accounted for.
Okay, so our revenue forecast, for FY '27, we're forecasting about 48.1 million in revenue. And as you can see from this chart, taxes make up the biggest part of the city's general fund revenue budget, being about 80%.
All right, so what was
The remaining,
what's the tax revenue from ad valorem? You said total was 48 from all revenue?
no, that's all revenue,
All revenue,
48.1.
And ad valorem is what,
It was about right at 25.
25 this
Yeah,
year?
we'll get into that once we get into the
Very good.
preliminary budget discussion for
And the
FY '27.
The 25 was just O&M, or is it including
That's just O and M.
just O&M,
Yeah.
it's not the debt service?
Yeah. Okay, and then on a side note, in the taxes, the sales tax there, that doesn't include any of the sales tax that goes into the street maintenance fund and the FDEDC.
Gotcha.
This is just strictly general fund, so.
Great timing.
Okay, the planning assumptions then for expenditures, right now, there's about a 1% increase in personnel costs for FY '27, and a 3% increase for the years 2028 through 2031. Non-personnel, there's about a 2% increase in FY '27, and that's just operating expenditures. That doesn't include the reserves that we're gonna talk about
and that, the funding for a vehicle replacement plan for, fire and EMS equipment. And then, it holds at 5% increase year over year for 28 through 2031.
Again, that 5% increase is based on what we're historically seeing in contract services. So when we go out and bid for mowing, for example, or what we're seeing with the cost for other services that the city routinely engages in, maintenance of vehicles, whatever the case may be, we're seeing consistently 5% increase across the board. In some cases, 50% increase, because it's just the cost of doing service will go out.
I know I came late. Is this including insurance,
So
things like
this-
that as
Yes.
well? Okay.
Yes. So
So-
we're going over the multi-year financial plan right now.
So 1% seems low.
And we'll talk about that and, you know, later on in the presentation, but the main reason is, what's driving that is we've had a decrease in our TMRS rate.
So the
So-
investments that TMRS makes for that pension program, we're doing better than they anticipated, so the cost of the city is going down.
Okay, so the next slides represent the decision packages that were submitted by the departments for the 5-year plan. And these are FY '27 unfunded decision packages. So none of these items are included in the budget for expenditures.
Totaling 1.9.
And I don't want to read all of them to you. I think you have them in your presentation. I think you have a copy of the presentation, so I don't want to read all of them. The highlighted ones represent capital items. So the total capital request for FY '27 is about $979,000, and then the non-capital are about $995,000.
So we are working with the fire department, mainly with the Department of Emergency Services, on a couple of those to get those replaced, so they may come off.
So you might take a minute just to explain for new council members, decision packages and unfunded, and how a decision package makes it onto the funded list. Let you guys discuss that, unless that's coming up.
It is coming up when we talk about the FY
And you
'27
said
budget.
you have a copy?
I think it's in your handout for the meeting.
No, we don't.
Here we go. Okay.
It's a small one.
I bet it's this.
Oh, I got it.
No, that's a.
Ron,
oh, that's
I got
a-
it. I got it.
She printed it out, Mark.
I got it.
Okay.
She got it, she got it.
She says change
That
it
lady's
around.
on top of it.
So then, FY '28 anticipated decision packages, there's 3 slides. And the total submitted decision packages for 2028 is about 5.9 million. And again, the highlighted items are the capital request, almost 5 million in capital.
I will say, the city is trying to establish and has, with the budget, a deferred maintenance fund, basically, when we have things break. Namely because if you have, and I'm gonna use the grade all as an example, the top one on that list. If we don't have a grade all, our public works department can't cut the ditches, as one of their basic core responsibilities, in the community. If we don't fund that, then we stop performing that activity, and that service is no longer provided. So we are trying to establish and have established a fund, but it's not sufficiently large enough to replace these items as they stop working. Much like we're talking about a VRP for the fire EMS stuff, we need a VRP for large equipment. And it's not fun setting aside funds to do that, because obviously you need a revenue stream to do that, but if we don't do that, then we just stop providing the service, which is not an alternative that I would be comfortable with.
When you put a number in there for a grade all, we know we have a grade all. Is that the delta, the cost of the new one versus what we get for the old one when we sell it?
Typically, when we sell it, we get it and barely any money for it and stuff, because it's not operational. We were fortunate to get $99,000 for our ladder truck that we replaced with a $2.4 million ladder truck, so.
I will brag on y'all's grade all work. I do love y'all's grade all work. Because you can tell it works really well.
How many days of the year is that grade all working? I always see it out running, so is it?
Much as possible, weather dependent, so if it's dry, and we have, biggest issue we have is, we can dig the ditches even if they're a little bit wet, but
Yep.
disposing of that dirt
Right.
is the issue. Sometimes landfills or areas that we take it to, that spoil dirt out of the ditch, if we can't get into that area to dump it, we can't cut the ditch, we don't have anywhere to stop
I see them out all the time, so.
But based upon the hours that is being operated, we anticipate needing to replace it in FY '28. So not FY '27, but
Okay.
if you look at the number, it's $500,000 for a great hall.
Yeah, and just reason I ask that question is usually you would look at it, leasing something like this, is we need to be more responsible, but I mean, I think they see this thing operating. Not 365, but darn, and Steve said, every usable time, so.
And it is in every monthly report, the linear foot of ditch that are cut. And my directive to Stephen and the Public Works Department as well has always been, we need to cut every ditch by some frequency, if not annually, every 18 months or so, because if you stop, then you start having issues.
Really good.
And that's just one item. There's obviously a lot of items on that
This
list.
3 pages of FY '28. Okay, then you have the FY '29 anticipated decision packages that total almost $4 million.
And y'all don't need to do anything with these lists. We're just telling you what's going into what we see coming up in the next 5 years.
I think in the past, we've given you a number, but we've never shown you these, and I think it's
Right.
important that you see them.
Yeah,
And you know
I like
what's
it.
out there.
Yeah,
So,
it's helpful, it's very helpful.
FY '30, 5.8 million. And then finally, FY '31 kind of dwindles down a little bit because I think,
It's too far out for us
Too
to
far out.
say definitively what.
There'll be something else come out of it.
yes, absolutely.
Crystal ball gets fuzzy.
So this chart here, also known as John Scott's favorite chart. So what this represents is the change in fund balance. So, and just keep in mind, the first year of the plan, we used the voter approval tax rate plus the unused increment, and then in the out years, we're using the no new revenue rate. So the green line represents the 90-day reserve requirement. And notice that as expenditures trend upwards, our emergency reserve also trends upwards. The higher the 90-day reserve requirement means less money available for capital improvements. The blue line represents fund balance with no decision packages being funded. And as you can see from this, after 2029, we can no longer maintain the 90-day reserve requirement if we keep adopting the no new revenue rate in the out years. The purple line represents fund balance with all decision packages being funded. In 2028, the fund balance would fall below the reserve requirement.
So the reason this was referred to as a John Scott's slide is by charter and by policy, we have to present a balanced budget. So we won't allow that to happen, whether you all increase revenue or we cut services. We have to have a balanced budget. But we don't want y'all to be surprised. That's why we do this exercise so you know what's coming up over the next 5 years.
All right, and just to summarize it, as we just mentioned, the 90-day operating reserve is maintained through 2029. Again, we use the voter approval rate plus the unused increment in 2027, and then the no new revenue rate through 2031. No decision packages are funded in the 5-year window, and that is to allow for staff and city manager and council's input based on the actual needs and the available funding.
We will get into more details as we go in FY '27, but is there any questions relative just to the general concept of the multi-year financial plan?
All right, so we'll move on to the very preliminary budget. Expect changes.
Double.
So we'll start off with the vision statement that was adopted July 1st, 2024. The Friendswood City Council is dedicated to providing quality public services, fostering a vibrant economic climate, and ensuring robust emergency operations and fiscal responsibility. And then the overall goals for the budget that align with the vision statement is to maintain a high level of service, investing in the diversification of our tax base, and then fulfilling prior year initiatives. And then to go over the budget process, this is a collaborative effort among all departments and includes City Council. It's not my budget, it's not finance's budget, we just manage it. It's all of our budget. So,
Can I
each
interrupt for just 1 second, Rhonda? For the newer council, do they know the process that y'all go through internally before it ever comes to us? Have y'all shared that story already?
that's what I was,
Oh, beautiful, okay, sorry.
yeah, I was just gonna cut,
Thank
but if I don't cover what you're thinking, let me know.
No, you're gonna cover it,
Okay.
I know you are.
Okay, so, each department starts evaluating their needs around February or March. They submit their base budget and then any decision packages to finance. A decision package is a specific request for additional funding outside the base budget. It can be a one-time cost or it can be an ongoing cost, meaning that the next year it would become part of the base budget.
And that discussion, both of the base budget and decision packages, the base budget involves an exercise where they look at their budget and what they spent that year, and they make adjustments to their base budgets based upon that. So if there's a reduction, they're not spending funds, they reduce those areas. And in areas that they're seeing an increase in cost, they ask for adjustments to that base budget. The base budget is intended to provide the same services we're providing this year. A decision package is intended to either replace something, a piece of equipment that can't be funded as part of the base budget, or to bring on a new initiative based upon what council's asked for or a contract that council's approved. So a lot of times you may see throughout the year, you'll have a discussion, hey, we should really do this, like, and I'm gonna pick on the HOA thing. Y'all should really start taking care of these issues. Fine, when it comes to budget cycle, the council may not remember that they asked us to take care of that, but the expectation.
say that, by the way.
We did not.
I heard that y'all did the right thing, thank you.
And I just use that, it's a bad example, but I'm using that as an example. A lot of times, I'm gonna pick on John Scott because he's not here.
He lives on an infinity.
No, our mowing contract was coming to completion, and y'all just renewed it this last Monday night. It was costing us $360,000 for both mowing and landscaping. The contractor said, when we engaged him about an extension, they said we can't do it, so we had to go out for bid at that prices. So we went out for bid. It came in at $700,000. So council said, hey, you know what? Let's break these into 2 different contracts, which we did, and let's reduce the frequency of certain services so that we can get a more competitive price. We did that, and the bid still came in at $700,000. So council awarded the contract. 2 council meetings later, we're having a budget discussion, and the line item was adjusted to $700,000, and John Scott said, well, that's just way too much. We don't want to, we have no control over it, short of saying, hey, we only want to mow once a month, or we only want to, and we can do those things once we're outside of a contract cycle. So anything that's been executed to date, we're contractually obligated to fulfill. But that's just an example. So as departments see these bids come in, and we know we have to make adjustments to our budget, those adjustments are made during that base budget review. Separate from that, they look at decision packages, and that's what's done collaboratively, meaning that all decision packages are presented to this team at the table that you see. Every department head presents their item and basically defends their item to their peers. All the peers leave, and they rank everybody's items except their own. And based upon that ranking, that's what's included in the budget, if we can afford to fund it. Some years, they'll do this exercise and nothing gets funded. It's just the reality of what the process is. Some years, like last year, was a rare one where everything got funded. And staff is appreciative, obviously, because those go into actual service level requests that the citizens have been asking for.
As the new guy
Yes, sir.
on that mowing contract and landscaping contract, it took me a minute to figure that out. I actually asked Stephen for some more information on it. And I agree with John Scott, it's too much, but everything is. But I didn't realize one was mowing, one was landscaping, and so, again, he provided the information. It's like, oh, okay, now I get it. Because it was the same locations listed on both bids.
Yes, sir.
It's like, why are we paying but again,
Yes, sir.
learning curve, so thank you.
Okay, so, back on the budget process, in addition to, what Murad talked about, with the department directors ranking the decision packages, our budget manager also meets individually with each department to go over their budget, just to ensure that we've identified everything that they need. And then key budget drivers are presented to council, and that's what we're doing today. And it's very important that we receive feedback from y'all, so,
You will.
okay. All right, so let's talk about just the general fund. So these are our key budget in our tax rate drivers. We're expecting permit revenue to decrease about 261,000. That's 26% from last year's budget, and that's related to us nearing build out. And then we're expecting about a 2% increase in sales tax, about 401,000, and we have taken into account that revenue from Dick's Sporting Goods. That's been adjusted.
And paying that.
Yes, and just for your information, we don't know yet what the outcome of that is. We have not heard back. We have a consultant that's working with the state because they have contacts that we don't have access to, and and I think they're at the point where they're working with Dick's to get it resolved. We don't think it's all
Misallocation.
a misallocation. We think some of it is our revenue from online sales, but we've adjusted all of it out just to be conservative. So.
Good news.
And historically, the state's worked with us as well as other agencies when these type of issues happen and give us a time period by which to pay it back. Because obviously, if we had to give $2.4 million back today, it would have to have a severe impact in our budget.
And that, it's not all general fund, there'll be an impact to the street improvement fund as well as the FDDC. So,
Yeah, I just think that I read Katina's letter wrong there, because I thought we were gonna have to make an adjustment for the entire amount in the year that it occurred. That's what I read in the letter.
okay, so for
budget
audit wise,
yep.
we will have to do a prior period adjustment, and so we will have to adjust our fund balance, and it will just be considered like a loan on your balance sheet.
Okay, got
But
it.
Does
we're
that
not-
make sense?
But we're not physically
Okay.
giving $2.4 million back in one fell swoop.
No.
Okay, got
Well,
it.
What
We
we would
would if
like
we
to
could,
do
if we
is
could.
give the current year, everything from October's allocation through, whenever they figure it out. We'd like to give the current year back.
Do you
And
know
then-
how much that is? A guesstimate?
What was the current year? I have it.
Sorry.
No, that's okay, I have it here.
Well, to me, it was just material, that was a pretty big,
So the
pretty big
total-
shot
The total for the general fund was about 350,000 so far.
This year.
This year.
Okay.
And then for the streets was about 88,000, and the FDEDC about 30.
But to your question, the general fund was 1.7 million.
1.7, okay.
Yes.
Which is material, that's a
A lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
for our budget.
But we're gonna go ahead and, if they allow us time to pay it back, we're gonna do it that way, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think they penalize you, is from what our understanding
Yeah,
is.
as long as they don't penalize us,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I would prefer that.
Okay, so, personnel costs, we talked about personnel only increasing, 1%.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Sorry, we got excited down on this end. We can see what we're reading now.
Okay, good.
She's
Okay,
bringing
good.
two more,
Perfect.
she's bringing two more. I think you and I have good eyes.
We think you have excellent eyes. We're working on it.
Okay, so, back to personnel costs. You heard me say earlier that we were expecting about a 1% increase in personnel costs. That's about $310,000, and that's related to a 2.75% merit increase, a 2.4% increase in health and dental insurance, and then those increases are offset by the decrease in TMRS, the TMRS rate, from 16.41% to 15.65%. And then we have our forces at work that total 1.19 million. We have the contract increase that Brian talked about earlier in their capital equipment request. And then the establishment of the vehicle replacement plan for the FDFD and EMS equipment. And regardless if we bring the fire on as a city department, we still buy their equipment, so we still need that.
Correct.
And then other forces at work total 282,000. And we'll show you a list of all these items later in the presentation.
Forces of work are things we really have no control over. We
Yes,
have to
ma'am.
pay. Yeah.
Well, they may be a state mandate, the state says you now have to provide the service, or it may be, hey, we have a piece of equipment or something that no longer operates, we have to fund it, or they may. Insurance increases.
Electricity.
Yeah.
What about the VRF? How, is that a new process for us and that's why it's enforced at work?
Yes,
Okay.
because I'm afraid.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
That we're not gonna be able to, if
If you don't
Brian
start,
and his team don't have an ambulance to respond to a call, then we're derelict of our duties.
okay.
And a force at work could be a contract that council has approved.
Yes.
For example, a Motorola capital lease was approved at a meeting this fiscal year. That's a force at work because now we have a debt payment or annual maintenance related to that contract. So you'll see items like that listed. And then other budget drivers, we have IT contracts that have increased $100,000. Our capital lease payment is $1.3 million this year, and that's about 30% over budget. That payment isn't made out of the general fund, it's made out of the tax debt service fund, but it still affects the general fund because as we have more debt, the portion of the tax rate gets shifted over to tax debt service, and we lose it on the maintenance and operations side.
I got you.
And then we have our emergency reserve that we want to establish because from what we're hearing is FEMA is going to fund less when there's emergencies. So we need to have some type of reserve because if we use all our 90-day reserve, we have to build that back because that's a charter requirement. So we need to have additional revenue there. And then I skipped over the capital maintenance fund, but that's the additional to fund the deferred maintenance fund.
So the capital lease payment fund, that would include that $425,000 we just approved last in the budget cycle, that would include the lease.
Yes, sir.
So that portion of that rate's gonna go slide into that area.
So we're losing about $300,000 this year in the general fund. That's
Because of that.
Right.
Because of that.
So the tax rate and the tax debt service goes up, the M&O rate goes down.
Yeah, thank you for explaining the effect of that. I kinda needed that. Thanks.
Okay, and then, on this slide, we just, showed the O&M property tax revenue comparison. You can see, the 2025 actual, the 2026 adopted, and then what the revenue would be if you adopted the no new revenue rate, the flat tax rate, and then the voter approval tax rate. If we adopted the no new revenue rate, we wouldn't be able to fund current operating services. The flat tax rate would provide about $1.8 million in additional revenue over the no new revenue rate. And we could fund current operating expenditures, but we would not be able to fund the reserve for deferred maintenance and that reserve for storms. And not all the forces at work would be funded either. The voter approval tax rate plus the unused increment provides about $2.5 million additional revenue and about $750,000 additional revenue over the flat tax rate.
So those are the numbers on the previous slide that we talked about, the forces at work being 1.19 million. So part of the part of the voter approved tax rate plus unused increments is funding that $1.2 million obligation. And then the rest of it's made up by those other drivers on the screen.
Okay, and so on this chart, we have other general fund revenues projected at about $22.6 million. Again, we've estimated about a 2% increase in sales tax, and the chart looks off a little bit for sales tax. We did adjust, we went ahead and backed out the Dix revenue out of the FY25 actual amount, but we couldn't adjust our adopted budget because that was included in our budget for FY26. So that looks off a little bit.
So that's why there's a big gap between the orange line and the blue line.
Yeah, and then intergovernmental revenue, that looks really high in 2025, and that was our reimbursement for Hurricane Beryl. Okay, our preliminary budget tax rates, I won't read those off to you, But again, we're projecting a tax increase, and we're gonna use the voter approval tax rate plus, our unused increment of a penny. Our estimated taxable values right now are 6.1 billion. That's up about 426 million from last year. It includes, new construction. We've reduced the values by about 2.4 billion for exemptions. And then, the values on the free ceilings have been adjusted, and then, TERS properties have been taken into account as well in that value. Right now, the new construction value is projected at 84 million. We haven't received any new construction values from HCAD. And then the 301 million in property values under protest, that was the amount last year at certification, and we're expecting the same or maybe even more this year.
The only, again, as I mentioned earlier, the only big concern we have is historically we saw 85% of those values realized that were under protest. It may not be 85% moving forward.
And again, our debt service this year will be paid for with property taxes is 6.8 million. And we just discussed that a minute ago. That's an increase of about 308,000 from FY26. Here we have the tax rate analysis along with when debt was issued each year. And you can see when the capital equipment leases were done in FY25.
26.
I mean, FY26, I'm sorry. And then moving on to expenditures. As you can see from this chart, personnel and benefits is the city's largest expense in the general fund, making up about 66% of the total budget. In FY26, you can see the increase from 25, and that was a result of the 16 additional positions that were approved last year in the budget. And then in 2025, there was a substantial increase, and that was due to the onboarding of EMS. Services make up the next largest percent of the budget, with about 22% of the total. And you can see the spike in 2024, and that was related to Hurricane Beryl. And then you have capital outlay, and then the other, which is transfers out.
Sorry.
You having a question? Okay. So here is the complete list of the forces at work, and we discussed some of those on our previous chart on our tax rate drivers.
Y'all have any questions on any of this stuff?
On the forces at work, about 2 years ago, we passed a requirement that we would have so many police officers per 1,000 residents, and I don't see that we're having to add any police officers right now.
We added one a couple of years ago, and when we do that, you're right, we do include it as a force at work, but I don't think we're there yet for another.
We're not, we're still currently, we're under that same with 1.53 that was council approved back in
22?
19.
19, yeah.
22 again, I think we talked about staffing then, but yes, it was approved.
Yeah, and I think when we did that, we were down about 3, and I think we must have filled in.
Yep.
Okay.
We have any vacancies right now, chief?
We do have vacancies. And just a note on that, you know, that 1.53 is just the average. The cities that have less than 1.53 have a unsworn staff that's 2 to 3 times the size
Of ours.
of ours.
Wow.
So we're just at the average, majority or above the 1.53 staffing level.
Now, our guys try to maximize the funding and resources that they have, because our crime rate is half of those other cities. But there's only so much you can do without needing the personnel resources to get it done.
I just wanted to make sure, I didn't see we were adding any police officers.
Not this year.
Just for your information, a penny on the tax rate is about
I was-
613,000.
I was gonna ask that. So-
Based upon
So-
preliminary values.
That's, yeah, based on preliminary values, so
So
the
1 penny
forces,
equals
about
600.
613,000, so the forces at work alone are almost 2 pennies.
So, and going down to the big number here, 600,000 for the vehicle replacement fund, is that gonna be a flat number? Are you projecting that out in the 5-year plan every year is 600,000, or you eat the big piece of it this year? Or?
So that's what we anticipate needing this next year. The difficulty is gonna be as costs continue to escalate and inflation exists, we're gonna need to up those annually. So we're seeing, for instance, we have a vehicle replacement fund for our police vehicles, but you could replace it, as I mentioned, the Explorers and the Tahoes previously. You could replace the vehicle for $30,000 previously and then outfit it for another $30,000 today. That was about 8 years ago. Today it's $110,000 to get a new vehicle between the price of the vehicle plus outfitting it. We can lesser the quality of the vehicle or the size of the vehicle, but obviously then you're starting to impact services and operational capabilities.
And just so I'm clear too, about 3 weeks ago or so, we got some preliminaries, and we were staying flat at 0.51, whatever that was, and now we're going VAT plus the unused increment, and we're looking at 0.5264. Yes,
That's the voter approval tax rate. That's as
Yes.
high as we can go without triggering an election.
And we're also adding our unused. which
Right,
is
and it's a
about
penny.
Penny?
It's a penny.
Yeah, okay, so like 2 years ago it was 4 cents or something, because we, yeah, gotcha.
So historically, on these large items like the fire trucks, we've done capital leases, we finance them. But what's happening is, as we finance more, we're losing money over in M&O, and it's hard to,
And again, the alternative is, if you don't finance them, you have to pay for them all at one time, meaning then you have to raise taxes that much more to pay for it in a single year. The other concern I have is this all is predicated on the state's cap of 3.5% revenue. So we can't increase our revenue from one year to the next on like like properties, meaning that you exclude new construction of 3.5%. The state's proposing, there's already bills that are being proposed that will reduce that down to 1%. And so, meaning if you exceed 1%, you have to go get the voter approval. If you don't achieve voter approval, you have to go to the no new revenue rate. And we've done that historically, this council has, not this particular council, but we've had councils that didn't get the requisite votes, and then we had to go to no new revenue rate, and we had to substantially cut cost in order to achieve a balanced budget.
So there's something to be said about using that 1 penny this
Before
year,
it goes away.
before
Because
they take it away.
regardless of what happens, we still have a real issue with the fire department and long-term funding mechanism there. So if we don't use that penny now, that penny may be worth far more to us next year. Because you have to have the base by which to increase that revenue. And if it's not 3.5%, if it becomes 1 or 2%, then you have a smaller base. 1 or 2% is not going to go as far.
and going out for an election is gonna get harder too, because they're also proposing that 2/3 of the voters approve it. Well, we don't have 2/3 of the voters that show up.
Oh, just the voters, not the actual, so it's not 2/3 of the people that
This-
vote?
No, 2/3 of the registered voters.
Yeah, so that would, I mean, it would be pointless to go out for an
You
election.
couldn't get that in a general election. I mean, like for the national
You
election.
remember what I said about the state?
I think,
Well, I get it, and I'm assuming Dr. Bonin and, some of our other elected officials have some brains in their heads too, but I get
They do, but they represent one.
a small component.
Yeah.
Yeah, ours is good, all the rest are bad. That's what we.
Well, I mean, Dr. Bonin at least is control finance, so, I
And he's
mean,
been super responsive to Friendswood's needs and helped us out.
He's on the side.
so these are the general fund unfunded decision packages. I think we had these also in the multi-year financial plan listed, but again, these are the things that we're not able to fund.
And I didn't catch this earlier, but the summer day camp one, go ahead and move it to funded if it's 0.
Well, it has offsetting revenue,
Yes,
and that's
but-
why it showed, but we
So,
can take it off.
Yes, go ahead and move it, and we'll adjust.
Oh, we
We can
showed
talk
it,
about
we showed it because the pool staff needs an increase as well, so we showed both of
Okay.
them.
Well, we like summer day camp better. I'm joking. I'm joking.
You do remember this is recorded.
The joke is, we charge registration for the summer day camp, so if they need a raise, we just charge more for the
Yeah.
cost. there is no charge for residents, or very minimal charge for residents using our pool. Maybe we increase the charge to offset that.
So we show the 16,380 over just with the description?
Yeah.
And then the net total is zero, because there's the.
But we can
okay.
talk about it.
Okay,
So unfunded, 1.97 million.
so, this is, just an analysis of the general fund, and, this is as of, May 31st. I'm having a hard time seeing it.
So,
The beginning fund balance of the general fund as of October 1st was 19.1 million. 50.66% of that is restricted, and that includes the 90-day operating reserve of 10.1 million. Uses of fund balance makes up 23%, and those are items which you've seen on previous budget amendments during the fiscal year. You have 3.2 million, which is the amount that we are awaiting reimbursement from Harris County for Black Hawk Boulevard reconstruction, and then 9.94% is set aside for planned uses, which you'll see on upcoming budget amendments. Once we get that money back from Harris County, we'll be in the positive for the amount available for capital improvements. It'll be about 624,000 then.
so that's why that number's in red. Any questions on the general fund before we move forward? We do need direction from you guys, so part of this retreat setting is to get some feedback from you, because as we progress in the budget development, it's gonna be harder and harder to make adjustments without impacting other components of both services as well as the budget itself. So, it's not an official vote, obviously, but if we're headed in the wrong direction, we need to know now.
No, I think, as usual, you guys are right on top of all this stuff. You're planning ahead. You're presenting us with a good budget. I like it. I like it.
Again, I'll say it this year, I love how y'all work together, and some people see the need in another department rather than their own, and that's very commendable and very unusual.
This year was easy, because we're not funding any of the assistant
I
packages.
also think that you're looking ahead, like Mike said, and looking at how you can start addressing those needs that we're gonna have in the next few years, and I think that's critical to be able to maintain what we have. So, that's great.
What is the 90-day reserve increasing to this year, in the fund amount, in the fund balance?
Right now,
So-
it's 10.1 million right now.
10.1 million.
So it takes into account what our expenditures are for the entire year and just times for the 90 days.
Right.
Right.
So,
So as we have increases in personnel cost and service contracts, everything else, we have to set aside
Yeah,
90 days.
I'm trying to remember in my
so
unslept mind, but the fund balance over the last 2 cycles has now gone from 14 million fund balance to 16 million fund balance to about 19 million fund balance. If I were to go back to 24, 25, 25, 26, and not 26, 27, we will, if we had that graph, I think I would see like 14.5 million in 24, 25, 25, 26, it went to 16 million, and I think now we're looking at 19.1 million.
So in 2024, I think it was 2024, it dropped. Fund balance did, because we had Hurricane Beryl expenditures, and we didn't get reimbursed in the same period. So then it increased as a result of receiving the reimbursement. So that's, you just didn't see it, it just didn't happen in the same fiscal year.
Okay. And our 90-day reserve also increased because of those expenditures.
It's a,
Correct.
well,
Not
actually,
for- not
no,
for Beryl.
not because of Beryl. So when we look at the 90-day reserve, we take the prior year audit report,
okay.
and we back out any capital expenditures, and we back out any hurricane expenditures, because those are really not, they're kind of one-time.
One-offs.
And so we take those out when we calculate the 90-day reserve.
About debt services, it taken out or not, debt services
Well,
part of
there's,
it.
there's no debt service, but, yeah. That, the audit entry.
If I could just throw out, I
Yeah.
think
Taken out.
for some of those years, and that aforementioned councilman pushed really hard for the no new revenue rate, it's caused us problems down the road.
Correct.
So,
Yes.
to Tricia's point, I agree, I appreciate that y'all looking down the road. I also know we're walking a fine line of if we're sitting on too much cash, then the taxpayers thinks we're taxing them too much, because they don't think you can run a city like you run your own household budget. But I would like to, I noticed this earlier, between the flat rate and the voter approved plus the unused, it's barely over a penny.
Correct. So, to that point, what Councilmember Branson is referring to, we spent the better part of 15 years adopting the no new revenue rate, and during that time period, it was called the effective tax rate before the state changed the terminology. The only years that we adopted a rate that was higher than the no new revenue rate were in conjunction with the years that the voters had approved us the ability to issue debt. So you couldn't get more conservative than what we did in Friendswood for a period of 15 years. What that caused, though, was basically a trimming and working in the margins for so many years that we no longer have the ability to operate and without cutting a service level.
Well, that is, well, over the last
Not
1, 2,
this-
3, 4 years, we have adopted a rate.
Correct.
Above the no new net revenue rate. So, I mean, we
But
can't
that's to get
say it's
caught up.
only the years that we adopted debt that we adopted a rate higher than the no new, because we've done that the last 4 years.
No, we have, and that's to catch up for the previous 15. And when I said 15 years, I didn't mean 15 years from now. I'm talking 8 years ago, when I became city manager, we had done this. The 15 years prior, plus the first 3 years of me being city manager, we adopted a no new revenue rate in essence, except for the years that we issued debt. In the last 5 years, we've had to go exceed that because our costs are coming in a lot higher, and without the cost of inflation due to projects, the only break we saw was 1 year during COVID. Inflation tanked because nobody was out doing anything. But every other year, you saw inflation anywhere from 3 up to 9 to 12%. And in some cases, mowing contract again was 200%.
Well, the other thing, Mo, we used to never plan for deferred maintenance.
Correct.
We just fixed it when it broke, and then we were.
We assumed,
trying to-
we left it broke.
Or we left it broken,
Yes.
that's right. And so I think that's not good management either, for not planning for the deferred maintenance. But I remember Steve Rocky and I having a debate on when I wasn't on council yet, but he actually lowered the tax rate. And I was saying, why don't you just keep it the same, people are used to it, and plan for those unfunded, not unfunded mandates, for the deferred maintenance items that aren't getting on the budget. But, at the time, that's not what the council wanted to do. But I think that you have to plan forward, or you get yourself into trouble.
Correct. We do have, the unfortunate reality is we're a slow growth city. And for the folks that don't venture out of Friendswood, it seems like we have a lot of growth going on. We are small potatoes. The entities that have high growth can adopt a no new revenue rate, or they can adopt flat tax rates, not flat tax rates, but lower their tax rate because they're able to capitalize on the new construction. The downside to that, though, is they're selling their future. So what we see in League City right now is they're not able to provide the services any longer to where they're looking to charge standby fees for mutual aid service. They're looking to triple their permit fees to developers and their impact fees to developers to offset the cost constraints that they put themselves into.
The Andrews School District did that, and then the legislature had to outlaw that a few years afterwards because they were mortgaging their future.
Correct.
And future growth that may or may not occur.
Correct.
Yeah.
Again, it's council's responsibility to set the policy, and one of the biggest policy decisions you will make every year is the budget itself, and it's our job to implement it. But we wouldn't be doing our jobs effectively if we don't caution you of what the downsides to some of these actions could be if we don't plan appropriately.
I also think Friendswood people expect what they want and what they have. And if you reduce services or don't give them what they're used to having, that's a disaster waiting to happen.
So our new construction ads, we're estimating that to be, and I know it's totally preliminary, what is this year's?
So, on the Galveston County
It was
side,
84 million.
84 million.
and I'll tell you what that equates to in actual dollars to us, because 84 million sounds like a lot of money, but it's not.
Now,
And all of that may not be a full 84 million,
400.
because some of that could be exempted.
yeah, but we have
Or
historically been more accountable to the actual numbers.
I saw our building request with the report Aubrey gave us this last couple of weeks, way down this year compared to last year.
It is.
My new construction, both homes and commercial.
Yeah.
Which is a function of the market. Right now, the interest rates are so high that they're adjusting accordingly. So they're delaying projects or they're focusing on other things.
Well, the reason I brought up what I did was that for myself, I would be leaning towards either the flat rate or maybe even considering the voter approved, because it's 1 penny different.
Tell me what that flat rate was again, just for my.
The flat rate was 0.514,172.
172.
0.514,172.
And we're going VAT plus,
No.
non-used.
So
No,
we're
sir.
going to
The
0.52.
voter approval tax rate,
Voter
was
approval.
0.5264.
5264. 0.5264.
Again, based upon preliminary values. So once we get certified.
This will change.
Yeah, this will change.
You had to try to
Because
keep
remember last
massaging all
year,
year
yeah.
long.
And when we get certified values, we may be able to come back to you and say, hey, we're able to do it for 51.9 instead of 52. And we did that last year when we saw what the sales tax came in at. Because originally the preliminary was proposing 52-cent tax rate last year.
Rhonda, I'm not sure I understood early on, when we're talking about the valuations we're getting from the districts now, are we utilizing their value, or you're hedging that a bit, so we're being conservative?
I'm using their value. So in
Okay.
April, they send out a preliminary.
Okay, yep, so you're
So
using
that's
that.
what we've used.
I'm kind of worried about this one, because there are a lot of protests, and I've seen a lot of the valuations and
Right.
on some of the assets that we're talking about, and I see that there's going to be some wins by the citizens over the appraisal district this year.
Right. And I mentioned that earlier, that we received that letter from GCAD.
And I
with
think they're losing.
So
Instead of 85, are we planning 70?
I plan for 75% of the values of protests.
And that's why I was asking to hedge, is
This
that in
year.
Yeah,
place?
oh, yes, we do take 75%
Okay,
of the
perfect.
protested
That's-
value. I don't
Thought I
take
heard that, but I
100%.
was,
Yeah. I'm sorry.
yeah, so
Yeah.
that's where we, if somehow they rally,
Well, the
Yeah,
appraisal.
I didn't want you to think that I just
No.
estimated all the values.
The fair values that they put on properties that this
One
year
other
is
thing that
crazy.
I forgot to mention in the presentation, and that was about the deferred maintenance, that 500,000. If you remember last year, we were able to fund that through
Yes.
fund balance, not the tax rate. This year, we're funding it through the tax rate.
Yeah.
So, we don't have fund balance to fund that deferred maintenance this year. So
Even at
we can't plan on any
19.1
additional sales tax.
So if you look, if you recall this chart right now, we don't have the reimbursement yet, Robert, but we're at negative 2.5 million right now
Until the reimbursement.
until reimbursement.
Yeah.
And when we get it, we'll adjust accordingly.
We need to make a call to Harris County.
No, they'll make good on it. They've historically paid. But it's only 600,000, so you may be able to fund the deferred maintenance from fund balance, but you won't be able to defer the VRP for the fire department and EMS. You won't be able to defer the emergency reserve for self-insurance, basically, if we have a storm, because FEMA's not gonna pay out. And again, it just takes one storm. Beryl was $3.5 million. Beryl will not be reimbursed again. So once we make that expenditure out of the 90-day reserve, we then have to somehow grow our 90-day reserve back by $3.5 million. And to do that in 1 year is impossible. So we will have to operate at a deficit until we get the 90-day reserve back. And that's a charter and policy requirement that the city has. It's also part of our good faith and credit. So when we borrow money, they want to see what's, just like you do at your personal home, they want to see what's in your bank account to see that you're credible to pay your bills.
Well, I'll say it again, I think you're on the right path. I think, like Ron said, we'll pray for good valuations.
Well, it just makes us all really need to think too about whether we're gonna raise taxes and at the same time go for a bond election. And people are gonna look at you and go, oh my God, you're raising our tax rate and you're going after a bond election? I mean, how deaf do we wanna be is what I'm thinking. That's just me personally,
and
that's my opinion.
And I'm not discounting your input at all. I've done this for 26 years, and I've never heard a council say this is a good year to raise taxes.
Or go out for debt.
Yeah. But we will do it, but it's a fair point, yeah.
It's never a good year to raise taxes, but simultaneously having a bond on top of it
I
get
don't
us,
disagree, yes.
you know,
And I'm not pushing for a bond.
and I've noticed that through your tone and your words, so.
Okay, so y'all ready to move to water sewer?
Let's do it.
Okay, so we'll go over the key budget drivers for the water sewer fund. Again, we are expecting a $82,000 increase in personnel related to the 2.75% merit increase, the 2.4% health and dental increase, and then offset by that decrease in our TMRS rate.
For the benefit of the new council member Hale, employees get a merit raise if they score sufficiently on their annual review. If they're just meeting job expectation, they do not get a raise. So whereas some cities have a cost of living adjustment annually, Friendswood does not.
Understood.
Then we have forces at work and decision packages that are funded, and those forces at work total about 2.4 million. You want me to read them?
No, but I'm realizing we lost two council members,
and
so
I
we
was
might
gonna
wanna wait.
say,
Yeah.
this-
This is Robert's slide, so, and it's not.
No,
I
my
know. But I do want the benefit of him being in the room so he can see it in Councilmember Ross as well.
Okay, I think it's somebody.
Monthly.
Report, yeah.
Stretch break.
Okay, yeah.
Let's just pretend we finished when they walk back in.
Yeah, that's it, we're done.
Thank you very much.
Good discussion, great presentation, Rhonda.
We'll see you next time.
Water and sewer always is faster.
It is faster, you're right.
And waiting on Ross. They're all done. They said you were out of the room, they went.
We finished, Robert.
See, I can just say I wasn't in there. I wasn't even in there.
That's real.
Good job. Way to go, y'all. Appreciate that.
They had your back.
That was awesome.
Actually, Mo had your back.
Yes. It's right on that back table. Okay. And if you haven't eaten, we have lunch for you too.
There's like one left up there.
It's right here, so.
Okay.
So forces at work for water and sewer.
Okay, so I had already gone over the personnel costs, those were the same, pretty much as the general fund. Other forces at work and decision packages for water and sewer fund. The city of Houston, the raw water settlement, that annual payment of $207,000 that we're gonna make over the next 10 years. That may be a little confusing for you, because you also see that on your water and sewer projection report. In the monthly report, you have the 2.1 million that we have set aside from working capital. Once we get this in the budget, then that goes away, because it'll be part of the budget every year. The Southeast Water Purification Plant, the CIP program, $488,000. Black Hawk Wastewater Treatment Plant, $284,000 for the operations, and then the CIP portion is $1 million. And then they're getting a backup generator, that our portion is $349,000. Those items we can't control.
So we're.
Explain the portion, so.
Sure, so we have two regional systems in place, one for water, one for wastewater. With water, we're part of 10 co-participants in the City of Houston Southeast Water Purification Plant. That's where we get our drinking water from, and by state law, we have to get water from a surface water source. That's who we hitched our wagon to. I say hitched our wagon to, it was done in the early 1990s.
Yeah.
To change it, it would be astronomically more expensive. So this is the most economic way to do it. Under contract, they're needing to do some improvements to the wastewater treatment plant to be in compliance with TCQ regs and to keep the plant operational. We have no say in whether or not we do the project, we just pay our percent share. Similarly, with the Black Hawk wastewater treatment plant, we're one of four co-participants in a plant off of Bay Area Boulevard. Don't ask me why it's called Black Hawk, but it's on Bay Area Boulevard. And it's owned and operated by the Gulf Coast Authority. And we have 56%, if I remember correctly, or 55 and change. 59% capacity in that plant, which is fantastic for us because we control the boats on that plant since there's only 4. The downside to it, anytime there's a capital cost, we pay 59% of it, and those are what makes up those costs there. Again, If you were to say, we don't like this this scenario, we wanna go build our own wastewater treatment plant, astronomically more expensive, and
Then
we
we
have
would
to
have
get a new
bond.
permit from TCEQ. These costs pale in comparison. A new plant, you're talking 150 million.
You don't ever want to
We're a
build a
big
new plant.
recipient. What's our percentage of that one?
It's 59%.
59, yeah, so we're a pretty big portion of that.
Remind us what CIP is, I apologize.
Capital improvements.
Oh, I'm
So,
sorry.
for instance, 5 years ago, we had to replace the clarifier, add a third clarifier to the wastewater treatment plant. That was a $5 million project.
Fix the tanks too.
So-
Yes, aeration tanks, yeah.
Okay, so, as I mentioned, previously, the last rate study was done in 2024, so we did just have, a rate increase in our water and sewer rates on January 1st, and then next year, we have one more based on that, rate study. You wanna say something?
I just want to say that one thing to take into account, just like anything else, the tax rate, water revenues are going to be a function of the rate plus the amount of water that's utilized. So any given year, we may use, if there's a particularly dry year, you may use more water. So it wasn't that we raised the rate so significantly that it jumped from 2025. We're just using more water plus the rate adjustment as a combination of the two that leads to that change.
Okay, so we're estimating water and sewer fund revenues at 24.6 million. Even with the final rate increase taking effect in January 2027, that was authorized by council in 2024, we're estimating for water and sewer revenues to be fairly consistent with our forecast for FY '26. Like all our estimates for FY '27, we'll revisit this again prior to us issuing the proposed budget in August. And then there's a large increase up there in the administrative fees in FY '25. And that was related to the city receiving a check from the city of Houston for a little over $500,000 for the true-up on some operating costs at the Southeast Water Purification Plant in 2024.
So we used to be running behind our revenue in water and sewer with our old meters. Now we have smart meters. Have we made that up? Or
So we're able to meet our operational and debt service capacity. So yes, we're not losing, we were losing about 9% or 8
Yes,
to 9%.
I remember.
So
Okay,
it's
so
been,
now-
but it's also been more effective for property owners. I will attest to it. I got a notice yesterday. I used 50% more water than I did the day before. And I kicked my kids out of the house and it got fixed, but. No, but people have more control over their outcome of what they spend. I'm gonna pick on Councilmember Griffon. We had a leak at the Masonic Lodge a couple of years ago.
Maybe two.
Yeah, but it was a $12 leak as opposed to a $2,000.
Which I was shocked about, yeah.
Yeah, which was helpful because you got notified immediately and were able to address and fix it. So. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Next, we have the water and sewer fund expenditures by category. You can see services is the largest portion of the water and sewer fund expenditures, about 32% of all expenditures. There's a large increase this year in services, and that's a result of all those forces at work that we talked about, because most are recorded as a service. So, the debt payments make up about 25% of the total expenditure budget. About 6.2 million this year is our debt payment for water and sewer, and then personnel makes up about 15%, and that just shows the small increase that we talked about earlier. And then here are the forces at work, most of which we already went over. And then for water and sewer fund, we were able to fund two of the submitted decision packages. A customer service compliance coordinator plus the related vehicle, and then a wastewater modeling service. And then we have one unfunded decision package, which is the water system infrastructure planning and hydraulic model update, which is $950,000. So that one's not funded.
What is a customer service compliance coordinator?
So we have,
backflow prevention.
Oh, to go,
So the state in 2009, again, in their infinite wisdom, said the cities need to require an annual inspection or certification that all backflow prevention devices are appropriately installed so that it's not contaminating the water system. But they put the onus on cities to ensure that all those compliance efforts are made. Historically, it's been somewhat of if you have an irrigation system or something that has some sort of chemical feed, you have to have a backflow prevention device, but we just left it on the homeowners to just self-certify. So this is allowing us to better audit and manage those calls for services.
So basically serve as a customer service inspector, which check for lead. Right now, we rely on the plumbing inspectors to determine the inspection required as part of our compliance with TC2. So this, that along with the backflow prevention, making sure those records are updated and everybody's in compliance.
And they're not getting $160,000 salary, that's inclusive of their benefits in the vehicle as well.
Okay, and then here's our chart on water and sewer working capital, which at the beginning of the year was 12.9 million. 21% of that is our 90-day operating reserve. And then use of fund balance makes up about 35%.
So I don't know why it's not showing on the screen, but it's in your, it should be in your printout.
That's the plan use. Okay, so uses of fund balance makes up about 35%. These are items, again, which you've approved throughout FY '26 on budget amendments. And then 44%, that's the box that's not showing, is set aside for planned uses, and these items are, you'll probably see on upcoming BAs.
So as of June, we have 304,000 above the 90-day reserve. Which you mentioned.
Okay. So our next steps. Before I go through the next steps, do we have any questions on water and sewer fund?
I have one question, and I know y'all want feedback. In the 25-26 budget, in the preface portion of that beautiful budget that y'all gave me, it clearly states there where we raised revenue from raising our fees on water and sewer, 24, 25, and then plan for 26 and 26. I will just let y'all know, I don't want to raise any water and sewer fees over 26, 27. I'm just putting that out there. So I think that our citizens are getting hit pretty hard on the fees, and I know that's just me, okay? But if y'all wanted more feedback, I'm not going to support raising water and sewer fees.
It was adopted.
It was already,
Council already adopted.
Yeah,
For the
but-
three.
through 27, right?
Yes.
Through the end of 27.
Through the
Yeah.
end of 27.
There's
So
one more rate hike.
There's one more that was approved by council, and I think it was at the end of 24, because the first rate increase was,
Yeah, it said
right, and that was
24,
all based
25,
on,
26.
but the only thing I would caution, much like we talked about Monday night with storm sewers, for instance,
Yeah.
we have an aging infrastructure, and once we get done with some projects, there's gonna be new projects to take its place. We have several thousand miles of water lines, sewer lines, and a lot of the cost increases are to pay for the debt service associated with replacing those capital expenditures, as well as the ones at the regional plants that we just talked about. So, you don't have to raise rates if you don't want to, but then those costs are gonna have to come from somewhere else to fund them.
Yeah, that's the hard part, isn't it?
The beauty of the water sewer.
It's a user tax.
Yeah, it's a.
Oh, I know that, it's
Yep.
people's fees.
And with utility rates, it's a consumption-based charge, so if someone has an issue or their bill is higher, they could use less.
Well, I just get more complaints over what we're paying for our utility rates. I think overall, the complaints that I get, it would be that.
Because they get that bill every other month, as opposed to the taxes, they only write once a year for taxes, they write.
Yeah, well, not just that, but I mean, a lot of places don't do the every other month. They send it monthly, so it just feels like a smaller bite,
Correct.
you know, so.
And we're still cheaper than.
Well, that's the number one thing that I would encourage y'all to educate us with when we have those complaints in the community is, we're still cheaper than League City and so on and so on and so on, so.
As an example, I lived in Sienna, over in Missouri City, they took Plantation off the terms, so
Oh,
it's
it
just
is
Sienna. In 2014 is when I moved to Friendswood. My bill in 2013 in Sienna, which also used part of my tax rate, the MUD tax rate to pay the operational costs, was still double what I'm paying here. And we're removed 12 years from that. So the fact that I was still paying that, and that's the case for majority of the Houston metro area.
There is an overall, and I'm gonna use this ugly term, ignorance by the people in our area about what our tax cost is to live in Friendswood versus other communities. They're just woefully uneducated on the subject.
Because we are so good at it, people don't wanna leave. So that's why the quality of life is 94%, that folks are happy with the quality of life, good or exceeds it.
I have people tell me, oh, I just can't afford Friendswood taxes, and so where do you live? Pearland. So you're paying 10 cents more.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, and not just that, but, you know, especially in Friendswood, because we don't have a junior college tax we're paying to. People don't even get that.
And they have mud taxes in Pearland as well.
And
So
they
you
voted,
gave us
they
a chart of
adopted
all the
approval.
different cities and the rates,
Yeah.
and I took that home, it was in a packet, I took it home. And I'll sometimes get those complaints too, because people will say, you know, things like, well, we pay so much for water, Trish, why? I just take a screenshot of it and I text them, because I say, no, we really don't. You think you do because you pay every other month, but we don't. Look, Pearland pays more, and I'll take a screenshot and send it to them.
So
We put
the
that
ci-
on the electronic
No.
billboard agenda.
But,
Comparison to all these cities.
The water bill,
That'd be a lot of
People
calls.
driving into Friendswood.
speaking of the water bill and citizen education and billboards and taking screenshots, I got my water bill yesterday, the day before, opened it, processed, paid it. And I looked at it and said, why don't we have a newsletter in this water bill? Now, because we send them out every month
You
or
know,
every
what's the
other
cost
month.
of running a piece of paper in with the water bill that goes
But-
out every other month?
To address,
Yeah.
this is the advantage of living in Friendswood. Look at what, if this was a water bill from Pearland, look what you'd be paying, or whatever it may be. Just,
Just a comparison.
since we were on the subject, I thought I'd throw that out.
Every January.
yeah, and we can do that maybe once a year, and that's.
Right, I mean, it's a little bit of a cost comparison.
Anecdotally, the 3 years ago when we had that last rate discussion, the city manager of League City somehow got a slide or was watching our stuff, and he shot me an email, livid, said, you don't have our price accurately reflected. And I said, we do, we bill every other month, and he's like, oh, sorry.
He can be feisty too.
So back to water and sewer, we are going to issue another round of water and sewer revenue bonds in this next fiscal year. That was included as part of the rate study with all the capital projects that were listed out that were over 100 million. So Hill and his team have been working on those projects, and they're gonna be ready for more money to proceed. So we do need those rates to pay that debt.
And that's a bond that the community does not want to run.
Correct.
Just the council.
And just to speak to that point, because we're about to talk about a bond election this year, we don't want to become, for obvious reasons, a Flint, Michigan, or Jackson, Mississippi. One, because it's not the right thing to do as a human being to give water that doesn't meet quality health requirements. But two, the standpoint, if you don't invest in maintaining your infrastructure on this side, it's got far more detrimental impacts to the health and safety and well-being of our community than, no offense, James, a rec center. But, yeah.
None taken, right, James?
None taken, no.
No, it's a safety issue.
So let's go over the next steps.
Yes.
So the next steps after today, the proposed budget will be delivered to you on or before August 1st. It'll be before August 1st.
It will be before. That's a
Because August 1st.
Yes.
So we'll have a budget workshop at the August council meeting, where we'll go over all of this again, except the multi-year financial plan. And then we'll have a special meeting, a budget workshop on August 11th, where we can, go dig a little deeper if you want to. And then we'll have a proposed budget, public hearing on August 24th. And at that meeting, you can adopt the budget if you're ready, or you can wait until September 14th. But on September 14th, we'll have a public hearing on the tax rate and adopt the tax rate that night as well.
So we might wanna just put this out there too. We adopt a tax rate, we have to adopt a tax rate that supports the budget we pass. So we don't pass the budget and then come back and adopt a tax rate that won't support it.
But historically, the vote on the budget comes first, based
Yes.
on state. So if you
That's-
adopt a budget and say you like this, but don't adopt tax rate, like to your point, we're gonna have an issue.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly. So everybody needs to know that we're adopting the budget and then we adopt a tax rate to support the budget.
Correct,
Yes.
and it requires
That's-
5
Because
members
we
of
did have
council.
that problem when
We
you.
did.
Supermajority is required on the tax
Yes.
rate adoption.
Yeah.
Do we
Five
know-
out of 7 have to.
So we had in 2020, FY 2020, and a lot of you have heard this before, we had a tax rate that was proposed that just included the increase in debt service based upon prior year bond issuance that the voters said yes to. Council voted the budget 7-0, they voted the tax rate, the increase in the tax rate, just to offset the growth in debt service, 4-3. So the item did not pass because it requires 5. We brought back a balanced budget the very next meeting.
I was in the vote that did not approve it.
Correct.
And, I was very pleased with the adjustments that we made, and were able to get rid of the department. We saved $460,000. And, I was very pleased with that, vote, to tell you
But
the
we
truth.
voted to approve the budget as it was presented. So if
Yeah.
you didn't like that, we should have not voted on the budget.
I agree,
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm
I
saying.
agree
Or
there.
one thing first, then the
Yeah.
other.
I agree there, we
But
probably
he
should
took a
have voted.
$10,000 pay, increase that year, remember?
We got rid of the entire department.
We got rid of an entire department, yeah.
Did we know what the tax rate was gonna be
Yes, yes,
when we approved the budget?
yes,
And then later they
Yes.
asked to
At the very
reduce
next item.
Yes.
Okay.
No, and this is why we have these meetings, though. If y'all have a concern with what's being proposed, start telling us now so that we can plan. It was immediately after that meeting, I pulled Katina and Rhonda into Katina's office and said, I need to cut 400,000, this is what I'm thinking. I need y'all to run the numbers, and we're gonna have, first thing tomorrow morning, we need to have this resolved.
Yeah, so
Found a way.
please do. If you got a department you wanna get rid of, you know,
Well, I've
let us
already,
know.
yeah, anything that I say, everybody's got a good reason to keep it, so, I mean, everybody's got a real good, it's a good defense for keeping what they want, and,
Well,
you know, it's a hard decision, is here we are, and, you know, if we need to make cuts, we need to make cuts. And
And now is the time
now's
to
the
talk about
time.
those things.
You mention it, and you get blasted, oh my God, you don't fund your water rates, you're never gonna have anything built, you know, so I'm just saying, you
So, I mean,
stand up and you get shot down, so.
I think, what I want to make sure I'm understanding from y'all is, when we get to the detailed budget discussions, you're not looking for advice then, as much as, you're looking for more guidance now.
We are, but it's not to say you can't say.
I get it later, it's, you could still do it, but I mean, this is so big picture, that's,
It's not too late.
At
so,
that point, it's not too late to do it. It would be
Yeah.
preferred now.
The sooner they know, the easier it is.
yeah,
Yes.
I guess, and so this is a little different from a public-private standpoint. I mean, private businesses, they're kind of looking at revenue forecasts, and they're like, okay, everybody over on this side of the world has to cut by 10%, and just tell me how you're gonna do it, and that's these employees, and, or your good operational efficiencies. Governmentals don't necessarily do that nearly as often. They kind of start with a base budget, as you said.
But we
Kind of
review
work
the
your
base
way.
budget and we scrub it, so.
And I hear that, which I really appreciate, is how y'all do that. So we're a little bit on the outside looking in on that, and so we're taking your word that you're doing it. But, so there's no mandate to say, hey, cut this by 10% next year and then see what we got left. But,
don't just take it for my word or Stephen's word. That's why the department heads are here. They're the subject matter expert. They can speak specifically to their departments, and I encourage you to engage them in that. And this is what this meeting's for, so do it.
So I understand the budget process as it was laid out in our very first meeting. Each department head submitted they took the input from their staff and said, this is what we want, this is what we gotta have. And they did like a line item thing, and then, where did that go? To you guys,
To finance,
to find,
finance and city managers.
and y'all redlined or blue penciled or whatever you call it and said yes, no,
So
and
we,
evaluated. Do we get to do that?
if there's something, you get the budget, so if there's something that you want to
It will
redline,
include all of those line items.
correct.
And we get like.
But you'll get that at the next,
You'll get
workshop
that
session,
on
right?
July 31st is the line item
Right.
budget.
And then on August 3rd, we have to vote on it.
No,
No.
August 3rd is just kind of a workshop. You're not
Okay.
voting on it until September.
But you do have 4 days to study this and have good questions ready.
Correct.
So
All right.
that's, and I get where you're coming back,
But
but,
that's where those other meetings are. So
Right.
you get it July 31st. Let's say you're gonna have a workshop on August 3rd. You're gonna have another one on August 11th, another one on the 24th, and then a meeting on the 14th.
yeah, it seems like we're having more this time than we did last year. but
State
I'm-
law prescribes a certain number, if there's a.
Of workshops?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just somehow,
Oh.
I must have missed them.
The charter requires us to do a charter and state
Sorry.
law requires us to do a public hearing on our
Yeah.
budget. We have to do that.
Yeah, that I get.
Tax rate, if we're adopting anything above the no new revenue rate,
Yes.
would require more
Okay.
meetings and public hearing, and a public hearing.
And now, one thing I will tell you, I've worked in 2 other cities, so I've done 2 other budgets, one for Baytown and one for Sugar Land. When I got to Friendswood, the level of detail that we go into in our budget, we don't have any fluff here. I've had fluff before. There is no fluff here. It's really personnel, a few pens and pencils. And I know that you look around and you say, oh, these things are beautiful. A lot of the things that you see directors bring in, like the office, I bring in the art, I bring in the pillows. We, for things that we do for our staff, we pay out of our pocket. So, we do this because we really love it, and we try to make whatever we have work. But this is a very lean organization when it comes to staffing.
And I would think from the outside, a year and a half ago, I would have been questioning that on being here and talking to each one of you and seeing how you operate on a day-to-day basis. I can not be more of a fan, so.
And one example, and I was encouraged to include a slide on it, but I didn't, but the example I've given in previous years is that of an abacus. So it may seem that we have a lot of beads or a lot of funds in one particular line item. For instance, PEG, I'm gonna pick on PEG, our Public Education Government Channel. All the renovations you saw on this.
We're
this-
forced on
this
us.
room was paid for with PEG dollars.
Yeah.
That could not be spent on anything else. So even though the abacus may have a bar on there with a lot of beads on it, I can't take a bead from there and put it on the one and lower the property taxes. So state law is very specific, enterprise funds, accounting standards are all very specific, that you can't just move things around like you can on your personal budget. So if you're set aside X number of dollars for water, but you wanna take your family out to dinner more this month, then well, I'm gonna not spend as much money on water and I'll just spend that money on eating out. We can't do that. We can't take enterprise funds from water sewer and use it to pay for tax stuff.
On the same,
I have a recommendation based on a painful experience from many years ago, many years ago.
Working with
different
us?
place. No, it wasn't. But I watched board members try to get into the weeds and do the jobs of the budget managers rather than setting the vision, the goals, the tax rate, how much people could manage, are we moving in the right direction, will this accomplish our goals? And to the point where Walter Wilson was the assistant superintendent for finance, had to bring in filing cabinets on rollers and pull out requisitions during the meeting and listen to board members say, well, I know that you could get those tires for $25 cheaper than you could get them, than where you bought them, because I went to such and such, or my husband works in such and such. And they'd have to pull out the requisitions, and we had to have 3 budgets, so we had to have 3, probably have the same thing, we had to have 3 things then, quotes, and show, give the proof, and the meetings would last until, oh my gosh. And then another one, when I was superintendent, where someone advocated for a particular program, but it wasn't part of the vision and the goals. And so if you're brand new to this process, because it is a massive process, or if you're just uncomfortable with it, I'm gonna encourage you to book private time with Mo and whomever, and they make themselves available unbelievably so. And I don't know how they get the rest of the work done. I guess that's why you're here every 7 days a week. But they will go through all of those different questions with you. But for us as a council, that's not our lane. That's not our job. Our job is, are we moving in the right direction? Did they do their due diligence? Does it seem right to us? And then can we afford this tax rate? Can our community afford this tax rate? So if you have a particular thing, that's who you go to and you get the details. And then if you still feel that way and you want to advocate for something different, then you do it with everybody. But we don't go through every one of those things because there's so much to it. It takes them literally months. We would work on a budget to get approved in August. We started in January, okay? When you're in a massive organization like this. So I just want to, because that is just real life experience and knowing what y'all are doing. So I would just say, because we all think, hey, we were elected by the community, we're supposed to watch this. No, we're supposed to hire him and make sure that he watches this and that he hires good people to watch this. And we have our checks and balances each month to make sure that they're doing that. And they have a stellar reputation. They're not losing money. They're catching the state when the state's overpaying us when sales taxes, they're telling the state, they tell Houston, we owe you money for 10 years, we owe you money. I mean, they are a stellar department, not just by my opinion, but by everybody outside that knows anything about it. So use them, right, Mo?
Yes, ma'am.
Use them, okay.
Marlon, I had one question from earlier in the cycle. We budgeted, and I don't know, I guess we made the payment of $1.25 million for the flood study, though.
Yes.
There is going to be some form of rebate from that. How is that coming along? And would that come into fiscal year 2026, 27, or is that projected? Or was that just going to stay there because there's going to be
it's
a
not
future
gonna stay
actual
there.
improvement?
It depends on how successful and the timing of when they get those other partners on board.
Yeah,
So
I know they've said they've been working hard.
actively doing it, but as we've seen in other things, sometimes even if we have an agreement for somebody to make a payment, they don't always make a payment.
Sure.
But Hill's got a meeting this Thursday with the rest of the team on that Lower Clear Creek study, in which we're getting updates on their progress. And that meeting will know if they've been successful to getting a few more members signed up. It's not gonna be I don't anticipate getting like half that money back, but hopefully we get some percentage, maybe 30% of that money back.
Do you anticipate, there was a huge list, right?
There's 14 different entities within the Clear Creek watershed. Right now, 4 of them are funding that next phase of the study is required to be done in order to get Army Corps of Engineer funding. And then even if we do the study and the Army Corps says it's necessary, we still have to wait on Congress, literally an act of Congress, to fund it. So it's not a bygone conclusion or guarantee. Of the 14 entities, there's no obligation to participate, but only 2 entities are gonna give me money back. The City of Friendswood and the City of Lake City. Both counties, Galveston County and Harris County, have said their percent participation is not gonna change.
Okay, and then, to that extent, Galveston County Consolidated Drainage District, depending on who you talk to, has advocated for paying into it.
They can pay, there's nothing stopping them from paying into it.
Well, an agreement, an interlocal agreement.
Correct.
That seems to be the crux of the problem. I know it's not going through us, it's going through Lake City.
It's going through Lake City. And
Believe me, I have conversations of how this is going, just 2 different versions of it, so.
I will say for the record, because I've told you all this in one-on-one meetings, there is nobody on staff that is unwilling to work with the drainage district. We have demonstrated cooperation for the past nearly 19 years I've been here, even most recently within the last 2 years. We're willing to do whatever is necessary. Now, there are political rumors back and forth, and I know that at their meetings, they're constantly saying that the City of Friendswood is corrupt. They're saying I am corrupt.
Yeah.
You won't hear me say, or you won't see me do anything that affirms that sentiment. So if they want to participate and they want to meet with League City, I will gladly sit down with John Baumgardner, my counterpart in League City, and Paige, and say, hey, let's work out an interlocal agreement so that the drainage district can participate. Because trust me, the more partners we have, the better off we are.
I'm with you, because they have a reasonable tax base that can contribute to these types of projects, absolutely. And that's their purview in essence, because our city's not supposed to be paying for those kind of things, in essence, because it's, the 100% of our drainage channels are the purview of the district, not the city.
Correct.
So I get it. And
I am not a politician.
as a
I'm
future
paid
liaison to that board, I'll be happy to continue to hammer that home.
Yes.
So,
And while you're at it, can we get payment on the 1959 project, because we need to move that project forward? That's under contract, and it is tying up our.
so I was curious, well, we'll get to that. Let's have a separate meeting about that.
Yeah.
You and I and, mayor and whoever else wants to attend, on how to make some of that go.
So we do have some topics on the next two items that are relative to that, so, but not budget related. Is there any other, and it's not speak now, forever hold your peace, but is there any other input on the budget?
Can I speak real quick, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Since we are the biggest 15 million of the budget that we do at the police department, over 80% of that is personnel. I talked about staffing, and I think this is true in every department inside the city, that there's not quite enough folks. We looked at the slide there, 2.75%, it's just one piece of the budget, 2.75% merit. You won't hear us come to you guys one-on-one. We're working with finance and as a group individually. That happens daily, in this organization where we're trying to make those adjustments. I know that 2.75% is not keeping up with progress. We're slipping behind. And then in a few years, we'll come to you and we'll say, we're really behind.
You're talking
we're at the bottom,
salaries.
salaries, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
But that's probably true, Trish, in a lot of other areas as well.
Well, I
moving
think for
forward.
police, that probably really is. true.
So we don't jump in front and we don't jump in line, we don't come to you guys. I've been taught, here recently, that's a death sentence for your career, is to come to you guys and say, hey, we're falling behind, and not giving them the chance to make this work. So over the years, we've robbed Peter to pay Paul. We've held off on hiring some folks to go ahead and give us ourselves a little bit of a raise so we can at least barely keep up with the market. Barely keep up with the market. And 2.75% is not keeping up with the market, all right? That's not holding anyone. I'll speak directly for ours again, because we're the biggest, and, we're below. We are below, very well below the average in what we're doing. And we work pretty hard each year to do that, but it's about retention and recruitment. I can fill those 4 vacancies tomorrow. There is no one in this community that wants the folks, given the responsibility and the authority that they're given when they put on this uniform to go out there and do the job in this community, which is not easy to police in, it's not easy to work in. Y'all know what the expectation here of everyone is in this community. So we're not just filling seats.
Right.
But know for sure that we are all working together to try to make the budget right as well. So we will continue to pull. This year, we may not spend all of our money in training, because whatever reason comes up, we may be shorthanded and there's too much overtime, being spent. So some of that money is pulled, and we're always constantly moving that to make things, work out. So I think it's important, especially for the new folks that are in here, to know that there is a lot of work extra that we do with the money to try to make it work for you. We're not gonna come to you and say, hey, we're falling way behind. We're gonna work together and try to see what we can do to figure out, to make some adjustments, so you guys aren't brought that huge problem, constantly to do that. There's so much of that going on, right now. And the staffing, we talk about that, it's citywide. The numbers are true per 1,000 residents. That's what everyone goes off of.
keep in mind, a lot of these agencies that chief is competing with are civil service, meaning that they get adjustments to salary by contract
Regardless.
guaranteed. So we're trying to recruit against that.
We are, and I'm the negotiator in this city with non-civil service that they look at. In others, it's not, it's an association, and they don't really necessarily care about city staff and working together. They're gonna go to the elected officials and say, we're far behind, go get us the money. What does that do for others that don't have that bargaining chip? They're left alone.
I think
And
I
at the
see a
end-
neighboring city doing that.
And at the end of it, we all get those equal raises. Okay, here, 2.75% that merit. Other cities that separated. Okay? Because at the end of it, I'm not competing with Public Works for employees. I'm not, you know? But I'm trying to be a good leader and a good teammate with everyone as well. So it's not right for me to come to you guys and say, hey, we need to separate our pay scale from everyone else. We probably do from everyone else to keep up because of the percentage we're down, but that's the type of teamwork that goes on with everyone here at the table to try to make it work. And last thing, what's really made this place a great place to work is really the stability with you guys on city council and with city management. When that changes, this place becomes like everyone else, not so special. You know what I mean? That's what's great about this, is that we have some common ground. We kind of know the direction that you guys are headed and what y'all want to do, and we're kind of all on the same page, though sometimes it may not seem like that, but we are. That's what makes it special. When that changes, we become like everyone else. That crime rate, in my world, that crime rate goes up. Police department's unhappy with pay, go out to get civil service. None of this stuff happens anymore. The whole game changes. The whole game changes, you know? So we appreciate you guys' support, truly, honestly do. Y'all own that crime rate. You do. It's a great crime rate because you guys are great. That's what it is. I know exactly in other cities how it goes up. Can predict it in my sleep, what happens. And it can change, and it can change overnight. It can be broke really, really fast. And I think that's true with a lot of the other cities here. So, I mean, with other city departments in here. Anyway, I just kind of wanted to say that for the new folks. I'm kind of new in the position where I'm starting to worry about where the money comes from. That was somebody else before, you know, that I was able to spend. Now I'm trying to figure out to keep a group happy over here, group happy here, and keep lowering the crime rate.
Well, that, you know what, thank you for saying all that,
Thank you,
because that's
Chief.
one of the biggest points I think council has to think about, and that's what we convey to you, is our priorities. And I know several years ago, we went through this with police and said, we need to raise the salaries, because you might be able to fill the positions, but it may not be with the people that you want, that we would want as police officers in the community. And I remember the chief foregoing 3 positions in order to have more money to put in for salaries. But I'm telling you, I don't know how the rest of council feels, but if it was a matter of, hey, we need to add another penny to keep the quality of life, the safety, you do this with employees anyway. You look at market values and market to adjust salaries. I would definitely do that in a heartbeat.
I'd like to also call this, Chief, and thank you for saying what you did. What he described is what I've known, because my husband was here for 18 years, long before I was ever on council. And this process that we go through with the budget, they vet each other. So by the time we see this budget, they have vetted each other, and they work together as a team, as you described. And that's why this works. So by the time a budget comes before us, we can trust it's been fully vetted. And now we just have to look at the direction, as you said, because we're setting the policy. We're not down in the weeds. We're helping set the policy. We've hired good people to carry out that mission. And I appreciate what you said, Chief. Thank you. Because we have neighbors whose communities are, elections can make a big old difference. Just say
The
it that
only
way.
thing I have, and you know this, the only criticism is that y'all always first try to gauge what you think council will agree to for a tax rate and bring us that budget and those decision packages, instead of saying, we really need to do this. And we go, well, how much of that would be, how much of the tax rate? And well, it's gonna be another 3 cents. And then you have all this work to do because people will freak out on council or whatever. But I'd much rather hear, you know me, I would much rather hear what you really need and think we want, even if it means raising the tax rate. And then we can debate that and say, no, we can't do it, go back to the drawing board. But I would much rather know from y'all what you really, I don't want the police, I'll just use you as an example, but I told Brian ahead of time, Brian, just tell me what y'all need, you know I'm gonna support it. But same thing with police, if I don't want things to get bad before we get it presented to us, and I don't wanna worry about a penny in the tax rate. I'm telling you, I know this community, 40-something years I've been here, I know this community. They will not want, they will pay a penny to keep good police officers, or whatever it is, you know, that we really want.
Well, and if I can jump in just really briefly, because I'm probably the newest person to manage the budget, like he was saying, like he's new to his role, and coming in at this and reviewing the library's budget, I mean, I'm echoing what Letty's saying as far as like, things are managed really, really, you know, efficiently, very lean. You know, 85% of the library's budget is personnel and over, you know, personnel costs. So when you talk about, you know, any potential reductions, you're looking at only that 15% of really non-staff impacts, and then of that, you know, you're looking at public service impacts. If there's just a few little places where you're not impacting either public services or staff, and we do really a whole lot. I'll use an example of our like programming and events budget. 20 cents per attendee is what we're paying on programs. I'm looking at the dollars and the number of people we're bringing in for those quality of life programs that make Friendswood amazing, and they're paying less than a quarter to come in the door and have an amazing library show that gets their kids, you know, reading and their lifelong impacts that cascades and makes their lives better. So, you know, every dollar is managed really well from my perspective that I'm seeing, and like she was saying, the budget process is very thorough. There was lots of vetting and back and forth and discussion, even from, you know, coming in a little late to the process. I still have the benefit of working through that with my own budget. So I just wanted to say, you know, it's really done well here, and I'm impressed with what I'm seeing so far.
Thanks, Melissa.
Marlon, we talked about one thing last year a little bit, and it was the ability for our employees to actually live in our city.
Correct.
And that was kind of, we didn't go in depth to it, but we said, hey, look, this would be nice to be able to find a way to make this happen. So along that line, what are the things that the city staff values working here that we can improve on as a city to keep the retention without the pay increases? Because I know Trish has had years of that experience at Friendswood ISD, because I know those teachers are paid less than everybody else, but there's something intrinsic about working in FISD that makes them want to work there. So, and I know you're already doing it, so I just want to hear what other ideas we might have.
So one speaks to the culture of the organization. Councilmember Branson's comment of her husband having worked here 18 years, that same culture has been retained for the better part of 36 years. It's not by accident, it's by intentionality in what we do and how we do it. Our average tenure right now is over 15 years, meaning the average employee has been here 15 years. Everybody at this room that's been here longer than 10 years, raise your hand. Longer than 15 years, keep your hands out. I mean,
Oh, an employee.
yeah.
We'll take you, that's
No,
fine.
The point, and if I keep going 20 years, raise your hand. I mean, 25. We've had employees work here for 45 years. Literally, Mac worked in public works since the age of 19 to the age of, because I can't do math right now, I'll tell Matt, 45 years, so, yeah. I swear I'm an engineer. But the point being is, the culture is different in Friendswood. I loved Missouri City. I was there 7.5 years. I thought I would retire there. When I came to Friendswood, it was night and day different. Now, with that said, pay is an important part, because at the end of the day, we have to be able to support our families. So I'm not
Yeah, if you
gonna
can't afford to
suggest-
live here, I mean, you're gonna have to move somewhere else.
Correct. And the solution to get more people to move to Friendswood may require some sort of pay incentive, but there's no way of doing it, one, inexpensively, without impacting the tax rate. And two, you can't force an employee to live here, and if you incentivize one to live here, then what does that do to morale? I don't wanna change the culture or the what's built here. continue to support merit increases, continue to invest in the resources, because it's not just paying the salaries. If they don't have the equipment,
Right.
I can hire 4 crew members to go clear out all the storm sewer lines, but if they don't have the jet equipment, they don't have the vehicle to transport it there, and the ability to take it somewhere else, what they've removed from the storm sewer system, then that crew member is useless. Same with police, same with parks. I mean, it goes hand in hand. So if you have a concern with the cost of something, then let's discuss whether or not you want to continue the service. And as difficult as it may seem, because nobody wants to hurt anybody's feelings, and I understand. The only reason people jump up and respond directly to you, Councilmember Raffon, is because they're passionate about what they do. And I love that. I want them to be passionate about what they do.
And I want to hear it. I love it.
But it's not intended to shut you down. It's intended to show you what goes into their programming.
And I understand completely, if you look at the whole budget and everything, it's right at 67% is personnel, and where are you gonna cut? You know, you only got a little bit. So I'm not even asking for cuts. I'm not asking for cuts. I'm just asking for maybe slow the growth or anything like that's fine. And I'm never gonna be one to not support the police or the fire or the EMS and those things that protect people out on the street. I'm gonna fund it.
And we know that.
And if that takes another penny, I don't mind,
And all
but
I would-
just show me.
All
Just
I
show
would
me.
speak to that, sir, is just that everybody, you got these two on this corner down here, then you got everybody back over here that
And I
is the support to that, because of, they can't do their job unless finance does their job, and vice versa, and everything else.
I know who all the 67%
Right,
is.
exactly, and so I think support from elected officials in public is always amazing, and the group does a great job. Even though it's cautioned against to keep everybody off of social media as much as possible because it's just not fun at all, is, you know, you see some of the comments that are made, you see some of the ins and outs about how bad this place is or whatever it is, but then when you actually go visit with people or you do the surveys, it's 94% good or excellent. Everybody likes to live here. They enjoy it. They don't get to see a lot of times what's behind the doors, who makes sure people get paid, who makes sure insurance is covered and things like that. So y'all support in public is fantastic. Like that's the main thing. I think Murad, myself, Katina, and Letty, we'll take the hits all day long, but for everybody else, you know, Public Works is out there all the time, engineering's out there all the time. Parks and Rec, 4th of July. I mean, there are so many people in like for just the 4th of July festivities that probably went unnoticed, even though, oh, it's a Parks employee, you kind of recognize it, but they were just scattered like ants all over from all the different departments that were helping out. And then they all come right back to work on Monday, for the most part. All back to work on Monday, just sunburned, tired, and ready to start over because now we have a movie coming up in the pool on Friday. So it's just a consistent and constant running around, and we'll gladly do anything we can to push people our way and let us help out.
I just want to comment on her question about why we work here. As somebody who left and could not wait to come back. I started my court career here when I found out, and then I went to Pearland as the administrator, and when I found out their director was retiring, I called and I said, am I coming back? And she said, sure, come on. And I said, I'm there. And she said, you don't want to negotiate? You don't want to know what we're going to pay? No, I don't need to know any of those things. I need to come back because this is home. It's the support. I know that I can go to any one of those on that side of the table and say, help us with this. And they won't hesitate for a second. And that might mean they have to come to you, but I know they've got my back when they do it. And the other thing I need to say is, as you watch some of the cities in Galveston County, I am so proud to stand up and say, I work for Friendswood. We're not in the news. You're not taking our funds. You're not
We're not
suing
2
us.
weeks
You're
from
not doing this
bankruptcy.
to us. And it's such a pride for me when I teach for the state to go out and say, I'm Friendswood. And that's why I live here. And if they hadn't called me to come back, I'd have come over and begged. But
Thanks,
where
Pat.
I'm at.
So
Glad you're here.
you are recording this, right?
Yes, it's being recorded.
This would be a really nice thing for public to actually watch the team in action in a lot of ways, to see how decisions are made. I mean, so.
This is gonna be a recruitment video.
It would be. It could be.
But to the comments that have been made, especially by Chief, Y'all are part of the team. So you may have not been before you were elected, but now you're part of the team. So
You're on the team.
you get the kudos and the credit for being a Friendswood, part of the problem. Part of, well, you're part of the solution too, but you're actively shaping. And I mean what I say, y'all set the policy, so tell us what that policy and that vision is for the community. Have the guts to establish it, and then support it to make sure that it's actually being done.
I just want to make sure, all of you want a printed budget, right? I just want to make sure. Printed copy? Printed? Okay. All seven. How much paper?
Jennifer is holding up the
I
example.
was gonna ask you a question on
It's
that.
this
Yes, sir.
big.
What does that cost to print it?
What does it cost, Jennifer?
So for the proposed budget, we just do that in-house, that you get in the binders for the August first, before August first this year. It cost, I don't know if we're gonna be able to do it in-house this year, for the first time with the binder, but it costs about $100 to publish them.
Do not print mine, just email it to me, or give me a link.
Good answer.
But the adopted budget was about 1,200, wasn't it?
I just know some of you guys like to write notes
Nope.
and tab.
I can't read the computer.
Okay.
Yeah, and I get that.
So electronic,
You can make mine electronic.
electronic.
It's $100 per book.
I have a paper copy in the mayor's office.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes-
Right, if we need to come in, maybe, and-
So 4 printed.
Yes, ma'am.
I get it, it's tough to read small print.
I can't see small print or large print, so.
We have we have 2 more items on the agenda today, but it's just technically one. We had listed the master drainage plan and the bond election, but the 2 go hand in hand. Mayor, do y'all want a break before we get started on that?
So, I'm gonna say yes and no, because I have to take a break at 2 o'clock. I have a phone call, I'm sorry. When this meeting was scheduled from 9 to 1, I took an appointment and it's scheduled for 2 o'clock. I hope it's a quick phone call. So, if people wanna press on until about 5 till, I'm good with that, or if people wanna take a break now, come back for a minute.
Let's do the drainage. I mean, I think we could knock that out in 10 minutes.
Do we even need to talk about drainage again? I mean, we could just
I mean,
jump into,
whatever you want.
bonds.
Yeah.
I think jump into the bond discussion.
That might take longer though, Mayor.
That's gonna take longer, but
The drainage, we put it on there as a caution in case we didn't get through it on
Okay.
Monday. And the only slides that are on there are those slides that are related to the drainage projects on the bond.
So the big question here, and I'm gonna just sound like a broken record, I need direction from council. And it's obvious that there's not a single consensus as to what the desires are of council, which is fine, that's representative of the community as well. There's always the question of wants versus needs, and as I go through these slides and we talk about wants versus needs, I will caution you, I didn't highlight something as a need or a want because it's nuanced. For instance, we talk about a rec center, in everybody's subject opinion, the rec center is a want and not a need. However, if we have a failure of the activity building, meaning the roof we've already had to do many roof repairs. If the roof can't be repaired anymore, it needs to be replaced, it now becomes a need because we can't house an existing service level. So it's not as simple as saying, hey, this is a want versus need. Historically, councils have always said our basic responsibilities are infrastructure, fire, and EMS, and then the services that go into supporting that. And then everything else is things that we do to add to the quality of life. This community has said through their subsequent budgets and supports of bonds that every aspect of our operation goes into the quality of life, whether it's park, whether it's quality of new construction and development, in our zoning and development, what have you. So as we go through these slides, keep that in mind, and let's see if we can get some consensus. So the bond committee, I don't need to rehash this, and spent the better part of the last 6 months going over the needs of the community and recommended $50 million roughly for a bond election, and then asked council to consider 2 alternatives, which was the rec center as well as some drainage projects. We don't need to talk about estimated tax rate. On drainage, we knew at the outset, because council's directive was we need to do a bond election or consider a bond election in November of 2026. We had to start the efforts of the committee last year, but the master drainage plan was not complete. It couldn't be complete because we just started it. There is a difference in the numbers that the bond committee worked off of versus what the final master drainage plan provided. So even though the bond committee recommended those neighborhood improvements at 20.3 million, the actual cost, if we were to put all of them on the ballot, is gonna be about 68 million. Because one thing we didn't know were the mitigation costs, not the mitigation from detention ponds, but the pipelines and other things that would have been impacted. So that is a drastic difference. Council may have said, okay, we were okay with putting $20 million worth of drainage on there. I don't know if council's okay with putting $68 million worth of drainage on there. The projects themselves yield, as you heard this past Monday night, certain benefits. They're not grand benefits because unfortunately in this business, there is no small investment, big return. We're trying to make up for the sins of the past, and I don't mean sins because somebody intentionally did something wrong, but prior to 1995, there were no tangible drainage criteria. Developers were allowed to put in storm sewer lines for the 2-year event in the streets, and then that's it. They weren't required to do mitigation in terms of detention ponds. Some did, some did not. Kudos to the ones that did. It was mentioned on drainage, and I'll speak to drainage for right now. Let's just put all the items in there a la carte and see what the voters will do. I will caution you that you will get folks in Analia supporting Analia project, folks in Sun Meadow supporting Sun Meadow projects, and so on and so forth. So if you're gonna include a drainage bond, I would recommend drainage at its very core be combined into a single proposition. It'll still list all these subdivisions so that voters know what they're getting, but it should include all of them in one proposition, so it either passes or fails. So you don't have each of them failing because they can only get the support mustered up for their individual subdivision. Are there any questions specific to any one of the projects?
You said something on Monday night that I thought was very important, is that the storm sewer, that really benefits Friendswood. We're not gonna find matching dollars for those things like we did with the last bond election that we had. So that 40 million growing into 120 plus is not gonna happen. So I see a lot of storm sewer at the top. If we go out for a bond on drainage, we need to understand we're probably not gonna be able to maximize this and have matching dollars come in to help us out, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And even if the lower Clear Creek effort is successful, and there's federal dollars to come in to improve Clear Creek, it's not gonna address these storm sewer problems. It will help alleviate some of it, because the creek will have lower water surface elevation, but you will still have ponding, because it's a function of the pipe size itself, and how much water that pipe can handle.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, ma'am.
So that we don't get the cart before the horse, are there certain things in drainage that should happen before other things in drainage happen? For example, I don't start making cookies and then I go, oh, I need eggs, so I gotta run to the store and get the eggs. Let's find out what all we need to make the cookies before we start making the cookies. I know it's simplifying things, but
Yes.
I don't know enough to know what should come first.
So because we are professionals, you hired professionals, those efforts have already come. So in 2019, with the work that we did with the detention ponds and the creek improvements and the shelving, those efforts downstream, as it pertains to Friendswood, has already been done or is being done right now. So these storm sewer improvements.
Should be the next thing.
The next thing
Okay.
process, and that's why we did it the way we did it.
Okay.
So when I read that report, I was left, and then even after listening to them that night, this is a lot of money, and the benefit doesn't match, doesn't come close.
Yes.
What I didn't get in the report, and I had asked, was that when they said this would save one structure. It's a $20 million project. It saves one structure, it saves a quarter of a mile of roadway. Well, one structure out of, how many are already flooding over there? I mean, we didn't get the current information out of that. So, but that just wasn't, I thought, I don't know about this.
So anecdotally, between Tropical Storm Allison in 2001 and Hurricane Harvey in 2017, we saw vast improvement in the drainage capabilities of this community, even though there were probably more homes that flooded in Harvey. And what I mean by that is that in Allison, the homes that were truly impacted were Analia, Sun Meadow,
We know where
Wilderness
the
Rest.
flooding occurs, we know.
In Harvey, those same properties, we saw a 90% reduction in flooding. Not because it was a miracle.
No.
It was because in 2003, we did drainage bonds in Analia. We did drainage bonds in Sun Meadow. We did drainage bonds for the Wilderness Trails area. That was the Glen Shannon project. We installed a massive, So,
So we didn't flood. so
yes,
that's fine.
the Glen Shannon area flooded, sorry, not your specific neighborhood, but the adjacent.
To her point, do we know how many homes actually flooded in those events?
Yes.
Back then?
We know
You
that
have that
exactly, yeah, we have that information, and we can put it on a GIS map and have those, to show you some difference. This comes down to a value proposition. I agree with you, $20 million to save one house doesn't rise to the occasion. It'd be better to just buy that house.
Yeah, that's
But
what
I
I'm
will
saying.
tell you, from a policy standpoint, we shouldn't be doing drainage projects if our sole concern is price. As we get a flood, we should just start buying out those homes, because that is the absolute cheapest solution. Now, you do lose tax value by doing that, because now it's publicly owned and can only be used, and then we have to maintain it moving forward.
Someone mentioned the safety of the roadway, I think it was Sally, that if you can't get someplace because the roads are blocked. So I know in front of the high school, in front of Wilderness Trails, for years, I think that's gotten better. It would pond so badly that it would be difficult for vehicles to get in and out.
Correct.
So I know on 518, when it rains really hard, it's difficult to get on 518. So there are pockets. I think we already know it, even without the engineering study. We know where those pockets are. I don't know, I think if transportation is being impeded, to me, I came away from that report saying the flooding issues in Friendswood have to do with the creek, not the other things, except for little pockets.
Let me ask this.
Yes, sir.
Throw this out, because we're not the only community that is dealing with under-designed storm sewer systems in their community. I mean, what are other cities doing?
So other cities, after Harvey, when we went out for $41 million to get voter approval to do work on the creek, our sister cities, meaning the ones adjacent to us, just went out for bond funds just for their communities. They didn't touch the creeks. They said that's a job for the Corps of Engineers, that's a job for the Drainage District and Flood Control District. So Pearland issued, I want to say, $72 million for drainage project.
83.4 million.
83, sorry. For their subdivisions, much like I'm talking about here. Lee City did the somewhere about 50-something million, if I remember correctly. And so they said, it's not that they didn't care about the creeks, but they said that our responsibility is this. Friendswood, and understandably so, we said, well, the biggest bang for your buck is the creeks. I get that. But even those are still astronomically expensive. There is not a solution to the creeks that is inexpensive.
Or that we can manage.
That we can, and we can't control it. Even if you gave us the
that's what
money,
I
I
mean.
can't guarantee that we can
do it.
accomplish the project. There's other projects outside of drainage, but I wanted to have that discussion with you guys. We spent money on the drainage master plan. So when we hire professionals to give us this response, if we ultimately feel that it's in our best interest to not have the data or something, then we should stop spending the money on the studies. But
in that regard, we just mentioned that the committee didn't have the data that we have now. And I think this is still a work in progress, because they're gonna be coming back to us and they're gonna give us a cost benefit analysis, and they're going to give us some more information that I think that this is just not ready for prime time. I don't think the drainage project is ready for prime time, and I think that's something, I know that I supported the 2019, and I support all drainage projects. I'm an all and above drainage guy. I just don't know, I just don't feel like this one is ready for prime time to take to our residents and say, we're ready right now with what we have right now. I would like to push the drainage project. If it's just 1 or 2 years, just push the drainage project, and let's look at some other things that are really needs. And to me, a want and a need, if it's a need, it should be in our budget. And
If you can afford it.
if you can afford it, if you need it, and it's not a want, it's a need, it's a true need, it should be in our budget and we should fund it. And right at this moment, I would just like to see us maybe evaluate all these storm sewers that they came out and said, boy, if we just made those bigger, we might be able to really move a lot of water. I'd like to know what's in those storm sewers a little bit, if we can do that with our staff. I don't, that may be asking too much.
it will take some time, but yes.
But I just think right at this this moment, I would push the drainage project idea. And I'm not saying, I would do it, I wanna do it, but I wanna do it when I have all the information.
And that's a fair statement, and I know, Mary, you're about to step out. Can we continue the meeting, or?
Please continue the meeting, and I'm in agreement with Robert on that point. I think I am ready to sort of hold off on drainage, because we can't, I don't even know how you put that on a bond election. I mean, where do you draw the line, and what do you tell the voters that they're voting on? You know, even if you just take the top 3 items, you got $60 million worth of stuff there, and you list those 3 things, I don't know. It's.
Can I ask one question before the mayor leaves? Isn't there legislation coming through? I mean, what happens if we just push it from this November to the next November? Do we have any legislative concerns?
There's no, I mean, from a logistics standpoint, there may be a change to the uniform election date, meaning that all elections have to take place in November, so that doesn't materially change this. There's nothing that I've seen, although there's gonna be over 5,000 bills filed, that I know of that would impact these projects.
Okay.
I'll be back by 15 after at the latest.
Yes, sir.
10 after is my goal.
Yes, sir.
The committee, the bond committee didn't they mention the same areas though, that the drainage
They
plan?
did. The
Yeah, that was
difficulty,
interesting that they overlap. They did
because
mention.
staff, again, we do the studies to.
You guided them, okay.
Well, staff is aware of where our problem areas are, that's not
I think if you
that's
live
not
here
a
and drive
surprise.
around here, you know where those problems.
But, so we knew the rough areas, we didn't know the total magnitude of the project cost, because
Yeah.
until you do the studies, you don't know.
The mitigation cost was startling, but I was
Yeah.
looking at the size of the pipe that they were talking of replacing. I mean, I felt like, what were we using before? Were we just using surface conveyance of the roads basically to get it off-site?
Most of it,
Some
you
of
know,
it.
for instance, my neighborhood on Heather Lane, it's probably the size of a.
24-inch everywhere? Yeah.
All of 518 used to use 518 as a
I think
drainage.
until we did the
Trails
project.
Castle, that's how
The
that
whole,
was built.
the whole
Yeah,
city
which
used
I
to
get.
drain through the 518.
But, and that's how a lot of drainage is done everywhere around the world, but at the same time, like, when they're talking about putting these box culverts in at, 7x10s down a street, I'm like, what are we conveying now versus?
So in 2009, we did the 518 drainage project in conjunction with Galveston County. And we put in, I wanna say 36-inch lines down the median, and it ties into 2 outfall lines, one at Castlewood over here that goes to Clear Creek, it's a 72-inch line. And then the other one at Stone's Throw that goes to Cowards Creek is another 72-inch line.
This one by Falling Leaf too, that we put
Yes.
in at the
Yeah.
school.
And because of that, you're able to drive down 518 during heavy rain events now,
Yep.
because the street did no longer be conveyed.
Yeah.
No, I'm for all of this, but I just think we need to wait until we get all the data.
Yeah, I do too.
And that's fine. Is it the consensus of council that we postpone drainage? If we do a bond election, are we postponing drainage, is what I'm asking.
I would 100%.
If we have to.
If we're, anything related to drainage, because we don't have our head wrapped around what we could even present, I wouldn't put it on a bond.
And just keep in mind, it wasn't staff's intent to have this one concurrent with the
No,
bond.
No, it's a complicated subject with a lot of moving parts, and you didn't have all the answers, and now you're like, wow.
The one thing I would throw out is I wouldn't wanna go out for a bond this November and again next November. I would have a problem with that. So I'll just say that. And I do agree, drainage needs to, right after the chief and EMS and fire I'm sorry, and my husband came from your world.
I know.
But, I mean, drainage has been a problem in Friendswood since the 60s, and we've been working on it since the 60s. So, we may not have all the information we need, but if we had a bond and we had money ready to go, then when we do get that report, we could begin to act on it.
The difficulty is, with the language in our 2019 bond, we said projects along Clear Creek. So even though it wasn't definitive, meaning that we're doing the 1959 project, for instance, we know that project is on Clear Creek. On these, we can't just put something nebulous out there and say we're doing Analia, we're doing Sun Meadow.
You can't say storm sewer?
We can, but then
That's
how much
pretty generic across the entire community, right?
My concern though is, well, yes, you could just do storm sewer, but how much dollars do you set aside for it? And, the biggest difficulty we see, and y'all have worked bond elections,
People wanna know what they're voting on.
they wanna know what they're voting on. They would like to see that the dollars I'm approving here are gonna equate to this project here.
They're absolutely adamant.
Yeah, they.
Yes, they are.
And they wanna see something for their money. money too. They
But-
wanna
but
see.
we-
That's true.
Or they don't
wanna
wanna see
this.
the cheese get moved, like, you know, hey, you said you were gonna do this, but you didn't, and you spent all these dollars over here.
Yeah.
Well, Trish, whoever just said it, they're not gonna see this, cause it's all underground.
That's
Right.
right. They wanna see what they're buying.
Okay, so the general,
And I would like to see what our sewers are like, or what
I would too.
condition that they're in.
I think that's a year-long.
it will take us a while, so
Is that too big a ask?
Well, if you did just the areas that we know flood.
well,
that
we
are
can't, but it's
biggest.
still gonna take quite a while, cause it's, the cameras don't run for miles without, like, you have to send it in one inlet, go a couple hundred feet, take it out of that other inlet, and then go, I mean, so it's extremely time
Do we
consuming.
have
and
our
you
own
to watch
cameras?
the video.
We have our own cameras.
We have our own
yeah.
cameras, yes.
We have cameras set up for sanitary lines, which are much smaller.
Yeah, much smaller.
To do storm lines, it's a lot bigger setup.
Yep.
I mean, you're talking.
Well, I
just
know
for a
they
camera,
didn't
probably
do
half a
that
million.
when they studied
Plus-
this, but my gosh,
plus
we may
the
find out
dedicated
that they're in
doctor
such bad
to
shape.
clean those
We
lines.
gotta do something.
We might.
Plus crews to run.
Looking at those, it would be something that we, a package we put together for a contract, potentially to have somebody do, like the pockets.
Yeah.
Okay.
A pig, yeah. I mean,
And
can
it
something
may
like
be
that
a
be
sampling, you might not have to do all of it. But if you do samplings of it, you can be you can feel pretty confident that if this section looks like this, and this was built at exactly the same time as this one was built, and come back to saying, oh my God,
We
y'all,
know this is a.
y'all know what we
Yeah.
just found out?
Yeah.
And we might find out
And
that.
we can clean what we find out, so how about this, and it was a great suggestion by, Stephen, let's get a proposal to contract out the evaluation to see what those lines entail, and then once we get that data, we can go clean those lines ourselves.
And half is not gonna do that. They're not.
No,
gonna
no,
do
they're
that.
not.
Okay, just wanna make
Just
sure.
looking at
Yeah,
the whole
okay.
picture of
And that way, if we have a contract, we're able to do it on a much tighter time frame than having our staff go out.
Yeah.
Contract services is right in the budget.
In this year's budget?
In this year's budget,
In this year's
That's the
budget?
direction that's been proposed by council.
All right, that was.
But if I heard you correctly on Monday night, we have to make a decision about bond or no bond for November this month.
Correct, so what I was gonna suggest, we have deferred maintenance line items that we're talking about in the budget. Use the deferred maintenance line items to go budget, contractor to go look at the lines that we're concerned, to get that detailed report. And then we will use our own crews to clean those lines. So that we wouldn't pursue a bond election for granting this.
This time.
At this
We'll wait and get the rest of the information.
We already have the equipment.
We do, the difficulty is it's still gonna take quite a bit of setup, so if y'all want the report, if you want the report sooner, then we need to hire somebody. If you want to let our crews do it, it may take us the better part of 8 months.
I think the investigation.
I was gonna say, I was like, what's the impact to operations?
Well, that's why I'm looking at
If
you.
we pull a crew to do that,
I'll everything.
So contract the
Written contract.
but the actual
evaluation
clean,
Yes, sir.
the
and the
actual.
examination, that would be
Keep it clean, but it.
economically and time-wise
Cleaning and
more
the
feasible,
we
right?
already know.
Correct.
Sanitary.
Yeah, there's
Well, I also heard from Harvey.
We don't have a setup for,
Have a setup to do
That
Yeah.
Harvey came, it was gone for a couple of days, and then we had the surge,
Yes, we did.
and it was just sat here.
Yep.
Because it couldn't get back out.
So,
Wasn't that our? Well, we had people who didn't flood the first go around, but 2 days later, they did flood.
and I apologize, I probably need one conversation so that we're getting
We
out of
digressed a
it.
bit.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm gonna defer to the mayor.
Probably
pro
my
tem.
fault.
That's your fault, you're the mayor pro tem.
Yes,
Well, I've got the gavel.
thank you, Trish.
You better step away from the gavel,
So-
there's Shem over here.
I think we've handled the drainage issue as far as we're not gonna have issues related to that on the bond and remove those from the bond process.
And we got direction that y'all want us to evaluate the storm sewer.
We want you to evaluate the storm sewers that are probably the most in need, right? And then we'll move on to, if you
So
want.
the next one to discuss is streets and transportation.
Is sidewalk center streets?
Yes.
I hear about sidewalks, ad nauseum.
So Monday night, y'all asked a question, I know
Who cares?
Councilmember Branson and Griffon brought it up. We have $2.7 million that we collect annually in our street maintenance sales tax. Of our dollars that we have in the bank for street maintenance sales tax from that revenue, we have 1.104 available
That's unencumbered.
That's unencumbered.
Okay.
So 1.104 is not enough to tackle any of these projects. It can't be used for sidewalks.
Right.
So, it's not able to, well, it could cover maybe Murphy Lane, some of Murphy Lane.
I'm getting some conflicting information on Murphy too. Some people like the fact that it's so bad that you
No, it's
can't
so
drive it.
So bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ironically, when the city of Friendswood prior to 2015 did Baker Road, it was in deplorable conditions. And so we said we had to fix it. So we fixed Baker Road. We spent $500,000 on Baker Road. Then we got complaints about people speeding.
Too many people driving on Baker Road because it's a nice road. Okay, so.
So I know some people that have Corvettes that can't drive on Murphy
So
Lane.
you
so
just,
You just made a comment
Right,
that we
in my
didn't spend
behalf.
any of that money
About
on
like
sidewalks, but that is a self-imposed.
No,
No,
that's
that's
the
state
law.
law.
Oh, that's
The
the
3/8
separate tax.
This
and
is
it
the
was part of-
3/8
Okay.
street maintenance
Now-
only.
Okay.
If we do a street project that involves taking out old sidewalks.
You know what I
and
was
putting in new
thinking of?
ones,
I was thinking of that $500,000 that we used to set
That's
aside.
different.
We
Okay.
stopped doing that
Okay,
because we
stopped
have
last
the.
year, yeah.
Because we have a 3/8.
I remember that. Okay.
Now, there is a fundamental policy decision to be considered. The street maintenance sales tax is intended to maintain streets and fix streets as we have sections of concrete that need to be replaced, asphalt streets that need to be redone. To do whole-scale reconstruction, meaning we go down, remove everything that's there, go down below the subgrade and rebuild it from scratch, it requires bond, because there's quite a bit more. We don't do engineering for the asphalt roadways. We don't do, if we're doing a whole-scale replacement, we will, but if we're just doing a patchwork here, replacing this section of concrete, we don't do full-scale surveying and engineering. We just go cut out what's there, hire a contractor, cut out what's there, replace it. These are gonna require detailed studies, because we don't want to repeat a Murphy Lane. We resurfaced
Or
it
West
and,
Main
or,
Boulevard.
yes.
Yeah.
So these are appropriate for bonds because they're gonna be very expensive and they won't be touched again for the next 50 years. So we wanna make sure that it's done right.
Yeah.
We don't have the money in the streets maintenance sales tax to do it. Staff, if you're considering a need versus a want, this would be more of a need because this is part of our core responsibility as a community is to maintain streets. These were the most problematic streets, Bay Area, Stadium, and Murphy, that we didn't have sufficient revenues in street maintenance to take care of, so that's why they're being proposed this month.
Okay.
Do we have a consensus amongst council?
What would be, is there a problem with separating streets from sidewalks? Because I think your sidewalks will pass. And we can't use the street maintenance dollars for sidewalks.
That is correct. There's no problem with separating it, it's just a matter of, we group transportation projects, but if y'all wanna separate them into individual projects, you can, or just have these three streets as one and
versus
sidewalks
That's
separate.
all
You
I'm
can-
asking.
One more,
Well, I was just gonna ask, in the transportation plan that was recently done, or the, whatever you call it, they said sidewalks, and that seemed to be, from what I read, the major focus was on installing these new sidewalks. Is $1 million enough to do that?
No, we have far greater need, and so it was,
Well, the other part of that question is sidewalks are a major issue, and people want those.
Yep.
So if, and I had a conversation about $1 million standalone bonds, really not a good idea.
Correct.
Because it costs more to process the bond. So if you made sidewalks bigger and then did it as a standalone and did these other things as standalones, people could choose, and maybe you combine the stadium and Murphy and make it a $4 million. But if you don't spend that money and you identify them this way, can you move the money to a different project? It has.
so what we would typically do is that if, for instance, if this were proposed, y'all agreed with this slate of 4 projects, we would say sidewalk and roadway improvements to include full-scale replacement and acquisition if we need right-of-way or something for these 4 things and other similar road projects.
Okay.
And the other similar is not to do a bait and switch. We won't, if we say Bay Area, we're gonna go do Bay Area.
Gotta be done first.
But if we do all these projects and we had a recession and they came in at 50 cents on the dollar, then we can go do Castlewood. We can go do, and I'm just randomly grabbing it. Yeah.
Well, we've talked about sidewalks to schools, for example. I mean, I think the sidewalk number is very, very low, and that's why I asked my question, and I like where you're headed, Randy. I would like to see sidewalks and streets, and if that's all you need is streets, that's great, but it sounds like we need to beef up the sidewalk number. Because people are constantly, and I think it's true, we do need to have it. It's part of being a safe community.
There's
probably not a large enough number that y'all could put on the sidewalks that wouldn't be appreciated, because it is a comment that we get oftentimes.
But we would like a number.
Yeah,
I would like,
we can get you a number, so the report had a number in there for all the segments that are incomplete, but I would, it's somewhat arbitrary, because we also have to have the ability to go in and manage the project to do it. So, and that involves surveying and project management and stuff, so how about $4 million for sidewalks?
Well, don't just pull it out of the
Will
air.
there be a-
The active transportation plan has dollar amounts.
Yeah, it does. She's right.
yeah,
Aubrey's
we
right.
gotta have some basis for this.
this.
I know, I'm with you, but
No, I like where Aubrey's headed because we did have that study.
Oh,
And
look it
I'll
up.
go back to that number.
Remember, this is on video.
New sidewalks, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
yeah.
Okay,
But it's
one comment about
connectivity.
Repair of existing sidewalks all over town.
No, that's not what this is. So the ones that we
That's what I
can,
hear about all the time.
well, we can, if anybody wants their sidewalk repaired, notify us and we will send crews. The ones that don't get repaired are the ones that we have to rip out a tree to do it.
I can give you, you go around with me today and I'll show you several spots that are this much broken on the sidewalk going up.
Let's take a look, a relook at the active transportation plans. We got that, we have that information because they were helping us to bridge the gaps where we don't have sidewalks. We've heard it over and over again, safe sidewalks to schools. So I think it's time, if we're gonna go out for a bond, let's go take care of some of these things that need to be taken care of. And that's a safety issue in my opinion.
And
So
then-
it's not just a want.
And to piggyback on her,
Sidewalks.
the sidewalk that we put in on Greenbrier for the high school scares me to
Oh,
death.
yes.
So I know what it would require to put a sidewalk in there. It requires culverts, with the underground, all that stuff, and it requires a lot of money. But if we're gonna have sidewalks for safety to go to school, let's do it right. Let's ask for the money and do it right.
I don't disagree, just keep in mind that number may be,
A lot more.
it may be 15 million just for
Okay.
sidewalks.
And that's okay. We need to hear, to her
do it
point
right.
earlier, don't tell us what you think we wanna hear. Tell us what required to get what we
Yeah.
asked for done.
Yeah.
I was proud that we were able to do that sidewalk at Greenbrier, but now you've yelled.
Well,
We're not yelling,
Hurt our
we're not
feelings.
yelling.
So,
well, for someone that ran over a culvert last week, I don't want it to be.
If we have to prioritize at least to save sidewalks to schools, I think that would be an important thing for us to at least tackle that.
I will mention, because there is a grant program called Safe Routes to Schools.
That's exactly
It does
right.
not fund middle school and higher, so
Wow.
we're only worried about.
Elementary, yeah.
So you'll get residents.
Where they
They don't,
independently go to school.
they're not walking.
mostly.
You don't send your,
To Red's point, that is money we might be able to leverage to get additional dollars, and that would be helpful.
Mike, you were gone for about 5 minutes and this meeting got totally out of control.
It really did.
I already
have to
failed my
gavel.
first assignment,
I was
so
wondering why
glad
you
you
didn't
had
grab the
that.
gavel. You let Trish gavel for you.
What we did with drainage.
Murad, I think you're hearing something that maybe we need to also consider going forward with any bonds, is the council may need a voice in that because they're giving you ideas that they want to bring forward. I know we're getting this point here, but maybe before we get the bond committee together in the future, have council say, hey, these are also, I know you got staff to do it, but council also maybe petition them and get their ideas.
And we will gladly drive around with you.
I'm gonna show you.
If y'all get, just speaks to a larger issue. If y'all get complaints, refer them to us. I send emails routinely to Steve and Haley, say, hey, y'all need to check this sidewalk out or something.
Yeah.
And every one of them get evaluated. The ones that we don't fix are the ones that have existing conditions that can't be addressed to the satisfaction of the resident, meaning the ones on Falcon Ridge, I will gladly go fix. The trees have to go,
The
but
trees have to go to fix that.
Well, that one on Falcon Ridge has gotten like, just this year, I don't know what's gone on, but in the last 6 months, that little hump, because it's a double.
Yeah.
It's a subsidence and an upheaval of some sort that's causing it, so, I don't know what we need to look at there, but.
So we told the HOA, if you sign off on us
Not the
removing the
sidewalk.
trees, we will replace all those sidewalks.
Yeah, I'm more talking about the street right there.
No,
The trees are costing that.
Oh, but this is a spot that's just beyond the trees. After we're done with this, when you got time, I'll take you for a ride in it.
Can
And
you
I
take-
won't do it in my 4Runner.
Well, I already got him for a ride, you can ride with that.
Okay.
She drives over culverts, I don't think we should get
I'll ride with you.
Race car driver or
Take Steven up on his offer.
I will drive y'all.
Steven will drive.
It's all good.
Very good, Stephen.
Mayor, we're out of control
Like,
again.
If we're gonna have a bond, I would like to separate streets from sidewalks, and I'd like to hear what it takes to at least do safe sidewalks, just.
And I like that. But I also think we should repair, beef up our budget on repairs. That needs to be a bond.
So just to clarify, the notes for the meeting, for the minutes. Drainage, we've decided to hold off. We're gonna do the proposal for our streets and transportation. We wanna separate sidewalks out. Staff is gonna come back to you with a number-based, one on the active transportation plan number and anything else that staff comes up with. And then the streets and transportation bond proposal can, potentially group some or all of the streets that were listed in the proposal.
Works, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that
And
accurate?
Steven's gonna take them out for a tour.
And then there's gonna be a tour of sidewalks, a sidewalks tour.
Ice cream is
We're
everybody's
talking about a
favorite.
different, probably a different number for sidewalks.
Yes, sir, the direction that, they've given us is to go back and look at the active transportation plan, that deals with mobility. There were some numbers, Aubrey noted, there's some numbers for sidewalks. And staff is gonna come back with a recommendation.
So we have a study to refer to.
So 10 million for streets somewhere, the three remaining items.
Yes, sir.
$1.5 million for Murphy Lane. I'd like to see somebody do that for $1.5 million, but maybe. Maybe they can, I don't know, but anyway. So
Yes, sir.
you're saying you're happy with 10 million for those three items?
Correct, and I'm looking at Hill just to,
I had a really quick question for you guys. While we're looking at the active transportation plan, there were some suggestions that they made in there that included pedestrian bridges, and that is gonna be a big ticket item.
Oh, yeah.
But some of those projects were ranked pretty high by the public. Is that something that you would like for us to look at also?
Yeah, put it in there.
Part of sidewalks, right?
It is part of the active transportation, and mainly probably the highest ranking one would be the one right out here.
518 over Tower
518.
Street.
518.
Yes,
Yeah.
A lot of people are walking.
we'll get that, we'll work on
I mean, we've got the plan, let's take a look at it and incorporate that.
Thank you for the input.
I do have some, but I'll wait.
That's okay.
No, we'll wait. I don't know.
All right, city facilities. So there's a lot to digest here. One is fuel islands. So when we're talking need versus want, as you saw in Harvey, we had, the city was bifurcated because of Clear Creek. So we had limited resources to get folks from one side of the creek to the other side of the creek. Thankfully, we had assets on both sides of the creek and we were able to respond. Fueling, though, was limited. Every one of the retail providers was out of gas because it was a hurricane. Anecdotally, former Chief Wieners noticed that I didn't have fuel for my generator at my last house, so he said, "Come with me, Mo, we're gonna get it from the bus barn." After the event was over, I went and gave Katina cash to pay for the fuel that I had bought from the bus barn. I share that because fuel is desperately a vital commodity during an event. During the freeze, we were within minutes of executing a contract for $50,000 to get a tanker truck in here with fuel, so that we had sufficient fuel for our generators and other needs. They're very expensive. And the reason it was $50,000 is because it's during an emergency. So I would say this is a need for emergency, and it's only a $250,000 each request. If we have a bond election, I don't suggest having just one $500,000 item. Obviously, that's very short-sighted. But if we go out for facilities, $500,000 for fuel is desperately needed.
How long will these fuel tanks last before they need to be replaced? What's the
So,
lifespan?
about 25, 30 years.
Is that not something we could put in the budget?
It is, but we're already talking about and going up on the tax rate to the.
This is 7/8 of a penny.
Yes.
So-
So, in addition to what we've already funded, you'd have to raise another penny, which we legally can't without an election now.
Oh, okay.
The next item, public safety building, parking lot expansion. We are at capacity with our parking lot, to the extent that we're risking damaging vehicles as they come in and out, after shifts. And, we take possessions of very expensive cars when we do a fantastic job resolving crime, so there's a lot of things that are in that parking lot. The expansion, the land is already there. We purchased it when we purchased the property, for the public safety building along with the fire station and EMS facility. It's $750,000. It's that green space to the right of the fire station parking lot that we would be expanding to. Fire station 4 expansion, regardless of what you do with regard to,
Which one is
the
that?
fire, that's the one at Heritage and, Woodlawn.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Regardless of what you do with the fire department, meaning whether or not those services come in-house, we're needing to expand because we're now operating EMS out of that facility along with Station 1.
So, wait, let me ask you a question. Is that really for EMS's, purposes?
It's
Or
for
is that
both.
actually for fire departments?
EMS is operating out of there now. However, I have 3 ambulances at Station 1. I would love to put another ambulance over there until we can get it at Station 3, but it won't fit at Station because it's only a 2-bay. It's only a 2-bay fire station. So that includes an extra bay, which was on the programming when we did the expansion before and didn't get made. And then also industry standards. We only have 5 dorm rooms there. I have 2 of them being used for EMS currently. The industry standards are to have individual dorm rooms, right? So both my medics and my firefighters are both male and female. At one time, you kind of put them all in the same room, but industry standard is everybody has their own little dorm room, and you have one-on-one bathrooms. Example, the bathroom and the shower in the same little cubicle, and so you don't do locker room style. I know that we have some of those at the PD, but we're getting less and less of that on the fire industry and the EMS side, just because of industry standards and try not to mix sexes.
And then City Hall renovations, much like you've seen with this area, finance, HR, and IT. Slowly but surely, this building is 30 years old and counting, and needs some upgrading and some renovations, one from a maintenance standpoint, and then aesthetics. So that's a decision as to whether or not y'all want to do this because you don't believe it's a need, aesthetics alone. But James is restrooms are constantly under disrepair. The AC system is constantly under disrepair, like we're replacing stuff. So it's something that eventually will impact the operations here at City Hall if we're not able to address it.
I like all these items. I think City Hall renovations optically is a little bit of a killer for this bond item. I hate to say that out loud.
I agree.
I just
We
think
do
that,
repair-
Well, unless you said bathrooms and AC, because right now it looks like a decorating, really and truly, when you say
yeah, I
Plumbing and
I'm
mechanical.
totally.
And we could do that. If y'all want to scale it back to
Converted.
that, we could do that.
You're right. I agree totally that this need is here, but I'm just saying for the optics of, and everybody is worried about getting these bonds approved, and I think, we've heard grumbling about, oh, yeah, they just wanna gold plate their, where they work or
We just
whatever.
want it to
Well,
flush.
obviously, I'm as sick of the green around this building as everybody else.
And it's not just the green, this building was built in 1995, 1996, and staffing in this facility has drastically changed in that time period, so we start getting creative with.
I'm not
building
saying it's
people.
not needed, I'm saying maybe we
change up the wording.
let's either
I understand.
reword it.
Or limit
or
the scope to.
Limit the scope,
Yep.
or we, bits and pieces that those projects out of budget, over the coming years, you don't wanna hear that, I know.
No, and I understand that, but if we put plumbing and mechanical, that's all we're gonna do is plumbing and mechanicals, because that's what the voters are authorized to do.
Mechanical, electrical.
Yeah.
Where does the city get its fuel now?
So we partner with the school district at the bus barn, they're off of
That's what
Woodlawn.
I thought.
We did that in 2014, because it was cheaper than the retail vendors. Prior to that, we had these Fleet Man cards that, whatever it was called. We still use a Fuel Man.
We don't have.
The challenge is on the Harris County side. If we're cut off, Harris County side, PW and stuff on that side
Can't make it over.
can't make it
Fuel
over.
tank at Deepwood, the existing fuel tank at Deepwood,
Yeah.
but it's
It's end of life.
It's nearing its end of life.
Yep.
That facility was built in the mid-eighties, so yeah, so it's
Yeah.
probably pretty.
It's really end of life.
Are there workarounds, is what I'm getting at, are there workarounds?
So the solution, the school district worked with us fantastic during Harvey and stuff. The difficulty is if they're at capacity or we're not able to get, equipment to this, if it's on Harris County side, you're not getting to the bus barn. So, the retail vendors are out of gas, so then we need a solution during the emergency events.
Okay, so what you say is for $250,000, we can have the Harris County side taken care of.
Correct.
And maybe we just continue to partner with
FISD.
FISD on the Galveston County side for now.
If that's what the direction is from council, that's fine with us.
The public safety building, a lot
So that would-
expansion at Whitaker, I've been over there, and I've never had a problem parking over there.
It's not the public parking lot, it's the
Overstaffed.
Police, fire, and EMS apparatus
Yeah.
and equipment.
And I'll defer to chief and, the director.
Yeah, so what's happening too, which is not industry standard, is that police officers in uniforms, dispatchers, different hours of the night going into the front parking lot at the police station, which is not the correct standard. So they're forced now to go park their personal vehicles up front. So they're showing up in the front parking lot, walking through the building in public, sometimes before, you know what I mean? So everyone's kind of had to move out just to get our marked vehicles and people that are on duty to park in the back parking lot there. So everyone else has been moved because there's not enough space, and there's barely enough just for the marked units, at certain times.
So we built that facility in 2007 is when it was open, and the parking lot has not been expanded, even though we've expanded the facility.
Yes.
Really troublesome during court days.
Court days, I
When
imagine
they had to
so.
move out front, and then we have 160 people coming to a court docket, they're lining up all and down that access road to Whitaker and into the drainage district and the veterinarian and everywhere else.
So I think I agree that maybe we just go for the fuel island at Black Hawk, keep the parking lot, keep Station 4, and pare back the city hall to whatever you need for plumbing and mechanical. Okay, so maybe that's $500,000 for plumbing and mechanical.
Yes, sir.
So make this like a $5.25 million, something like that.
And y'all want it all into one bond proposition, or? Again, the risk you run is, if Fuel Island's by itself, that would be.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Well, I was gonna advocate at some point, maybe we find a way to, this is the problem, like, in 2 months, you may tell me we got a little $250,000 left over with our budget, and that we could sneak the Fuel Island in the regular budget and be done with it, so.
That's potential.
Yeah.
You're not gonna be voting on this until the August meeting. And
Okay.
by August meeting, you will have the draft budget. Hopefully we'll have certified estimates from.
Bond council's gonna draft all the wording for this before then, though, right?
Correct.
So is that something we line item out?
We can scratch out Fuel Island if, for whatever reason, we have $250,000 available.
Okay.
Okay.
Parks and open spaces. So, just like I said before, this is nuanced, there are wants and needs. The Stevenson Park parking lot expansion related improvements directly behind me right now. You've seen, especially during summer months, that the parking lot is at capacity, council meetings. There's always a constant need for more and more parking here. The setup behind us is not an ideal, it's not efficient use of property. So the way we have the old slab at the fire station there, we made the best of what was available to us, and so you have uneven elevations of certain parts of the parking lot. You have slanted parking in weird locations just so that we can make use of the property. At the very least, if we are gonna do a project in Stevenson Park, it would make a whole lot of sense to have one uniform slab out there so that we have more efficient use of parking. And potentially to accommodate the influx, because Stevenson Park is very popular, even when there's not an event. Just every weekend, if you drive by here, you'll see the number of vehicles that are out there. Fill in the open ditch that's between the city hall property and the old fire station property with culverts and put parking over it as
So all of that would be 3.2 mil?
Yes. This is not the plan that was presented to the public. I know Councilmember Hale's familiar with it. It was the $10 million. This is a reduced version of it.
So this fixes the slab and fills in the culvert and.
To just chip out the slab, or?
This would remove the slab and put in a new
So
surface.
Cut the slab out totally and then redo the surface, new 4-inch or 8, 5, what are we doing, 5?
For parking lots, about 5 inches.
Yeah. And then storm pipe for that giant ditch. What size of pipe?
Probably small boxes.
Small boxes, it's big.
Box culvert. Yes, sir.
So, Mo, would that alleviate the ponding that happens in Stevenson Park?
No, it would not. So,
And I didn't see anything in the drainage report the other night too, where they addressed that at all. And that's when you look at acre feet that have at least 3 inches of water on it, I thought, well, I know some right there.
the difficulty, the ponding within the park itself is all the trees. And
When you'd have to put
Lots of French drains.
whatever the drain, the French drains in and put them out.
and we'd have to have somewhere for it to go,
And
so.
you'd have to regrade it probably,
Correct.
yeah.
And doing so may kill the trees.
Oh.
Our park is relatively resilient, even though it
Drains.
does it drains fairly well.
Few days,
How does this fit into the
yeah.
Parks Master Plan to this parking lot idea?
It was one of the top items identified in the parks plan.
Okay, so it is in your Parks.
How many additional spaces are we gonna get? That's kind of like,
I was gonna, if I remember the concept plans correctly, we got over 102 spaces.
wow,
Just being able to
just to be able to bridge that, you know?
bridge that and then also
Be able to park there.
make that more efficient.
Yeah.
It's actually a safety hazard right now because it's all the different.
Does that do anything with parking on the other side of the park?
This does not, that would remain, the head-in parking on Shadwell would remain.
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir.
And that's shared parking too.
Yes. James, and am I missing anything on that?
This was also part of that study that HAP did.
Yes.
Back with KFE.
Yes.
And so it'll not only create parking, but it'll also be able to use for events as well. So there will be some additional benefits for that, yes.
The
I think
second,
this is a good one.
the second item, the sports complex upgrade, this has to do with lighting and restroom facilities, yes, lighting and restroom facilities at both Renwick and Centennial Park.
Yeah.
If you've had kids in youth baseball, you know how deplorable, and it's not deplorable by choice, it's just the age of the facility at Renwick. It's fairly old.
It's over 50 years old.
It's over 50 years old, and though we are a
My brother
volunteer
played baseball
community, the youth sports organizations are not responsible for replacing the capital associated with those facilities. They get to maintain the fields on they maintain the fields for us in exchange for being able to use the facilities.
I think this is a good one.
And it also includes updating the lighting.
What's the lighting?
The lighting at
What-
both facilities and the fields at Centennial as well need to be recrowned and reseeded, so. that
Okay,
was-
so that's all of that?
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering about that when we were out there the other night, if that was still part of it.
And I'm in,
Yes, ma'am.
with this, and maybe we're not ready for this question yet, but would we list these separately, or you wanted to throw it all into one package, so it's an all or nothing?
Again,
That's up to us.
it's a policy decision from a
All or
staff
nothing?
perspective. You don't want to pit youth baseball versus Broncos
Okay.
and Space City Soccer, whatever it's called now, HTX.
That's a good point.
I think parks, I feel most confident about parks, bond items getting through. I think we saw that in the survey, that a lot of people.
Over 60%.
Over 60%.
And
No.
sidewalks.
I think
And
On the
sidewalks.
boat.
But traditionally, they don't pass, Mayor. I'm just gonna tell you.
parks doesn't.
No. We have a heck of a time getting parks passed, don't we, James?
Yes.
I think a lot of it will be the educational component of
Yeah.
showing what we are actually doing, where it's not, a lot of it is related to infrastructure, the parking lot, the drainage,
Last
the
bond
LED
election, all we had was
lighting.
fix up what we currently have and it didn't pass.
Yeah, but I think, the comments for the parks was actually very positive. Even though 66% didn't vote in our last election, it was over 60%. And out of everything, the parks got the most positive comments on the survey.
Always does. They just don't vote.
I saw that.
I'm
This
sorry.
last survey, everybody was supportive, happy,
Yeah,
and then
they
64
always
didn't
do.
vote.
In Australia, you have a fine if you don't vote. We could pass an ordinance.
I like where he's headed.
Another city ordinance.
You don't vote, you pay a
Mirage.
fine.
There you go.
Happy people don't go vote.
No, they don't.
You know,
Says in Australia, there's a
yeah,
fine if you don't vote.
pissed off people vote. So
97% voting rate.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Friendswood Lake Park bulkhead.
So the old facility, the old lake was a spring-fed quarry. Basically, it was a sand pit. And as they were completing the project and they hit the water table, they sort of stabilized some of those sides with all rebar and concrete.
Throwing in concrete parts they had laying around.
Correct. There's a section on the southwest side of the lake that is eroded significantly near the boardwalk area on that side.
Oh, so it's towards the boardwalk?
That backs up to the residence
On, in West Ranch?
In West
Or
Ranch,
yes.
Has that been exacerbated by like the development, whether it was cause or not? Like since the
Mostly
development?
Wave action.
Wave action.
It's, with it being a whole sand pit, it's.
Very vertical
very
sides,
sandy,
yeah.
very fine, it's gonna slough off there.
It is getting
Okay.
bigger though.
And the other part of that too, like Mo mentioned, the repairs that were made, when 518 had some improvements back in the early 90s, they used riprap and used all of that to shore up the lake because it was leaking at one time. So now that's exposed and that's becoming dangerous as well too. So we need to really get that fixed and repaired.
This must be bad handling this meeting. So how much of this, does anybody know, is the bulkhead repair versus the trail repair?
And what is the trail repair exactly? Cause I walk out there. a
So
little
the
bit
boardwalk
further
itself,
of the boardwalk.
yeah, the boardwalk itself, initially it was done before the League City development.
Yeah.
It stayed full of water, and so there was no way to pass it, so you had to create a boardwalk so that you can continue to walking around the trail. Now that the development's come in at League City, we don't have any drainage issues, so now it stays dry.
Yep.
It's better for us to remove the boardwalk and install concrete, that portion all the way around, because it's much cheaper. We spend about $60,000, $70,000 a year on the boardwalk. That's replacing boards and staining it every year, so it's gonna be much more cost effective to take the boardwalk out and put in a concrete sidewalk.
What's the cost of the concrete sidewalk itself? Do you remember?
No, I don't, I'd have to pull that, I don't remember that figure off the top of my head.
Talk to us about the pool.
Was it $1 million too?
The last item.
We need a new pool.
The one that,
We've needed that for a long time.
and Tony can talk to it, I just wanna, I'm gonna go to the next slide. What was here and what was recommended by the bond committee was, rehabbing, or updating it to a 25-meter pool. And that included upgrades to the facility, removing aging infrastructure, supplies, and construction of a new 25-meter pool, 10 lanes, et cetera. The bond committee gave options or alternatives for the pool itself. All of the cost for the pool, with the different alternatives, were included in the 1 cent proposed tax rate, right? And so, James can talk more about what those options 1, 2, and 3 are about, and what that would afford the community.
So the base, on the previous slide, it showed the base for a new pool, 10 lane. And if you wanted to extend that to a 50-meter pool, which is something that's become a request from the different end users, meaning FAST, SCAT, and some of the other users that use our facility, a 50-meter pool is more ideal for their use. So if we want to do that, then that would be another additional $2 million on top of the 3.2, 3.8 to make a 50-meter 10-lane pool. And then, of course, if you're going to do that, then you want to include some activities. There's an aquatic play facility that you can put into these pools that you see now, where it's play apparatus that younger kids can play. There's slides, there's different apparatus, kind of a splash pad inside of the pool, if you would. And And so that would, increase that cost to bring you to, 5 million, and then the final one would be,
Everything.
everything would be a total of 7 million if you decide to do the play unit, aqua play unit, plus the additional 25 meters to bring it a 50-meter pool. You would have a $7 million price
And
tag.
that's all within the 1 penny also?
Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, that's part of the 50.
Definitely, since we took drainage out.
Yeah, it'd be less than-
And
How much did we take out of
would this
when we took
allow
drainage out,
if you
20
have
minutes?
those
Yeah, so we're down to 30?
Teams like SCAT and whatnot still use the pool, you have the play apparatus, so that's.
Yes, that's,
Impact that?
yes, that would be on the other end of the pool, yes.
And if
And it would
this
have
was
more
in
of
the
a zero
master,
entry where it would be in the shallow end.
Shallow end, which
Yes,
makes sense.
yes.
James, this is number 2?
number 1 or 2 in the master plan?
Number two.
Number 1 is the rec center.
Yeah, one's a rec center, two.
Number 2 as shown with everything on it.
Yeah.
So, number 3, let's just pretend we don't do the whole shebang. Director Tony, you're gonna ask for more employees at some point. What is the number of FTEs or part-times that we need to add?
Yes, you would need some for the summertime.
Yeah, bigger pool, more lifeguards,
Yes.
more kids showing up, so what, have you estimated what that would?
Yes.
Well, that was my next one, but I'm curious about that too, so, yeah.
The size of your pool, I mean, yeah, you might go up by a
let's go to the
lifeguard or
revenue
two.
side.
You're not gonna see a significant increase in his costs, but you should see a nice increase in his revenue.
Yeah, well, that was my next question, what's your
Well, right
revenue
now,
basis off?
It's $2 for residents, 4 for non-residents, but we don't have anything to, provide as
Oh.
offer. So,
What is-
if you provide this aqua unit play structure in there, then you can definitely see about raising your revenue to,
What about FAST also? I mean, you're increasing their capacity to have practices.
well, FAST is a youth organization that's sponsored by
Yeah.
council, so there's no fees for that. But we do rent the pool out to SCAT and some of
I
the
was
other
gonna say, what are the other
private-
ones? Yeah.
private groups that we can, raise their usage.
And if it's a
Especially with a 50-meter pool, because now they're able to
Yeah.
expand their classes, expand their participation as well.
But nothing in comparison to what the actual cost is.
Not with a pool, never.
It won't pay for itself,
Yeah.
it can cover the staff cost. Just out of curiosity for the Baytown folks, how much of Pirates Cove revenue does Baytown get for Pirates Cove?
They've gone up on their prices.
Pirates Cove, was built specifically for, the neighborhood type feel for the local. And so there was a special rate for the residents, and it was like $12, something really small. And it doubled if you were, it's 20-something if you were coming from outside.
Personally,
It's a water park.
But it's a water park.
Not just a pool.
personally, I'd like to see the 50-meter. The pool has been a problem for a long time. And I would love to see the 50-meter, and then I think you could easily up the fee. And I know it won't recover the cost of this, but I think it would be reasonable to up the fee if we would definitely have upgraded the facility.
Now, I wanna ask you a question. If we remove drainage, now we're down to 30 million. What, if we included everything else on their list, does that include the rec center?
No, the rec center right now.
Oh, not rec center, community center.
So that's where I need some direction from council. The numbers that are provided, ironically, and I say ironically, they were both provided by two different architects over a period of 7 years apart. We're pretty close to one another. The difference in scope is what the difference in price tag was. So in 2017, we did a feasibility study to upgrade and renovate the old activity building. It was put on the 2019 bond proposition. It didn't pass in 2019. But it took the 8,000 square foot facility and brought it to 22,000 square foot under one scenario, and then 28,000 under another scenario. The cost per square foot was $300 and some a square foot, is what Joyner was recommending in 2017. If you waited 5 years, they were estimating about 400 and some change per square foot. In 2024, City Council authorized a study by PGAL, so a different architecture firm, to talk about a rec center, because that was the biggest need and request that we had gotten. They did an evaluation, both input from staff as well as the community, and they came back with a facility sized at 63,000 square foot. So drastically different from renovating an existing building. They were gonna build a 63,000 square foot facility with 120 parking spaces. That cost, based upon the industry, what you saw in Deer Park and other places, was gonna run anywhere from $36 million to $47 million, depending on if you were gonna outfit it or do it in a phased approach. If you were gonna fully outfit it from day one, $47 million. If you were gonna do it over, build the shell but not outfit all 3 levels, then $36 million. As well as building it now versus building it, and it's broken down in the slides I sent y'all, on Tuesday morning. I'm not telling you you have to build a 47,000 square foot facility. What I do want is direction from y'all.
60-something thousand.
I meant a $47 million facility, at 63,000 square feet. If y'all tell us you have an appetite for only a 20,000 square foot facility, that's fine. But we have to be able to adequately temper our expectations of what that's gonna provide to the community. If it's just meeting rooms and that's it and a place to vote, that's what we would put on the ballot. I just don't want the community to think they're getting a rec center with basketball courts and weight rooms and things like that, if that's not what they're getting.
I think based on what you sent us, and we can all agree that $3.57 is a square footage.
300.
I mean, $357. So if you took a $16 million building and you divided that by the 357, you could get a 44,000 square foot building.
Correct.
And then, I think that if you, looking at the parking, however you wanna do that, say you have $1 million, and then you have $1 million for FF&E, you have an $18 million project, you have the nicest building in town, it'd be 44,000 square feet. I don't know how big this one is.
This is 22,000 square feet.
22,000, double the size of this building.
Top and bottom, or just bottom?
No.
And 44,000 square feet's not on one floor.
No, it would have to be 2 floors.
Two
We don't have the land
floors,
area.
so 22,000 up and down, and I think you could get more room in there than you can imagine. But for $16 million, and we all have seen $357 square, you could get a 44,000 square foot building. $1 million for parking, you have an $18 million project instead of a $43 million project. And if you scroll down a little bit, you would see where actually the, project came in on as far as survey, and maybe it's in the survey.
I'm sorry.
But if you look, it was number 5, but the top, 2 of the top of the 5 were not drainage or any of those. It's really top 3.
Oh, on the online survey, not that.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. It was either top 2 or top 3.
No, it's a popular item, unfortunately, I don't know if it's popular for voters, but it is popular for residents.
It is something that I made myself clear on the other night, but I think that is a need, and it's not a want. That's the oldest building that we have, I think, as far as a city facility. It's the oldest building that we have, it's the most decrepit, it's the most in need of repair, and you can't repair it. We've already decided that we can't repair it. So of all the facilities that we're talking about, whether it be this one for renovation, or extra parking, or for the fire department station, or all y'all are great advocates for everything that y'all want, in every one of these bond packages. But to me, the only thing that's the most important thing that this city needs as a facility is a facility downtown that can house a whole lot more than just the senior activity center. A real community center, bigger than this building. In fact, you could give this one to the Parks and Rec, and y'all could go take over the 44,000 square foot building and house the entire downtown house, just like it was back when the city used to have everything downtown. The fire department was downtown, the city hall was downtown. To me, all of these things, you can put them on there. And I don't know how we're all gonna look when we look at it, but, and I know I said this the other night, and like I said, y'all are all wonderful, I love every one of you. Y'all all advocate for everything that y'all want and need, but the biggest need to me is to redo that facility down there. And it's the oldest and worst facility that we have. And it would draw attention to the downtown, which we have some things going on in the downtown that I think are good. I know that there are people that say, oh, downtown, forget downtown. we have a lot of wonderful things that are going downtown, and there's a lot of great tax revenue. We are receiving more money in sales tax revenue than we ever have, and that's because of the wonderful things that are going on downtown. I am gonna go with whatever y'all say, but I think that the community center, not rec center, I think the community center should be a part of it. And I think that you can do it for, $16 million for the building, which would, and you could probably do a little less than that, say just a 40,000 square foot building. Do you know how big a 40,000 square foot building is?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay,
And
that's huge.
yes,
It's an acre.
That's bigger than that entire block down there. I'll get off my soapbox.
it's not a soapbox, but.
I'd go for that.
No, I would just say,
I'd go for that.
and that works out well for the one opinion, the distinction of not just a senior activity center, but other things
It can't be
is
a
what,
senior activity
is what
center.
helps out.
I actually said that wrong.
Yeah.
Sally was
Place to
right.
vote.
When she
That's
said
what
community
helps us
Absolutely.
out,
I've been
because
advocating
we
for that
need,
since I got
we
here.
need to know if, like, do we need to fit a basketball court? Do we need to fit a pickleball court? Do we need to fit other things
Oh, good Lord,
with-
good indoor
within
pickleball
there?
courts?
Did you
They
see?
would be
Those are
all
some of the
day
things
long.
that we need, because, again, an activity center, if it's meeting rooms and a place for the seniors and a place to vote, that's a totally different thing than if we're gonna have 500 kids in there during the summer for summer day camp.
Yeah.
So are we gonna utilize it for summer day camp? Those are just some distinctions that would help us out, because you're absolutely right, we can go take 15, 20 million, we can put a building, but we do have to make sure, if the expectation is we're gonna double summer day camp and put those kids in there, it's not just the square footage, it's the restrooms, it's the, whatever it might be, and kind of get into that.
Yeah,
But I will repeat what I said the other night. I would like to see a community center in downtown. Your downtowns are your economic engine. It's proven over and over and over again. And I think the rec center should be out on that property out by the church. That would be now what y'all decide exactly is gonna go in there. Maybe it's voting in the downtown, maybe it's basketball courts out on Lundy Lane. But I believe we need a community center. Our library is overrun. I'm gonna repeat my other side, which would take longer. I'd love to sell off the land where the library is and have the frontage all in one block right there.
Yeah, like that.
I would love to have that entire block. And I realize it's talking to another property owner, but I think that would be a lovely thing for us to consider doing. And
I agree with you, Sally.
That'd be my
I
preference.
just don't see that that's, mission ready either.
Possible.
Murad,
That ability to sell.
it seems like we
in the
have a
future, I see that
semi-consensus on
coming
something.
down the
Maybe.
pipe.
But how are we ever gonna put this together in time for a bond
Possibly the
election?
library would come at a later date.
Because it needs a lot more baking.
No, we can formulate something between now and the August meeting. If the consensus is a community center, then we will start formulating the verbiage of community center. And between now and then, we don't have to say summer day camp goes in a community center. We can work that detail out, because the bond proposition would just say community center. It wouldn't say rec center, it wouldn't say anything like that. I don't discount the desire, I would love to have the front parcel. Carpenteri has demonstrated that he's not willing to do anything. So if y'all are willing to condemn the property, then by all means, we can work with them, but I don't think that's gonna be
I don't think we need to condemn it.
Well, when we design it, you can design it with the intent that it could be added on to later to
We-
incorporate.
and we could,
library
if he
and-
comes in
Yeah,
later
that's
date.
probably
But
the best way to handle it.
every one of us have engaged him, and he has said, I would like to, and then when pushed on it, he's like, I'm not gonna sell it.
The last I heard, he's planning on building still.
Yeah.
And with
What's he gonna build?
regards
He's
to
gonna tear that down and build something
seniors
else?
Out there,
His
that
restaurant.
absolutely needs to be.
Oh, you're
a
talking
sports
about-
complex.
okay.
That needs
Yeah, yeah,
to be, that in the future, some way in
Where
the
the
future.
little green
We've
building
all
was, I was
been to
thinking
the
we were
League
talking
City
about where the little
sports
apartments are out
complex
front
and
of
it's
the
all-
current
it's
civic
beautiful.
center.
It's lovely.
But.
Or the one on Bailey Road in Pearland is lovely as
I
well.
just don't think that we're asking for that, to ask for that
Steve
yet.
owns the whole
And-
front
But I do
Okay.
think that you could,
That's a vision.
you could,
He's got a lot
there's
of dreams,
7,300
not a lot of
square
capital.
feet of room in there that you could have.
A lot of land, though.
or whatever, Unless
Land
you
rich.
wanted to change things up and really move city around.
has capital,
But
just
to me,
I
you
think
don't
so.
need 68 million.
I'm hearing consensus.
Yeah, this direction's perfect, because
Consensus for a community center,
Yeah.
I don't know what number you're gonna come up with, somewhere
could-
between Robert's 20 million and,
No.
And the
well,
floor
maximum
is
16
there.
million. So we already been
Yeah, I
using.
know. If you were at the council meeting, it's changed.
Got enough on this one?
Yes.
Can we go back a slide, because we didn't really resolve, parks, but I think, no, back on that.
Back one more.
I thought we were doing full,
Aquatics, we've already got there.
You said full aquatics?
Yes.
All this stuff and full aquatics?
The last item would, instead of 3.8, would be 7 million.
Okay.
For the 50-meter
You're looking
pool.
about,
50-meter pool, okay. Wow.
they're gonna subtract 3.5.
We should go out for the Olympics in a couple of
Oh,
years.
yeah, sorry.
We understand you'll have to re-rack and stack based on what we're doing. And then you can tell us if it's something.
That's, presumably, if we're talking an $18 million facility, it'll fit within the one.
If we looked at the.
I'm just saying that we're talking about $17 million here, and we're talking $17 million for the community center, and I don't think this is gonna pass. That's my personal opinion. But I understand why it's needed, and, I think everybody's right. It is needed. The pool's been horrible for years and years.
Years and years.
Y'all can put it up there, but if it passes, I'll be surprised.
And don't forget, we have streets and sidewalks.
The other question is, do you wanna include the community center within the facilities bond proposition, or do you want it to be a standalone item?
Standalone.
standalone,
Got it.
got it?
I do have a question real quick for,
Tell
just
me, what's
so
better?
that, we have some firm direction on this. I'd like to understand what, the vision would be for the role of a community center, rec center slash,
Not a rec center,
whatever,
community center.
community center, if there would be any role like in the, event of a, emergency, hurricane.
It would be available.
Because that would make a distinction there for,
It would be for that, and also the ability to have one single place for voting.
Just don't tie any federal dollars to it, Mo.
No, but no, it will change it to some extent if it is gonna be a, for instance,
Emergency
a shelter. We have to
shelter.
put in, showers and stuff like that too. Or the desire.
Well, I mean, if you don't fund it as an emergency shelter, but it can double as one, right? I mean, because I don't like how, I mean, I like how we have an emergency shelter on
The Harris
the
County.
Harris County side, but I don't like how hamstrung we are with
As
that.
far as using it. And that's, again, that's the pros and cons of partnering with other agencies.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. That's why I was laughing. It's like, please don't turn this into some kind of,
42.1?
Yes. So I believe we have sufficient consensus on all the bonds. Is there any other
I
thoughts?
understand the sports complex, but I would like the seniors to be in there.
I will just be really upfront. I'm not advocating we do a bond this time, so.
So maybe, and that's still gonna be discussed at the August meeting, because that's
Get it.
where the rubber meets the road.
What'd you
But-
say, Michael?
Said I'm at this point where, based on our current expenses, I'm not advocating for us to go out for a bond at this time. No.
Oh, okay.
That's just my opinion.
So on the Harris County side, we're limited on that space.
I just don't think we baked some of these things enough. And I get it. We under the gun, so.
We have enough information to present y'all something in August.
Yep.
And y'all could, for lack of a better term, kill it in August and say, you know what, we've thought this more thoroughly, we don't wanna have a bond election in November. You still have that opportunity. But if we didn't get this direction now, we wouldn't be able to meet the August deadline.
Deadlines.
But
I
I'm
don't
not-
think it's a bad idea to ask voters what they would like us to spend money on, because, you know, that's what we're doing. We're the most democratic process in the world, is ask the voters what they would like to approve. And, yeah, I think some of these things aren't ready, like we talked, but the things that we've said, yes, let's go forth and get verbiage and talk about this on the next meeting, I think is the way to go. I think they're smart.
And try to get it to about the $50 million range at the pinch.
And so the quick math was done by Katina and Letty over here, and we're below it, given what's been removed and what's kind of been moved around with the dollars without the community center.
Wait, with the community center at 18, were we over 50?
At this point, we've got
Sidewalks, estimated 10 million.
10 million.
Well,
Based on
You were
the-
gone.
So I told you this got out of. Mayor, I told you it got out of hand real fast.
Again, this is what this is for. Active transportation plan puts it at about 8.
Okay.
And those are estimates based upon
Okay.
HJC and those folks. So it's, as of right now, I've requested to push it to 10, just because we're A lot of those are unknowns, because they come out and look and they say, well, yeah, you need to fill in a culvert, but you have no idea.
And we've got the pedestrian.
And then the pedestrian bridge added into that,
So, being part of the active transportation plan, is there any chance that's cost shared with?
We will compete with other agencies, much like we have with
Oh, so it gets
ACC.
in the
It gets into the
competition?
ACC
So,
tra-
that would be years down the road, too.
Potentially, the next call for projects is next year.
Yeah.
So
Every year.
If for some chance we did do that pedestrian bridge on 518, is that a TxDOT project? Would they be in charge of it, or could we?
We can manage it, but we need their authorization, so we
So-
would do it.
Could we also make our bridges prettier? Like, instead of just the sides of our bridges look like those concrete barriers on 45, on the freeway, and then we paint them.
Engineers have a lot of.
So why can't we have those
Artistic.
pretty big bridges that have the, what do you call them?
Just bring money.
Baller, not baller, what are those things in the middle, they just go,
Those things
you know, where you can see through them, where, they're
We
pretty.
can do
They're-
just about
What
anything
if
if it's
someone
funded.
jumped through there?
Well, they can jump off the concrete culvert, I mean, the concrete bridge.
Now we're jumping bridges, y'all. That's what we've gotten
I tested
This is
it.
why I'm driving.
Oh, my God.
That's why I'm driving.
Bridges that have the things.
Is that one South
you know,
Bass,
you can
y'all?
see through
Yeah.
that are pretty.
We're tired.
We all are tired.
Okay, so did we add in,
Punch drunk.
Hold on, before we disperse, I wanna make sure we are, on the same page dollar amount wise. It'll be around the 50 million mark, maybe slightly over.
We'll keep it at a penny.
Well,
This is
I
without.
don't think
Without
penny
the rec center.
means anything to voters, I will, frankly, you can
Without
tell them
the
that until they're blue in the face, it's only cost you a penny.
So,
Without,
Then we need
without
to-
the community
Then
center,
I think we need to cut some more then.
without the community center, we'd be at 42.1, just on the numbers tossed out today. 42.1 million, we can go as high as 54 million for a penny,
For 1 cent.
for 1 cent. Keeping in mind that we're proposing already voter approval tax.
I know, we're hit the
Penny and a
limit.
quarter more, or something like that.
1.226.
so what we could do is twofold. The 54 million is assuming 1 year debt issuance. It's not even spaced out over. So if we issued the debt over 2 years, we could be at half a penny or a tenth of a penny.
Oh.
Because again, it's a function of when the debt's issued and its corresponding debt service payments, just like your mortgage. If you get
I could sell that.
all your 2 houses 1 year versus
But remember, that's over 20 years. and that's
30 years.
30, okay, 30 years, and that's, in there forever. Well, for that 30 years.
How much is the pedestrian bridge over here?
We don't know.
That's
That's
an
why we
unknown.
it could
guesstimated
easily
10 million.
be, for that span, you can look at $750,000.
that's why we,
Could
that's
we
why we
cut
bumped it up.
sidewalks out for
The
10 million?
Whispering,
Can I cut
5,
sidewalks out for 10 million?
No, no.
I wanna
Sure.
cut the sidewalks.
Wait, the community center.
Bobby has the number.
well, so that's 5 projects. So it's FM 518, Whispering Pines to Silverstone, which I think is the section that includes that pedestrian bridge. That's 2.3 million. FM 518 Silverstone to Eagle Lakes is 2.2 million. Castlewood, which was a big requested item in that study, is 500,000. Greenbrier was 1.3 million, and FM 528 in Bay Area was 1 million.
I'll
That's
tell
all,
you.
that's 8 million?
That was the 5 projects,
Yeah, the
7.8.
7.8, and I'll tell you that
7.8
the Castlewood one is gonna be a whole lot more than 500,000, because even though there's only, I think it's like 10 or 12 houses, the neighborhood itself is not in, any kind of agreement about where to place a sidewalk, which means you're gonna have to go in and fill in the culvert.
I've
And
already
it's
started
still
working
gonna
on
get,
that. I've started working on
That's
that.
open ditch.
it is open ditch, we would have to fill in the open
Does
ditch.
any of
And
that
I've
require
seen it
right-of-way
there,
acquisition, or is
people
this
work
all
on that
within
too.
That's
existing
lower in the road,
right-of-ways?
too.
We can-
right away.
Yeah.
I think the ones
That
on
look like
the FM roads.
That's gonna be.
We can do it
well, the
inside
project
of
costs
text
don't
One
include any
project
right-of-way
would be way
acquisition.
But we can do it inside text
Than the whole
on
Yes,
the
sir.
text
So long as we're
right? We
clear
just
on
have to
the
get their
direction.
approval.
We're
Yeah.
good.
Y'all can vote on it in August, but my recommendation is we don't issue, the full debt in 1 year. We break it up into 2, 3 years, depending on project management. And that way, it's not a full cent impact to the tax rate.
It'll take time to get the
And there's-
engineering in.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of debt that's coming off in 4 or 5 years.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
That's right.
Yes. I genuinely, and obviously it's y'all are gonna make the closing arguments, or not arguments, but comments. I genuinely appreciate y'all taking the time today to sit down and give us the direction. This is the most input we've had in a long time from you guys. And I appreciate the candid.
Are you saying, what are you saying?
No.
I've been here for 10 years, man.
I get info from you daily.
No,
Wow.
I think it's because the amount of.
All right.
No, it's just been good. It was a good meeting.
Shot taken.
A lot of meeting topics.
Good meeting. It's because Randy's on the council now, and Michael, that's what you're saying.
Well, Michael was on it last year.
Well,
We didn't
Michael was
get
on it
that
last
info.
year. That's-
I was just
that's
trying to
okay,
figure
it
out
didn't matter.
what all this was last year. I got a little bit of wrap around it. Randy came in firing. He was ready.
All I know is, before I got on council, most of these meetings lasted, what, about an hour and a half? Since I've been here, I don't think one's gone less than 4 hours.
You'd stop talking so
change
much.
Well, John Scott told me my job when I was hired was never to let a council meeting go more than 3 hours, because nobody cared what council had to say for that long. And I failed my first meeting, so.
It's my fault, sorry.
Well, thank you, everybody. Very productive. I agree with Murad. This has been a huge flow of information both ways, so we've learned a lot. You guys have heard from us. Hopefully, sometime, I know you get 8 opinions from 7 people, but that's your problem. You know?
Okay.
Deal with it and figure it out. So anyway, thank you so much. This is amazing staff. I'll continue to say that. And anybody else that wants to, John Ellis, or you want to say? No. You're good. Good, all right.
I just spoken. Or not.
Well, anybody wants to say anything, now's your chance, Michael.
Thank you. I mean, from the bottom of my heart.
Well, there
Again,
were a few, oh, I'm sorry.
I was outside and didn't understand the process. Y'all have been very good at explaining it, and I do truly trust each and every one of you is doing your job.
Learning experience.
So,
All right,
and
well,
excellent at it. Not just doing your job, but excellent at
We
it.
are amazing at it.
I'm gonna adjourn the meeting then.
All right.
The gavel.
Gavel.
Hey, 3 seconds.
Good job.